Chapter 1. Hannah Comes Home from College. Hannah Swensen took her mother's potholders off the hook by the stove and removed a sheet of cookies from the oven. Since her mother only had a single oven, Hannah set the cookie sheet on a cold stovetop burner to let the cookies cool for a minute or two. Then she used a metal spatula to take them off the cookie sheet and move them to the wire rack she'd set on the counter. The familiar scent of the cookies cooling brought tears to Hannah's eyes. These had been her father's favorite cookies. She brushed the tears that threatened to fall away with the back of her hand and sighed. Lars Swensen's funeral had taken place 3 weeks ago, and Hannah was worried about her mother. Dolores was upstairs in the bedroom she'd shared with her husband, and she was napping again. She'd taken a lengthy nap every day since the funeral and hadn't come downstairs until Hannah had called her for dinner. Even though Hannah had made some of her mother's favorite foods, and Dolores had complimented her on her wonderfully tasty meals, she hadn't eaten more than a few small bites. And when Hannah had dashed upstairs to straighten the bed after her mother's lengthy afternoon naps, she'd found her pillow wet with tears. Dolores was crying in private, unable or unwilling to share her feelings with anyone. She had cut off all efforts her friends had made to see her by claiming that she was too tired to visit with them. Of course, Hannah had discussed this worrisome situation with her sisters, and all 3 of them had attempted to pull their mother out of her self-imposed isolation. Hannah's youngest sister, Michelle, was still in high school, and she had tried to engage their mother's help in learning her lines for the lead she'd landed in the junior play. Michelle had even talked about cheerleading tryouts, and how she hoped she'd get a spot on the cheerleading team, but Dolores just didn't seem interested in her youngest daughter's high school life. Andrea, Hannah's middle sister, was married to Bill Todd, a deputy sheriff with the Winnetka County Sheriff's Department. They had purchased a house only blocks from Dolores, and Andrea was expecting her first baby. She'd attempted to engage their mother's interest by inviting Dolores to help her decorate the baby's room, an invitation that normally would have delighted their mother. But instead of jumping at the opportunity to help by doing something she loved, Dolores had claimed that she was simply too exhausted to help Andrea. All 3 Swensen sisters had tried every way that they could think of to get their mother into some activity that would get her involved in small-town life again, but everything they'd tried had failed. Hannah looked down at the cookies she'd baked. They were almost cool enough to eat, and for one brief moment she considered taking some up to her mother for an afternoon treat. Then she discarded that notion, fearful that the sight of her father's favorite cookies might remind Dolores of Lars. Hannah gave a weary sigh as she realized that all 3 Swensen sisters were walking on eggshells around their mother, afraid that anything they tried might make things even worse. They knew that they had to do something to help their mother, but they were fresh out of ideas. The doorbell rang, pulling Hannah away from the dilemma, and she hurried to answer the door. It was snowing again, a regular occurrence in Minnesota winters, and the temperature outside was well below 0. Hannah pulled the door open and began to smile when she saw Grandma Knutson, the unofficial leader of the Lake Eden Holy Cross Redeemer Lutheran Church. She was the current pastor's grandmother, and everyone in Lake Eden called her Grandma as a term of affection and respect. Standing next to Grandma Knutson was another one of her mother's friends, Annie Winters. Annie was the current head of the Lake Eden Children's Home, an orphanage situated just outside of town in a large, rambling brick mansion. "Hello, Hannah. How are you?" Grandma Knutson greeted her. "I'm okay," Hannah answered, giving her a smile before she turned to Annie. "Hi, Annie." "Hello, Hannah. We came to call on your mother." "Please come in," Hannah said, opening the door a little wider. Perhaps Grandma Knutson and Annie would know what to do to help Dolores. Grandma Knudsen always gave everyone wise advice, and Annie had her doctorate in psychology. "Would you like tea?" Hannah asked them, leading the way to the living room. "That would be lovely, Hannah," Annie answered. "Will your mother join us?" Hannah shook her head. "I'm afraid not. Mother is napping upstairs." "Again?" Grandma Knudsen asked, looking more than a little distressed. "I've been here 4 times, and it's the same story." "Yes," Hannah admitted. "She's been taking long naps every afternoon." Annie and Grandma Knudsen exchanged glances, and then Annie spoke. "You look troubled, Hannah. Tell us why, and perhaps we can help." Hannah took a deep breath and blurted out her worries. "It's Mother. Andrea and Michelle and I have done everything we can think of to coax her out of her bedroom, but she still spends more time in there with the door closed than she does in the rest of the house. And when I go up to straighten the bed, her pillow is wet with tears. We're afraid that she's going to withdraw from life completely, and we don't know what to do about it." Grandma Knudsen gave a sad little smile. "It's a common reaction, Hannah," she said. "Some wives just don't want to go on with their lives when their husbands die." She turned to Annie. "Isn't that right, Annie?" "Yes, and sometimes husbands feel the same way when their wives die," Annie added. "They think that getting involved in life again is a betrayal in some way." "That's it exactly," Hannah confirmed, feeling slightly relieved just telling them about it. "What can we do to convince Mother to start living her life again?" "We have to come up with a project that only Dolores can accomplish. A project that she can't refuse to accept," Grandma Knudsen told her. "That makes sense, but—" Hannah paused and wiped away a tear with the back of her hand. "Andrea and Michelle and I have tried everything we could think of, but nothing has worked." "Did you try things that your mother would enjoy doing?" "Yes. Michelle was chosen for the lead in the junior play, and she asked Mother to help her learn her lines. I know that normally Mother would have loved to do that, but she claimed that she was too tired to help Michelle." "That's because she would have enjoyed helping Michelle," Annie explained, "and she didn't want to enjoy anything without your father." "What did Andrea try?" "Andrea asked her to help decorate the baby's room, and you know how Mother loves to decorate." "Of course she does." Grandma Knudsen gave a little smile. "And your mother claimed that she was too tired to help Andrea?" "Yes, that's exactly what she said." "And what did you do, Hannah?" Annie asked her. "I made all of Mother's favorite meals for dinner, but she just pushed the food around on her plate and said she just wasn't hungry. And when I asked her if she'd go antiquing with me to find some unusual Christmas gifts, she told me that she wasn't interested in antiquing anymore." "All right, then," Annie said. "Grandma Knudsen and I discussed the problem, Hannah, and we think we have a solution for you and your sisters." "What is it?" Hannah leaned forward, eager to hear what 2 of the women she respected most in Lake Eden wanted them to try. "We came up with a project that your mother won't really want to do, but one that she'll feel guilty about refusing," Annie explained. "Dolores won't want to help us, but she's going to feel obligated." Hannah thought about that for a moment, and then she gave a little nod. "Yes, I can see how that could work. And you have a project like that?" "Yes," Grandma Knudsen said. "We think we have the perfect project. You know Dr. Kalick's niece, don't you?" Hannah began to smile. "Of course I know Essie. She was married to Alton Granger, the owner of the Albion Hotel. I used to go there for Essie's story time on Saturday afternoons, and so did Andrea and Michelle. Essie's story time was really popular in Lake Eden." "So popular that they bussed in all the kids from the children's home," Annie added. "Everyone loved to hear Essie's stories. and it gave every mother in town a break for a couple of hours on Saturday afternoons. That's right, Hannah began to smile. And I think I see exactly where you're going. Mother used to say that everyone owed Essie a debt of gratitude for telling those wonderful stories and entertaining all the children in Lake Eden. Mother used to drop us off there and go to yard sales and farm auctions. Perfect, Grandma Knudsen declared. I think our idea is going to work, Hannah. We went to see Essie at the hospital last week. At the hospital? Hannah felt a stab of fear. Is Essie all right? Not really, Annie responded. We had a long talk with Doc Knight, and he says that Essie can't live alone in those 2 rooms at the hotel any longer. He said that she wasn't eating right, and the flight of stairs to her rooms is simply too much for her to handle. She doesn't have running water, you know, and Essie has to go up and down the stairs to use the bathroom at the cafe. But the cafe closes at 9 at night. That's why Rose gave Essie a key. She can get in if she needs to. But you said that Essie can't handle the stairs any longer. That's right, Annie agreed. She's fallen a few times, and the last fall was the worst. She was planning to go to your father's funeral, but she fell halfway down the stairs and broke her hip. Hannah felt tears come to her eyes again. That's awful. What can I do to help her? Grandma Knudsen smiled. That's exactly the reaction I hope your mother will have when we tell her about Essie. Doc Knight has her in the hospice ward at the hospital. You mean Essie's dying? No, Annie was quick to correct her. Essie's not terminal, but she can't go back to living alone, especially with the stairs and the fact that she doesn't have electricity or running water. It's going to take her a couple of months to heal, and that's why he's keeping her in the hospice ward. I understand, but what exactly do you think Mother could do for Essie? She can make Essie very happy, Grandma Knudsen said. You told me that Dolores feels she owes Essie a debt of gratitude for inviting you girls to her story time. That's why we think we know the perfect way for your mother to pay Essie back. How can she do that? We'll tell both of you when your mother gets down here, Annie said. Go get her, Hannah. Tell her she's got to come downstairs, that we need her help, and we won't take no for an answer. I would, but... Hannah stopped and gave a little sigh. She'll just say she's too tired. Then we'll go up and get her, Grandma Knudsen declared, springing up from her chair. Go put on the tea, Hannah. Annie and I will have your mother down here in less than 5 minutes. Hannah watched the 2 women climb the stairs to get her mother. If anyone could get Dolores out of her bedroom, it would be Annie and Grandma Knudsen. She watched them until they'd reached the top of the stairs, and then she made a beeline for the kitchen to heat the water for tea. Chapter 2. Hannah was setting out the tea tray and a platter of cookies when she saw her mother coming down the stairs with Grandma Knudsen and Annie. It had been 5 minutes since she'd heard them knocking on her mother's bedroom door, and here was Dolores walking down the stairs with them. Dolores smiled when she saw the tea tray on the living room coffee table. "Oh, good," she said to Hannah. "I'm so glad you made tea, dear. Do you happen to have any cookies that we can have with it?" "I have Cocoa Crunch cookies," Hannah responded, lifting the napkin she'd placed over the platter of cookies. "Perfect." Dolores turned to Grandma Knudsen and Annie. "Lars used to say that they were like little bites of heaven. He loved those cookies. And so do I." Hannah began to smile. After 3 weeks of picking at whatever Hannah had made for her, Dolores was finally enthusiastic about eating. This definitely reinforced her belief that Grandma Knudsen and Annie were miracle workers. Grandma Knudsen picked up the cookie platter and passed it to Dolores. Have one, dear." "Thank you," Dolores said politely, selecting a cookie and taking a bite almost immediately. "These are wonderful cookies." Hannah felt like turning cartwheels on the living room rug, and if she'd been more athletic, she might very well have been attempting it. "Thank you, Mother," she said as she filled the cups and passed the tea. "As I mentioned upstairs, Annie was the one who found Essie," Grandma Knudsen said, turned to Annie. "Tell Dolores about it, Annie." Annie drew a deep breath, and Hannah could tell that the memory still upset her. "Essie and I had dinner every Sunday at the children's home. Essie always met me at the cafe, and that night she was late. I sat there for a while waiting for her, but then I began to worry that she was sick or she'd forgotten, or worse. I had a key to the hotel." Annie stopped speaking and cleared her throat. "I used it and opened the door. And there was Essie, at the foot of the stairs, just lying there and not moving." "So Annie called the paramedics." Grandma Knudsen reached out to pat Annie's hand and continued with the account. "They were there in less than 15 minutes, and they took Essie's vital signs, loaded her onto a stretcher, and took her to the hospital." Annie nodded. "I followed them, and when we got there, Doc Knight told me that Essie had broken her hip. He took her into surgery immediately, and I waited until he came back to say that she was going to be all right." "That must have been awful for you," Dolores said. "It was, especially when she wasn't moving, and I couldn't tell if she was breathing or not." Annie stopped again to take a sip of her tea. "I'm just so glad I was there that evening. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if it hadn't been our night to have dinner. Essie has been almost like a mother to us at the children's home, and she's like a grandmother to the children now." "Annie grew up at the children's home," Grandma Knudsen explained. "Yes, and Essie was a volunteer. Then, after she married Alton and moved into the hotel, she started her Saturday story time. She invited me and 2 of my best friends to come to the hotel after school every day. She always fixed us an after-school snack, and we sat at a booth in the red velvet lounge." Annie stopped to smile at the memory. "You have no idea how special we felt, being in a grown-up place like that. Essie helped us with our homework, and then Alton would give us a ride back to the children's home. It's a good place, Dolores, and I'd like to think that because of my background, I was able to make it into an even better environment for the children." "You've done that, Annie, no question about it," Grandma Knudsen said. "Thank you. The point of all this is that I loved to take Essie out to the home. Having her there was a chance for me to make sure she had a good breakfast, lunch, and dinner." "That was kind of you, Annie," Dolores responded. "Perhaps, but it was also self-serving. Essie was wonderful with the children. They called her Grandma, and they all looked forward to seeing her. It's so sad that Essie didn't have any children of her own," Dolores said. "That's not the saddest thing," Grandma Knudsen told her. "Doc Knight says that Essie won't be able to go back to her home at the hotel again. I know that almost everybody in Lake Eden would be happy to help Essie out, but you do know how proud she is, don't you?" Dolores nodded. "Yes, she's never accepted help from anyone. Lars found out that there was no running water or electricity in those 2 rooms she had on the 2nd floor, so he found her a battery-operated electric blanket." "How nice," Annie commented. "Yes, but Essie insisted on paying him for it. He tried to give it to her, but she wouldn't have it. He ended up telling her that it was a sample from the company, and all she had to do was pay for the shipping and keep a record of any problems she had with it." "Oh, that was really clever," Annie exclaimed. "Thank you. It was my idea," Dolores beamed, and Hannah realized that she hadn't seen her mother look happy in weeks. "Just a little thing like that made both of us feel good. It's so rewarding to help someone you like." "Exactly," Grandma Knudsen agreed. "That's why we came here today, Dolores. What can I do?" "We went to see Essie this morning, and we had a very sad conversation with her. She was talking about the past, and we could hear the longing for those days in Essie's voice." "What did she say?" Dolores asked. "She told us about the first Christmas ball she attended at the opening of the Albion Hotel. That's where she met Alton, you know." "Of course," Dolores responded. "He built the hotel." "Essie was so excited when she described the Christmas ball," Annie continued, "and for the very first time since her accident, she actually looked happy." Grandma Knudsen nodded. "She said she wishes she could go back in time just to see the splendor of that first Christmas ball and something she called the Christmas Cake Parade." "Yes," Annie continued. "We talked about it on the way over here to see you. Both of us wished that we could recreate that Christmas ball for Essie again, just the way it was back then. It would mean so much to her. Of course, it would be a huge project. Grandma and I would help all we could, but it would take a real community leader to organize such a large event." Hannah watched her mother closely. It was clear that Dolores was intrigued by the idea. "So you came here to ask me to spearhead this event?" "Yes," Grandma Knudsen admitted. "You're the only one we know who could pull it off in time." "What time limit would I have to accomplish such a massive project?" Dolores stopped speaking and gave a little sigh. "And I'm not promising I'll do it, but I need to know the time constraints." 2.5 weeks, Annie responded. "The first Christmas ball, the one Essie remembers, was held 2 weeks before Christmas." Dolores hesitated for a moment or two, and then she squared her shoulders. "If I take on this project for you, how many people would be willing to help me?" "You'd have everybody at the congregation at Holy Redeemer," Grandma Knudsen promised. "We have carpenters, masons, painters, plumbers, you name it." "And if you need muscle to unload things and carry things, I know the teenage boys at the home would be happy to help," Annie offered. "Well?" Grandma Knudsen asked, giving Dolores the look Hannah had always thought was made of pure steel wool. It was slightly flexible, but only to a certain degree. It reminded Hannah of a bundle of sharp-edged steel filaments that could wear anything, or in this case anyone, down in seconds flat. It was so quiet in the living room that Hannah could hear the old-fashioned wind-up alarm clock in her bedroom ticking off the seconds. That was when she realized that she was holding her breath, waiting for her mother to answer. "Yes," Dolores said at last, "but only if Hannah will help me." "Me?" Hannah was completely perplexed by her mother's request. "But, Mother, you know that I'm not very good at decorating and things like that. What could I do?" "You can do what you do best, dear," Dolores told her. "You can bake the cakes for the Christmas Cake Parade. I remember my parents talking about how beautiful it was when they shut off the lights in the ballroom and carried in the Christmas cakes. Each one was decorated with candles, and some of the older people in Lake Eden still talk about how stunning it was to see all those cakes when they were carried in and placed on the buffet table." Hannah began to smile. "Of course I'll help bake the cakes, Mother. How many were there?" "I'm not sure. I was too young to go to the ball, since champagne was served and I was underage. I'd be happy to help you with the cakes, dear, but you know that I don't bake." Everybody in Lake Eden knows that, Dolores, Grandma Knudsen said, smiling to show that she was teasing. Dolores gave her a long-suffering look, but then she laughed. You and Annie wouldn't want any cake that I baked, she said. But both of you know that Hannah is an excellent baker. Tell me about the Albion Hotel ballroom. Is it in good enough shape? I'm not sure, Annie admitted. I've never been up to the second floor. Then the first thing we have to do is talk to Essie and ask her to describe exactly what she remembers about that Christmas ball. Do you think she's willing to see us this afternoon? Annie and Grandma Knudsen exchanged triumphant glances. I think she'd be delighted to see us, Annie said. And especially to see you, Grandma Knudsen added. She asked about you this morning. Dolores looked pleased. How sweet of her! Then she turned to Hannah. Could you pack up some of those cookies, Hannah? We could take them with us when we visit Essie. I'm sure she'd love to have some. Then she turned back to Grandma Knudsen and Annie. I'll meet you at the hospital in 45 minutes. That'll give me time to take a quick shower and freshen up. And after we visit Essie, we should go over to the Albion Hotel and find out which type of elevator is there. I've heard that the Otis elevator people will fix any of their elevators, and if I talk to them and tell them about Essie and her situation, perhaps I can convince them to fix it for no cost to us. But, Dolores, Grandma Knudsen began to frown. What about the electricity? Elevators run on electricity, don't they? Don't worry about the electricity. I'll talk to Mayor Bascom about it. Recreation of the Christmas ball is a project that the whole community should get behind. If enough people agree to help us, we can figure out some way to hook up the electricity. After all, Essie has lived in Lake Eden for most of her life, and she's always been involved in charitable work. Now it's time for the community to give back to her, and I intend to make certain that they do just that. Cocoa Crunch Cookies. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. 1½ cups softened butter, 3 sticks, 3/4 pound, 12 ounces. 1 1/4 cups white granulated sugar, 2 large eggs, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 2 teaspoons vanilla extract, 1/4 cup unsweetened cocoa powder, I used Hershey's, 2 1/4 cups all-purpose flour, pack it down in the cup when you measure it, 1 1/2 cups finely crushed plain, regular potato chips, measure after crushing. I used Lay's, put them in a plastic Ziploc bag, and crushed them with my hands. 1 cup semi-sweet chocolate chips. I used Nestle. 1/3 cup white granulated sugar for dipping. Hannah's first note. Use regular potato chips, the thin, salty ones. Don't use baked chips or rippled chips or chips with the peels on or kettle-fried or flavored or anything that's supposed to be better for you than those wonderfully greasy, salty, old-fashioned, crunchy potato chips. In a large mixing bowl, beat the butter, sugar, eggs, salt, and vanilla extract until the mixture is light and fluffy. You can do this by hand, but it's a lot easier with an electric mixer. Add the 1/4 cup of unsweetened cocoa powder. Mix it in thoroughly. Add the flour in 1/2 cup increments, mixing well after each addition. Add the crushed potato chips and mix well. Take the bowl out of the mixer and add the semi-sweet chips by hand. Stir them in so that they are evenly distributed. Form 1-inch dough balls with your hands and place them on an ungreased cookie sheet, 12 to a standard-sized sheet. As an alternative, you can line your cookie sheets with parchment paper. Place the sugar in a small bowl. Spray the flat bottom of a drinking glass with Pam or another non-stick cooking spray. Dip it in the sugar and use it to flatten each dough ball. Dip the glass in the sugar for each cookie ball. Bake your cookies at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 10 to 12 minutes or until the cookies are starting to turn golden at the edges. Mine took the full 12 minutes. Let the Cocoa Crunch cookies cool on the cookie sheet for 2 minutes, and then remove them to a wire rack to cool completely. If you used parchment paper, all you have to do is pull it over to the wire rack and let the cookies cool right on the paper. Yield: approximately 6 to 7 dozen crunchy chocolate shortbread-like cookies, depending on cookie size. Chapter 3. "Where's Mother's car?" Michelle asked as she came into the kitchen from the garage. "Mother has it. She's at the hospital with Grandma Knudsen and Annie Winters." "At the hospital?" Michelle looked anxious. "Is Mother all right?" "She's more than all right. Mother's back." Hannah gave a happy smile. "Mother's meeting them there, and they're going to see Essie." "You mean Mother actually left the house?" "She certainly did. Right after her visit with Grandma Knudsen and Annie, she took a quick shower, got dressed, and went off to the hospital to visit Essie to find out about the first Christmas ball at the Albion Hotel. Grandma Knudsen and Annie asked her to recreate the ball for Essie, and Mother agreed to take on the project." "Wow!" Michelle looked thoroughly shocked, and it took a moment for her to digest this startling news. When she did, a huge smile spread over her face. "I don't know what you did, but it worked." "It wasn't me. Grandma Knudsen and Annie Winters deserve all the credit for that." Michelle noticed the cookies on the cooling racks and began to look puzzled again. "You baked Dad's favorite cookies?" "Yes. And Mother grabbed a plateful to take to Essie in the hospital. She said they were going to have cookies and coffee while Essie told them all about the Christmas ball." "You said Essie was in the hospital. Is she sick?" "Not exactly. She has a broken hip, and there was no way she could go back to the hotel. Doc Knight put her in the hospice ward at the hospital." "But Essie's not dying, is she?" "No, it's just that she can't go back home yet, and Doc decided to use the hospice ward as a temporary solution." "Oh, good. When you said she was in the hospice ward, I was thinking the worst. Let me see if I've got all this straight. Mother took a shower, got dressed, and she drove to the hospital to visit Essie with Grandma Knudsen and Annie." "That's right. And there's more. Essie's going to tell them about the night she met Alton Granger, and Mother's going to spearhead a community project to recreate that Christmas ball for Essie." Michelle blinked a couple of times and sat down in a kitchen chair. "Wow," she said again. "A lot happened while I was at school today." "Yes, it did." "And this means everything's getting back to normal again with Mother?" "That's exactly what it means." "Oh, good." Michelle turned to look at the cookies again. "Can I have a cookie, Hannah?" "Of course." "And is it okay if I call Lisa and invite her over tonight? She said she'd help me learn my lines for the junior play." "Go ahead. You can invite her to stay for dinner, too. Mother likes Lisa, and it'll be good for her to have company. Andrea's going to be here, too. Mother called to invite her right before she left for the hospital. She told Andrea that she'd be happy to help decorate the baby's room if Andrea would help her decorate the hotel for the Christmas ball." "And Andrea said yes?" "Of course she did. You know that Andrea loves to work on decorating projects with Mother." Michelle's smile grew even wider. "This is wonderful, Hannah. It just gets better and better. I can hardly wait to tell Lisa that Mother's getting back to her old self." "When you do that, you'd better warn Lisa." "Warn her? About what?" "About Mother. She's in a recruiting mood, and she'll probably try to recruit both of you to help her with the ball." Hannah was just taking the spiral-cut ham out of the oven when Michelle and Lisa came into the kitchen. "I was hoping you'd bake a ham one of these nights," Michelle said. "Do you want me to set the table in the dining room?" "That would be good," Hannah told her. "I'm going to cover this ham. It'll stay warm until Mother gets home. Then all I'll have to do is heat the rolls and make the creamed spinach." "I'll help you set the table, Michelle," Lisa offered. "Just tell me what you want me to do." "How many people are we having for dinner?" Michelle asked Hannah. "We have you, Lisa, Mother, Andrea, and me," Hannah told her. "I invited Grandma Knutson and Annie, but Annie had to hurry back to the children's home, and Grandma Knutson said she had to go back to the parsonage to cook because Reverend Bob loves her meatloaf." "How about Bill?" Michelle asked. "He's on night shift out at the sheriff's station. Andrea said she'd take leftovers home for him to eat when he got off work tonight." "So we'll be 5 at the table then?" Lisa asked. "That's right." Hannah turned to Michelle. "Use the green tablecloth. Mother likes that one. And see if you can find something to use for a centerpiece. This is a mini celebration. So use the good china and the crystal champagne flutes." "We're having champagne?" Michelle asked. "2 of us are. But set out champagne flutes for all of us. Andrea's bringing her favorite ginger ale, and I have a bottle of sparkling apple juice for you 2. "You have some winter border flowers left along the front walkway," Lisa said. "Would you like us to make a little centerpiece with them?" "That would be nice," Hannah told her. "I'm going to finish up here in the kitchen. Mother called a few minutes ago and said she'd be back here in about 20 minutes. "The table looks lovely, girls," Dolores complimented Michelle and Lisa as they all entered the dining room. Then she turned to Hannah. "Do I smell ham, dear?" "You do," Hannah told her, taking the foil off the meat platter and revealing its contents. "Sit down, everyone, and I'll fill our glasses. Then we can have a toast." "You have Perrier Jouet," Dolores exclaimed, beginning to smile when she recognized the champagne bottle in the silver wine server. "What's the occasion, Hannah?" "Our mother is back with us again, and we're happy." Hannah spoke for all of them. "I'm happy, too," Dolores responded, and then she noticed that there were crystal champagne glasses at all 5 place settings. "Michelle and Lisa aren't having champagne, are they?" "No, Mother," Andrea answered quickly. "Hannah has sparkling apple juice for them, and I have my favorite ginger ale." "Oh, good. More for me," Dolores said, and everyone at the table began to laugh. They were laughing partially in relief that Dolores had finally returned to the person they knew and loved, and partially because the comment she'd made was funny. That night, Hannah's sleep was untroubled by worries about Dolores, and she woke up the next morning feeling more refreshed and well-rested than she had since her dad had died. She took a quick shower, dressed as fast as she could, and hurried down to the kitchen for a quick cup of coffee before she started to make breakfast for all 3 of them. Once they had eaten breakfast and Michelle had left for school, Dolores turned to Hannah. "Would you help me do something today, dear? It's important." "Of course I will," Hannah responded immediately. "What would you like me to do?" "I want to go over to the hotel and see if there's anything in Essie's rooms that she might need. If we find anything, I'll take it to her when I visit her this afternoon." "That's a good idea, Mother. There may be photos or personal items that she'd like to have with her at the hospital." "That's what I thought, dear. It'll make her room at the hospital seem more like home, and perhaps she'll recuperate faster." Dolores stopped speaking and smiled at Hannah. "I'm going to change to old clothing, and you should do that too. Remember, Essie's rooms don't have running water, and I'm sure it must have been difficult for her to keep them clean." It didn't take long for Hannah to change to jeans and an old sweatshirt. When she came down the stairs, she found her mother waiting for her at the kitchen table. Dolores was wearing an old sweater that had belonged to her husband, and she had pulled her hair up in a cap that Hannah hadn't known her mother owned. "Ready?" Dolores asked. "I'm ready," Hannah said. "Are you driving or am I?" "I'll drive," Dolores replied, grabbing the car keys and leading the way to the attached garage. "There's an old duffel bag of your father's in the trunk. Grab it when we get there, dear. It should hold anything we find that we think Essie might like to keep with her." "I'll do that, Mother." Dolores started the car and drove several blocks in silence. "It's a good thing there's no one on the street this early," Dolores said as she pulled the car into a spot near the entrance to the hotel. "I wouldn't want anyone I knew to see me dressed like this." "It wouldn't matter," Hannah said, unable to keep from teasing her normally impeccably dressed mother. "I doubt that anyone would recognize you with that sweater and cap." Dolores laughed. "You're probably right, dear. Let's go." "If it's locked, I can run over to the cafe and see if Rose has a key," Hannah said, as she retrieved her father's duffel bag from the trunk. "It's all right, dear. I have a key. Essie gave it to me when I said I planned to go up to her rooms to bring her some of her things. She even told me that there were several things she wanted to have with her." "Which things did she want?" Hannah asked, following her mother to the side door of the hotel. "The dress she wore at the first Christmas ball. She said it would make her feel happier just to see it hanging in her closet at the hospital. And there was a beaded handbag that she made a long time ago, and she wanted that, too. She even described it to me. It's made of crystals in a flower design, and it has a gold-colored chain." "How big is it?" Hannah asked. "Large enough to accommodate a handkerchief, a comb, and a lipstick." She said that the gold-colored chain fits over a lady's wrist so that she can carry it with her when she's asked to dance. The door opened when Dolores turned the key, and Hannah and her mother stepped inside. The old Albion Hotel smelled of dust and decaying wood, and it made Hannah wonder if the steps to the second floor were safe. "Don't worry about the stairs," Dolores said, noticing her daughter's worried frown. "Essie said they're perfectly safe if you stay next to the banister. The weak spots are in the center of the steps." Mother and daughter stayed close to the banister and climbed the steps to the second floor. At the top of the stairs on their right was a door with a flower painted on it. "Essie painted that," Dolores told Hannah. "She told me that it was her favorite flower." "What is it?" "A hibiscus. She said that she tried to grow them several times, but they didn't do well for her." Dolores used the key that Essie had given her to unlock the door. "Be careful, dear. There's no electricity, but Essie told me that there should be plenty of light coming in the windows in the daytime." "What did she do for electricity at night?" Hannah asked. "She went to bed early, and if she had to get up, she had a flashlight by the side of the bed." "Did anyone know that Essie was living like this?" Hannah asked. "I don't think so. She wasn't the type to complain. I know that she didn't mention it to Rose." "How do you know that?" "I called her right after I took my shower this morning. Rose said that if she'd known, they would have curtained off a spot in the back so that Essie could have spent her nights at the cafe, where there was food and electricity and heat. Poor Essie would have almost frozen to death without the little gas heater and the battery-operated electric blanket that Lars gave her." "Why didn't Essie ask for help? There are so many people with spare bedrooms who would have offered one to her." "She was too proud, dear. Essie never wanted to ask for help. Some people are like that. They just try to manage on their own until something happens and they just can't go on any longer." Hannah blinked back tears as her mother opened Essie's door and led the way in. The two rooms that Essie had were cleaner than Hannah had expected, and they were bright and cheerful, with colorful blankets folded neatly on the cushions of chairs and several plants on the windowsills. "It's cold in here," Hannah commented. "I wonder how those plants survive." Dolores walked over to examine one of the plants. "They're artificial," she told Hannah. "Essie must have bought them to brighten up her rooms." Hannah noticed the sad expression on her mother's face and decided to change the subject. "Let's get started," she suggested, opening the duffel bag and placing it on one of the chairs. "I'll take the bedroom and you can start searching for things in here." The bedroom that Hannah had referred to wasn't really a bedroom at all. It was simply a doorway without a door that had been cut into the wall between two studs. Someone, probably Essie herself, had taped heavy cardboard strips to the sides of the doorway to keep out the draft, and she had painted the cardboard with hibiscus flowers. Essie had done everything she could to make this arrangement cheerful, but Hannah knew that the little bottled gas heater would not have been adequate to heat the space. There was a bed with heavy quilts piled on top, and a closet that had been part of the second hotel room. Hannah opened the door and saw that the closet was filled with clothes and storage boxes. She started with the clothes, and almost immediately she found a lovely old-fashioned ball gown. "I found it," she shouted out to Dolores. "I think this is the ball gown that Essie wanted you to bring." Hannah carried the ball gown to the room where her mother was working and spread it out on a chair. "This is the only formal dress, so it must be the right one." Dolores walked over to look at it and gave a little sigh. "Essie was heavier then, but if there aren't any other ball gowns, this must be it." "Do you think it'll fit her?" Hannah asked. "No, but we can always talk to Claire about taking in the seams. I'm sure she'll be happy to do that for Essie." "That's a great idea." Hannah reached out to give her mother a quick hug. "I'm going back to see if I can find the purse that Essie described to you." After looking in at least a dozen boxes, Hannah was beginning to think that she'd never find Essie's beaded handbag. She'd found several photo albums that she wanted to show to her mother, but not the crystal purse with the flower design. The last box was small and fairly heavy. Those two facts gave Hannah hope that the purse might be tucked inside. She took a deep breath, lifted the lid, folded back the tissue paper, and began to smile when she uncovered a beaded handbag nestled inside. "I found it," she announced, rushing back into the room that her mother was searching. "This is the purse, isn't it, Mother?" Dolores hurried over to look. "Yes, I think it is. Did you find anything else?" "A couple of photo albums. I'll bring them in here to see if you want to take them to Essie." Hannah rushed back into the bedroom and came back with the photo albums. Dolores paged through the albums and nodded. "I'm sure Essie would like to have these. There are some pictures of her telling stories to a big group of children. Those should bring back happy memories for her." Hannah noticed a small stack of items that Dolores had set aside on one of the chairs. "Are you taking those things to Essie?" "Yes, I thought she might like that multicolored blanket to put at the foot of her bed. It should make her room seem brighter and less institutional. The 3 little frog statues would look cute on her windowsill. And I thought we could stop at Costmart to pick up some nice guest towels to put in her bathroom to brighten that up." "That's a great idea," Hannah said. "Can you think of anything else she might like?" Dolores asked. "A warm, fluffy robe?" "We'll look for one. It's always nice to have something soft and fluffy. Take a look at those notebooks on the chair, Hannah. They're numbered, and I opened the first one. I'm not sure exactly what to make of it, and be very careful when you turn the pages. They're very old. The ink is beginning to fade, and the paper is fragile." Hannah walked over, picked up the top notebook, and carefully turned to the first page. Dolores was right. The paper was fragile, and the ink was faded. Enough sun was coming through the window to read the spidery writing on the first page, and when she'd done so, Hannah closed the notebook and carefully put it back on the stack. "What do you think they are, dear?" Dolores asked. "I'm not sure. Do you know if Essie ever lived in New York?" "I don't think she did. She said something about living in Chicago with her parents, but she didn't mention New York." "Then these can't be diaries," Hannah decided. "I think I know what they are, though." "What is that, dear?" "I think Essie was writing a book." Dolores smiled. "You could very well be right, dear. For years, Essie told stories based on books. Those were children's books, but perhaps she wanted to try her hand at writing a work of serious fiction. "Do you think we should take the notebooks to Essie?" Hannah asked. "I'm not sure." Dolores thought about it for a moment, and then she shook her head. "Let's pack them up and take them to the house, Hannah. That way we can make sure that nothing happens to them. Then we can ask Essie about them and see if she wants us to bring them, especially since we're not really sure what they are." "All right, Mother." Hannah began to pack the notebooks carefully in the duffel bag. "Do you mind if I read them?" "I don't mind. But you have to promise to be very careful with them. They represent hours of Essie's creative work." "Don't worry, Mother. I was working on my doctorate in English literature, and I've read old manuscripts before. As a matter of fact, I think I brought my reading gloves home with me. Leaving the notebooks here will do more damage to them than I will." "All right, dear. But you have to promise me 2 things." "What are they, Mother?" "You have to bake another batch of cookies. Grandma Knudsen, Annie, Essie, and I simply gobbled them up with our coffee yesterday, and Essie asked me if I could bring some more cookies today. Will you have time to bake when we get home, dear?" "Of course I will," Hannah agreed quickly. "You said there were 2 things. What else do you want me to promise?" "I want you to promise to read Essie's book to me when I get back from visiting Essie. You seemed just as fascinated as I was when I read the first page." Chapter 4. "Is everyone ready?" Hannah asked, picking up the first of Essie's notebooks. "I am," Dolores declared, propping her feet up on a footstool and relaxing in her favorite living room chair. "I am too," Lisa agreed, leaning forward on the couch. "Go ahead, Hannah," Michelle urged, tucking a couch pillow behind her back. Dinner had been fun, and Andrea had apologized when she'd left at 7. She'd told them that she wished she could stay, but she had several things to do before Bill got home from work. Once she'd left, Dolores, Lisa, Michelle, and Hannah had retired to the living room, where Hannah had stacked Essie's notebooks. "Okay, if you're ready," Hannah said, pulling on her reading gloves and opening the notebook. And then she began to read. She had just finished totaling a column of figures when the phone on her desk rang. She let it ring twice, as her cousin had instructed her to do, and then she answered. "Capella Enterprises, this is Sharon speaking. May I help you?" "Rose." "Yes, Tony." She felt her heart begin to beat wildly in her chest. It was her husband, and he'd used his private name for her, the name no one else knew. "Is it time?" she asked him. "Yes, I'll be there in less than 5 minutes." Her hand was shaking slightly as she hung up the phone, and she felt their baby give a protesting kick. Her doctor had told her that babies, even when they were still in the womb, could sense when their mother was upset. "It's all right," she told the baby, getting up from her desk and walking across the small office. She opened the closet to retrieve her coat and purse and drew a deep, steadying breath. They'd talked about this day, rehearsed what each of them would do, and she knew exactly what was expected of her as she reached up to get the empty box from the top shelf. "It's all right," she repeated, attempting to reassure the baby and herself at the same time. "Daddy's coming to help us." She'd just finished going through her purse to make sure she had enough money when the door to the office burst open. Her husband rushed in, locking the door quickly behind him. "Are you ready?" he asked in a slightly breathless voice. "They're on the way. You know what to do, don't you, honey?" "Yes," she said, trying not to look as frightened as she felt as she opened the bottom drawer of her desk and took out a bulky duffel bag. She had hoped this day would never come, but she trusted Tony to know when danger was imminent, and it was time to flee. "Let me," he said, taking the 2 ledgers out of the drawer and quickly stuffing them into the box, quickly taping it shut. "Go out the window and use the fire escape. Climb down to the 2nd-floor landing. I opened that window a crack on my way up here. Push up the window and climb back inside, but don't use the elevator. Just walk down the stairs to the ground floor, go out the side door, and don't stop until you get to the post office. You have to mail that package." "I will, but what are you going to do?" she asked, her voice shaking with fear. "I'll be fine as long as you're safe. They don't suspect me. Just take this and go, honey. You've got to protect our baby." "Yes, I know," she agreed. And as she watched, he unzipped the duffel bag and tucked a pouch inside. "Go," he ordered. "Go now, and don't look back. I'll join you later, just the way we planned." He helped her climb out onto the fire escape, gave her a quick kiss, and shut the window again, clicking the latch. Then he sat down in her desk chair, and she knew she had no choice but to follow the plan they'd made together. Her heart pounding in her throat, she hurried down the metal steps of the fire escape, holding the duffel bag and counting the floors as she went. When she reached the second floor, she pushed up on the window that he'd unlocked for her. One quick glance, and she stepped in, a bit unwieldy as the baby kicked again, objecting to her sudden panicked movement. She shut and locked the window behind her and told herself that it was going to be all right, that he'd be joining her in no time at all. Cautiously, she peeked around the corner. No one was in the hallway. Heart beating rapidly in her chest, she hurried toward the stairs. Her legs were shaking slightly as she climbed down to the first floor, walked through the deserted hallway to the side door of the building, and opened it. One quick glance told her that there was no one on the street, no one at all. Had Tony panicked needlessly? But he wouldn't have done that. He was too well trained. This was a real emergency, and she had to trust him for their baby's sake. A moment later, she was out on the sidewalk, heading for the corner. She rounded it and walked as rapidly as she could without attracting notice until she reached the post office. She was just entering the building when she heard several cars screech around the corner she had left only moments before. Hands shaking slightly, she handed her package to the window clerk, verified that the postage she'd prepaid was correct, and stepped aside to watch her package disappear down the conveyor belt to the sorting facility. A city bus was just pulling up as she exited the post office. She boarded it, sat in an inside seat as far away from the windows as she could get, and breathed a sigh of relief when the bus pulled out into traffic. It was only after she'd ridden for over 20 minutes that she realized the bus was headed for Brooklyn, a place she'd never been before. "I'm on the edge of my chair," Dolores said breathlessly when Hannah stopped reading. "Me too," Michelle echoed her mother's sentiment. When Dolores had told them about the notebooks and mentioned that Hannah was going to read them to her, of course Michelle and Lisa had begged to listen, and Dolores and Hannah had agreed. "It's scary and exciting at the same time," Lisa offered her opinion. "Essie's really a good writer." "How many notebooks are there, Hannah?" Dolores asked. 9, but I only got about a third of the way through this one. I can't read too much at a sitting because my eyes begin to hurt. The ink is fading badly on some pages, and to add to that problem, Essie used paper that absorbed the ink. Since she wrote on both sides of the pages, it's bleeding through in spots." "It's too bad Essie didn't use a ballpoint pen when she wrote," Lisa said. "The ink never fades with ballpoint pens." "How do you know that?" Michelle asked her. "I got some ink from my ballpoint pen on my yellow blouse. I tried everything I could think of to get it out." "Did you find anything that worked?" Dolores asked her. "No. I had to hide the ink by wearing the blouse with a sweater, and when the blouse wore out, there was still an ink stain on the pocket." "Would you like some coffee, Hannah?" Dolores asked her. "It's only 7:30, and I think coffee would perk me up." "Coffee would be good. I'll go make some. And is there any dessert left? That apple crisp that Michelle made was really good." "There's almost half a pan left, Hannah," Michelle told her. "I stuck it in the refrigerator. You make the coffee, and I'll warm the apple crisp a little." "And I'll bring Hannah a cold cloth to put on her eyes," Lisa announced. "And then, just as soon as the apple crisp is warm, I'll top everybody's slice with a scoop of vanilla ice cream." How about you, dear? Dolores asked Hannah. Would you like apple crisp with ice cream? Or do your eyes hurt too much for a second helping of dessert? Hannah gave a little laugh. You should know me better than that, Mother. Nothing could ever affect my appetite for dessert, especially if it's as good as the apple crisp. The dessert buffet! Dolores exclaimed, startling all three of them. What dessert buffet? Hannah asked her. The one Essie told us about today. She said that they had champagne and a wonderful dessert buffet at the first Christmas ball, and she just wished that she could remember all the desserts that were there. I wonder if there's a photo, Hannah said, looking thoughtful. How long ago do you think they held the Christmas ball? I'm not sure, Dolores answered. You'll have to ask one of the older people in town. Somehow Hannah managed to keep the smile off her face. She doubted that Dolores was more than 10 years younger than Essie, and perhaps not even that much. Why did you want to know the year, Hannah? Dolores asked. I was wondering if there might be photographs of the ball in the archives at the newspaper office. Rod has copies dating back a long time ago, when his father was the editor. That's a wonderful idea, dear, Dolores said, looking pleased. I'm afraid I don't remember the ball at all, because I was in grade school at the time. There could be photos, or a detailed article. It was a huge event in Lake Eden, and that does give me a marvelous idea, dear. Dolores stopped speaking, and Hannah knew that she was waiting for a dose of breathless prompting to share her idea. Please tell us your idea, Mother. Based on how much help Michelle and Lisa were to you when you prepared dinner, Dolores turned to them. Would you girls like to go with me to visit Essie at the hospital? I'll go, Lisa agreed quickly. Mother's in the hospice ward, and sometimes I visit her after school. One of my teachers has a friend in the hospital, and she gives me a ride there. I'll go too, Michelle offered. I've gone with Lisa to visit her mother a couple of times, and there was always someone there who offered us a ride back to town. There's no reason why we can't go out to visit Lisa's mother and then meet you at Essie's room. Good. I'd like you girls to take notes when Essie describes the Christmas ball. Grandma Knutson and Annie will meet us there, too, and if you girls aren't too busy, I'm hoping that you'll help Hannah bake for the Christmas buffet. When will that be? Lisa asked. 2 weeks before Christmas, before everyone gets caught up in their own round of holiday baking and parties and entertaining. I'll help, Hannah, Michelle agreed quickly. The junior play isn't until the middle of January, and they always suspend rehearsals during the holidays. I'll help, too, if Hannah wants us, Lisa agreed. I love to bake, and it'll be fun. Hannah, who had been surprised at the news that Dolores expected her to bake enough cookies, pies, cakes, and other sweet treats to fill an entire dessert buffet, felt a wave of relief wash over her. I'd love it if you two would help me, she said quickly. The baking will go a lot faster that way. She turned to Dolores. Please tell me what you remember about the buffet. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but I do know that Essie was very impressed with the buffet and all the decorations. She told Grandma Knutson, Annie, and I that the grand celebration at the end was simply amazing. Tell us about it, Michelle urged, and Hannah gave her an approving look. Michelle had anticipated the question that she would have asked. As I told you before, I wasn't actually there, but everyone in Lake Eden was talking about it the next day. Everyone there was very impressed with the Christmas cake parade. What's a Christmas cake parade? Lisa asked her. They turned off the lights in the ballroom, and the waiters walked in with cakes that the Albion Kitchen staff had baked for the occasion. Essie said one was shaped like a large Christmas tree. Others were in various Christmas shapes and colors, and one had circles of glazed fruit on the top in red and green. Lisa looked puzzled. Cherries are red, but which fruit is green? I really don't know, dear. I wasn't there, remember? It could have been slices of melon, Hannah suggested. Honeydew melon is green. Or perhaps it was kiwi, if people used it back then. Whatever, Dolores dismissed the speculation and turned to Hannah. I was hoping that you girls could do a Christmas cake parade for Essie. She would love it so. There's no way we can bake all those cakes on the day of the Christmas ball, Hannah told her. Unless what? Dolores, Lisa, and Michelle asked almost simultaneously. Unless Mother will buy a big chest freezer and hook it up in the garage. Then we can start baking the cakes, wrap them and freeze them, and frost them on the day of the ball. I'll be glad to buy a large chest freezer, Dolores said quickly. It's a double garage, and there are several electrical outlets. Since I'm using only one space for my car, we could put the chest freezer on the other side of the garage. Then I think we have a plan that'll work, Hannah said with a smile. Let's all go out to look at the garage right now. We can figure out where we should put the freezer. Could we delay that for a few minutes? Dolores asked. Of course, Hannah agreed quickly. Why don't you want to do it right away? Because I keep thinking about that apple crisp and how good it was. I ate so much at dinner, I didn't think I could eat any more today. But I was wrong, and I'm actually hungry for a second helping. Honey apple crisp. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Rack in the middle position. Graham crackers to line the baking pan. 8 to 9 cups thinly sliced apples. I used a combination of Granny Smith and Gala, peeled, cored, and sliced as thin as a quarter. 1 tablespoon lemon juice, 1/2 cup white granulated sugar, 1/2 teaspoon cinnamon, 1/2 teaspoon nutmeg, 1/4 teaspoon cardamom, 1 cup honey. I used orange honey, but clover is also good. Spray inside of measuring cup with Pam or another nonstick cooking spray to keep the honey from sticking to the inside of the cup. 1/2 cup brown sugar. Pack it down when you measure it. 1 cup all-purpose flour. Pack it down when you measure it. 1/2 teaspoon salt. 1/2 cup, 1 stick, 4 ounces, 1/4 pound, salted butter. Prepare a 9-inch by 13-inch baking pan by spraying the inside with Pam or another nonstick cooking spray, or buttering it. Line the bottom with graham crackers. Spread the apple slices over the bottom of a baking dish. Sprinkle the apples with the lemon juice. Mix the white sugar with the cinnamon, nutmeg, and cardamom. Sprinkle on the white granulated sugar mixture. Drizzle the honey over the top of the apples as evenly as possible. In a separate bowl, mix the brown sugar with the flour and the salt. Melt the butter in a microwave-safe bowl or measuring cup for 30 seconds on high. Leave it in the microwave for an additional minute, and then check it to see if it's melted. If it's not, heat it on high for increments of 20 seconds, followed by 20-second standing times until it is. Michelle's note: you can also melt the butter over low heat on the stovetop if you prefer, but stir it constantly and be careful not to brown it. Let the butter cool on a cold burner or a towel on the counter for 5 minutes, and then pour it over the brown sugar, flour, and salt mixture in your bowl. Use your impeccably clean hands to mix everything together until the mixture resembles coarse gravel. Sprinkle the mixture over the top of your pan as evenly as possible. Bake your honey apple crisp at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 50 minutes, or until the apples are tender. You can test for tenderness by sticking a fork into the center of the baking pan. If you encounter resistance from the apple slices, bake it for another 10 minutes and then test again. When your fork goes all the way to the bottom of the pan and the crust on top is a deep golden brown, your honey apple crisp is done. Honey apple crisp is wonderful served either warm or cold, served in dessert dishes. If you'd like to dress up your honey apple crisp a bit, top each dessert bowl with a scoop of vanilla ice cream or a generous dollop of sweetened whipped cream. Yield serves at least 12, unless everyone at the table wants more. Chapter 5. Hannah opened the door to the small building that housed their local paper and was immediately grateful that the printing press wasn't running. At least she'd be able to talk to Rod today. When she'd mentioned how loud the old printing press was, he'd pointed to the ancient linotype machine against the back wall of the main room. He told her that the press was fairly quiet compared to the clatter of the linotype machine, and he knew because he'd worked here as a teenager. He'd said that it had been a true cacophony when both machines had been running at the same time. She had asked Rod how the linotype machine worked, and he'd told her that one of his earliest memories was watching his mother sitting on the stool in front of the mammoth machine, her fingers flying over the keyboard to make the molten metal type. Each piece that came out of the machine was stamped with an uppercase or lowercase letter that dropped down to cool in the metal type case that would be locked in a frame that printed the newspaper. Rod had bragged that his mother could proofread the lines of type in the frame even though they were upside down and backward. "Hi, Hannah," Rod said, coming into the main room. "What can I do for you today?" "I'm helping Mother with some things, and I have a couple of questions for you." "All right," Rod said, pointing to the chair in front of his desk. Hannah sat down and drew a deep breath. "First of all, did you know that Essie was in the hospice ward at the hospital?" "Yes, Doc Knight told me. He said that Essie didn't have electricity or plumbing in those 2 rooms of hers at the hotel, and she'd fallen down the stairs trying to get to the cafe to use the bathroom there." "Did he tell you that Essie wasn't terminal?" "He did. Doc said he's keeping her on hospice because she broke her hip, and there's no way she can manage on her own again until it heals." "That's what Grandma Knutson and Annie Winters told us yesterday. They stopped by the house after they visited Essie in the hospital, and Essie described the first Christmas ball that was held at the Albion Hotel. She said that was truly wonderful, and it was the night she'd met her husband." "It's all true," Rod said. "The Albion was beautiful when it was new, and the second-floor ballroom was magnificent. I wish you could have seen it. It's really too bad the highway department decided to change their plans for the interstate. It would have made all the difference in the world to Alton and Essie." "What do you mean?" Hannah asked him. "The interstate was supposed to run right past Lake Eden, where the old highway is now. That's the reason why Alton built the Albion Hotel here. Everyone back then thought that Lake Eden would grow by leaps and bounds, that new businesses and industries would be built here. They thought we would become a big city instead of a small town, and that meant we'd need a nice hotel." Hannah had never heard this story before, and she was intrigued. "But that didn't happen?" "No. I remember my father saying that there must have been some crooked dealing going on to move the highway project to another town, but no one was ever able to prove it." "Poor Alton," Hannah said. "And poor Essie, too." Rod nodded. "It was a bad stroke of luck for them. They managed to keep the hotel going for a while, but the odds were against them even though people in Lake Eden loved that hotel. They operated it at a reduced capacity for a decade or 2, but it was a losing battle. Lake Eden simply didn't get enough visitors to stay there and keep it open." "I don't remember Alton at all," Hannah told him. "You wouldn't. He died when you were quite young. The hotel was still partially open then, and Essie and Alton did a lot of the work themselves. The Red Velvet Lounge was still making a profit on their lunches, and the bar was a popular spot at night. Essie supervised the hotel staff, and Alton set up a dance floor in the lobby with live music. That and the appetizers Essie served at the bar pulled in some revenue, and even though they were working long days, Essie still held her Saturday story time for the kids." "I remember. I was one of those kids, and so were Andrea and Michelle. But Essie didn't make a profit on her story time, did she? Not a cent. She just liked children and wanted to do something for them and their families. I wish we'd known what dire straits Essie was in, but I guess she was too proud to ask for help. That's what Mother said, and both of you are probably right. Hannah stopped and took a deep breath. But we're all going to help Essie now. Do you mean because your mother, Grandma Knudsen, and Annie are on the case? That's part of it. Separately, each one is a force. Together, Hannah paused as she tried to come up with the perfect word. They're indomitable, Rod supplied it. Exactly. When Grandma Knudsen and Annie visited Essie in the hospital, Essie said that her fondest wish was that she could see the hotel ballroom the way it was the night she met Alton at the first Christmas ball. Rod held up his hand to stop her. Let me guess. Grandma Knudsen and Annie talked your mother into helping to recreate the Christmas ball for Essie. Yes, and Mother recruited all of us to help her. Michelle, Lisa, and I are in charge of the dessert buffet, and she wants us to recreate it just the way it was then. She also wants us to bake all the cakes for the Christmas cake parade. The only problem is, we're not sure what they looked like. Mother can't help us with that part of it because she was still in grade school and children weren't allowed to attend the Christmas ball. Rod did his best to stifle a laugh, but he couldn't quite manage it. Dolores told you that she was in grade school at the time? Yes. And I know that you were in her class, so I'm assuming that you didn't go to the ball either. Well... Rod paused, and Hannah could tell he was debating the wisdom of contradicting Dolores. He was silent for a moment, and then he must have come to a decision, because he went on speaking. I was in your mother's class, that much is true. And I wasn't allowed to go to the Christmas ball. But both of us were in high school, not grade school. That's what I thought. And thanks for telling me. I thought that the age Mother claimed to be wasn't her real age. I'm curious, though, if you were in high school, why weren't you allowed to go to the ball? Because they were serving champagne, and my mother was a strict teetotaler. She didn't want me anywhere near what she called devil juice. My dad wouldn't have gone either, but he managed to convince her that someone had to cover the event for the newspaper. Hannah felt her hopes begin to rise. Did your father take photos of the ball for the paper? He certainly did. They're in the archives in the back room. You're welcome to look if you promise not to tell your mother that I ratted her out to you. Hannah and Rod exchanged grins. I promise I'll never tell her, Hannah said. That's good enough for me. Have at it, Hannah, and come out here when you need a breath of fresh air. It's pretty dusty back there. After 3 trips outside to breathe the fresh, cold air, Hannah found what she needed. The newspaper photos were old and brittle, but Rod had a copier in the main room, and she took the newspaper to him. I found it, and there's a photo of the dessert buffet. Can you copy it for me? Of course. Rod drew the newspaper out of its folder and carried it to the copier. He spread it out carefully, copied the photos and article, returned the original paper to its folder, and handed the copies to Hannah. Remember your promise, he warned her. I won't forget. Both of us would be in for it if I tell Mother that I know she's being creative with her age. Creative? Rod laughed. That's a nice way of putting it. Do you want me to give you a ride back to your mother's house, Hannah? It's cold outside. Thanks, but I'll walk. It's only a couple of blocks. It's not as cold as it was yesterday, and I want to stop at the hardware store. I need a new reading lamp. Hannah took her parka off the rack by the front door and put it on. Then she wrapped her warm winter scarf around her neck and pulled on her gloves. Did you happen to block out the date on the paper, Rod? Relax.
There's no date on anything I copied, Hannah. I used the copier to enlarge the photo to the size my father would have printed them in his darkroom. That way, you can tell your mother that I found the actual photos and I copied them for you."
"That was brilliant," Hannah complimented him.
"I have my moments. There's no way I wanted to get either of us in trouble with your mother."
Hannah was smiling as she went out the door, and she was still smiling when she let herself into her mother's house with her new reading lamp and the precious copies in hand. "I'm home," she called out, but no one answered. Dolores, Michelle, and Lisa must still be at the hospital with Essie. She glanced at the kitchen clock and realized that she had time to make her mother's favorite meatloaf for dinner. Baked potatoes with sour cream and chives would be nice, too. And since she had time, she could even try to make the peach pie that her mother loved for dessert. Even though she knew that she couldn't carry a tune, Hannah hummed a Christmas carol as she mixed up the meatloaf and prepared the potatoes for baking. Her mother's favorite pie, anytime peach pie, made with canned peaches, was next, and Hannah sang as she rolled out the crust and filled it. She was on the 5th verse of a Christmas carol that no one who heard her would be able to recognize when the front doorbell rang. She hurried to open it and was surprised to see Michelle and Lisa standing on the front porch. "Where's Mother?" Hannah asked them. "She dropped us off here and told us that she was going to drive over to see Carrie Rhodes to ask her if she'll help with the Christmas ball." "That's good news," Hannah said, beginning to smile. Carrie and Dolores had been friends for years, and even though Carrie had called and dropped by, Dolores had pleaded exhaustion and said she couldn't see Carrie. "Mother is definitely feeling better if she went to see Carrie." "That's what I told Lisa," Michelle commented. "What smells so good, Hannah?" "Meatloaf, baked potatoes, and the anytime peach pie I just made. I managed to get everything in the oven at once." "I just love peach pie," Lisa said. "Where did you get peaches this time of year? I went to the Red Owl 2 days ago and Florence didn't have them." "That's why I call it anytime peach pie. It's made with canned peaches, so you can bake it even when the stores don't have fresh, ripe peaches." "What a great idea. We'll set the table in the dining room again if you want us to," Lisa offered as they hung their parkas in the closet. "Hannah made one of Mother's favorite meals again," Michelle told Lisa. "Mother just loves Hannah's meatloaf and her peach pie." The two girls got to work, and in less than 10 minutes the table in the dining room was set. Hannah stood in the doorway and gave an approving nod. "The table looks wonderful. I've always loved that wine-colored tablecloth, and I see you have some flowers arranged as a centerpiece again." "Lisa did that," Michelle told her. "She's going to teach me about flower arrangement." "How did you learn?" Hannah asked Lisa. "From my mom. She took one of those adult classes out at the community college before she got sick." Lisa turned to Michelle. "It's really fun to make something beautiful. You'll see." "Let's all go in the living room," Hannah suggested. "I bought a new reading lamp today, and I want to show it to you. I thought it might make it easier for me to read Essie's notebooks." Michelle and Lisa followed Hannah into the living room. When she took the new reading lamp out of its box, the two girls agreed that it was bound to be an improvement over the tabletop lamp that Hannah had been using. They helped to set it up, choosing the proper-sized bulb, plugged it in, and then they turned it on. "It's much better," Lisa decided, giving a little nod. "I think so, too," Michelle agreed. "Do you have time to sit down, Hannah?" Hannah glanced at her watch. "Yes, I have a few minutes." Michelle and Lisa exchanged glances, and then Michelle went on. "Good. There's something we want to talk to you about." "What is it?" Hannah asked, perching on the arm of the sofa. "If you don't mind telling us, we were wondering what your future plans were, now that Mother's finally getting back to normal." "Plans?" "Yes, plans," Lisa said. "Michelle and I wanted to know if you were going back to college to get your doctorate." "I'm not going back to college," Hannah told them, making up her mind on the spot. "I've been in college for almost 6 years, and it's time for me to decide what I want to do with my life." But I thought you wanted to be a college professor, Michelle said. Don't you need a doctorate for that? You do, but I changed my mind about that. Do you want to be a high school teacher? This time it was Lisa who asked the question. I don't think so. Actually, I'm not sure I want to teach at all. Michelle looked worried. What do you want to do? I don't know yet. I'll just have to get a job and figure it out. All I know is that I want to go in a new direction. But you don't want to stay here and live with Mother, do you? No, Michelle. I want to get my own place, and that means I need to find a job. What kind of job would you like to have? Lisa asked her. I don't know. Almost 6 years of college ought to qualify me to do something. You could always get a job out at Delray Manufacturing, Michelle suggested. They're hiring out there. I saw something in the paper about an executive secretary position. And Mother knows Del Woodley. I'm sure he could find something for you. Hannah couldn't help feeling slightly depressed at the thought of holding down a secretarial job or something on the assembly line for the rest of her life. I think we're asking the wrong questions, Lisa said, noticing Hannah's lack of enthusiasm. If you could have any career you wanted to have, what would it be? Tell us your dream job. Hannah thought about that for a moment, and then she decided. I love to bake, and I'd really like to have my own bakery and coffee shop. That sounds a little crazy because I've never had any culinary training, but that's my dream job. Excuse me, girls. Hannah and Lisa and Michelle turned to see Dolores standing in the living room doorway. I came in through the kitchen and the stove timer's ringing. Is there something in the oven that has to come out now? My pie, Hannah said. I'll get it, Lisa said, jumping up before Hannah could move and hurrying to the kitchen. It smells marvelous, dear, Dolores told Hannah. Is it my favorite anytime peach pie? Yes, it is. I'm back, Lisa announced, coming in from the kitchen. I put the pie on a rack on the back porch. I thought it would cool faster that way. Is that all right, Hannah? That's just fine, Lisa. And you're right. It'll be cool by the time we're ready for dessert. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help overhearing part of your conversation, Dolores told them, taking off her coat and folding it over her arm. Are you sure you don't want to go back to college, Hannah? I'm sure, Hannah told her, knowing that the last thing she wanted to do was return to college and meet the associate professor she'd loved, walking across the campus with his new wife. It was just too painful to contemplate, but that wasn't the only reason she didn't want to go back. Why is that, dear? Dolores asked her. Part of the reason is exactly what I told the girls. I'm beginning to regret my career choice. I'm just not sure that I want to teach at the college level. Then I think I might have a solution for you, Dolores told her. Just let me hang up my coat and freshen up a bit, and then I'll tell you about it. Is that all right, Hannah? Of course, Hannah replied, wondering what possible solution her mother could have. Do I smell meatloaf, Hannah? Dolores turned back at the doorway to ask. Yes, you were right on 2 counts, the peach pie and the meatloaf. Can you sniff out what I'll be serving with the meatloaf? No, but I hope it's baked potatoes. Now you're 3 for 3, Hannah said with a laugh, and there's salad chilling in the refrigerator. Perfect. You're a marvelous cook, Hannah, and I'm simply starved. How long will it be before dinner is ready? Hannah glanced at her watch again. Less than 30 minutes, Mother. Do you think you can wait that long? I'm not sure, but I'll have to, won't I? Yes, for the main course and dessert. But I have some cheese and crackers. Why don't I pour you a glass of champagne, and we'll sit in here and munch until our dinner is ready. Lovely. I'll join you here in a few minutes. Let's have a fire in the fireplace. That will be nice and cozy. I can start it, Lisa offered, glancing at the fireplace. You have logs in the grate, but they won't last for long. If the wood is outside, I'll bring in more. Dolores laughed, and Hannah and Michelle joined in. "Thank you for offering, Lisa, but we don't need more wood," Dolores told her. "We have a gas fireplace." "A gas fireplace?" Lisa looked surprised. "I've never seen one of those before." "That's probably because most people in town have wood-burning fireplaces. Lars converted ours when we moved into this house. You girls show Lisa how it works, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Then I'll tell you my solution to Hannah's problem." Hannah waited until Dolores had left the room, and then she motioned to Lisa. "Come with me, and I'll show you how to turn on the fireplace." Once Lisa had followed Hannah to the fireplace, Hannah pointed to a switch on the wall. "Do you see that switch?" "I see it. It looks like a light switch." "It's not, but it operates exactly the same way. Flick it up, Lisa. That turns on the fireplace."
"Okay."
Lisa looked a bit nervous as she flicked up the switch, and then she jumped back as the gas whooshed out of the gas line that ran beneath the concrete logs and burst into flame. "It's easy, isn't it?" Michelle asked Lisa as she came up to join them.
"I'll say. It sure beats putting on a coat and mittens and boots and going out in the backyard to get more wood from the woodpile."
She turned to Hannah.
"Do you push the switch down to turn it off?"
"Yes, but don't do it now. We'll let this room warm up a little while we arrange the cheese and crackers on a plate."
"Your fireplace is just amazing."
Lisa was clearly impressed as she followed Hannah to the kitchen.
"If we had one at home, I'd never have to shovel the ashes into a pail when I cleaned under the grate. And we'd never have to worry that sparks would jump out onto the living room rug. And I'd never have to go outside with Dad to split wood. The only thing that's missing is the smell of wood burning. And that doesn't bother me at all."
"Me neither," Michelle agreed. "And the way our fireplace flickers looks almost real. It warms up the room, too, because the flames are controlled but real," Hannah added.
"How much does it cost to convert a wood-burning fireplace to one like yours?"
Lisa asked Hannah. "I have no idea. Dad owned the hardware store, so he got everything at a discount from his suppliers."
"That must have been nice."
"Oh, it was," Michelle said. "Mother always had all the large and small appliances she wanted. I'll never forget when we got our first food processor. Hannah used it to chop up hard-boiled eggs, and she made me egg salad sandwiches for a solid week." Lisa laughed.
"I bet you got sick of egg salad sandwiches."
"Nope. I still love them just as much as I ever did." As she opened the refrigerator and took out the cheese, Hannah made a mental note to make egg salad sandwiches for Michelle. "Here's the cheese," she said, putting it on the kitchen table. "I'll get knives and cutting boards for both of you, and then I'll look in the pantry to see what kinds of crackers we have on hand." With all three of them working, the cheese and cracker platter was ready in a very short time. Michelle carried it to the living room and set it on the coffee table. Lisa laid out small paper plates and napkins, and Hannah opened her mother's favorite champagne. They had just taken seats when Dolores came down the stairs and entered the living room. "Oh, my!" Dolores exclaimed when she saw the platter. "I didn't realize I had that many different kinds of cheese." "You didn't," Hannah told her. "I stopped at the Red Owl on the way home, and Florence picked out some of her favorites. The Brie is closest to you. Florence told me that it was a triple cream. Over here," Hannah pointed to one of the cheeses, "we have a blue cheese. For sliced cheese, we have white cheddar, Swiss, mild cheddar, Monterey Jack, and Havarti." "We put the Ritz crackers closest to you, Mother," Michelle began to describe the crackers. "Next is a stone-ground wheat cracker, and there's also a row of Carr's water biscuits."
"Wonderful,"
Dolores said with a smile.
"The napkins are paper towels from the roll in the kitchen that I folded in quarters,"
Lisa told Dolores.
"And that's because I couldn't find any cocktail napkins."
Dolores laughed.
"And that's just fine, Lisa. They'll work just as well."
She turned to Hannah. Am I right in thinking that you and I have flutes of Perrier Jouet and the girls have sparkling apple juice? You're right. Help yourself, Mother. The meatloaf is cooling in the kitchen, and so are the baked potatoes. And I brought the pie in and placed it on a cold stovetop burner. We can eat our dinner in about 20 minutes. That's just perfect, dear. Dolores picked up a Ritz cracker, used the knife next to the brie, and cut a wedge to put on top of her cracker. While I was upstairs, I called Andrea and asked her to meet me at the hotel tomorrow morning. We're going to make notes on what we should do to decorate the ballroom once the repairs are done. She sounded very excited about the Christmas ball and promised to help any way she can. Good, Hannah said with a smile. Andrea's very talented when it comes to things like flower arrangements and table decorations. Exactly. And she was very grateful when I told her that since she'd opted not to go to college, there was money in her college fund to pay off the loan that they'd taken out for the down payment on the house. That was very generous of you, Mother, Michelle said. Thank you. And that brings me to you, Michelle, Dolores continued. You may not know this, but your father made some very wise investments before we were married. He had a good job, and he still lived at home, so he didn't have many expenses. He bought stock with the remainder of his paycheck, and he invested heavily in a small company called Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing. Of course, that small company turned into a huge corporation, and by the time we got married, he'd already made enough profit on the stock to buy the hardware store. Your father was a very intelligent man. I know he was, Hannah said, and Michelle gave a nod of agreement. When we found out that I was pregnant with Hannah, we decided to start a college fund for her. We did this for each of you. Dolores paused long enough to fix herself another cracker, this time with white cheddar cheese, and went on with her explanation after she'd eaten it. Everything turned out very well for almost all of your father's investments. He only lost on one, and he sold that before there was any real damage. He could have been a marvelous stockbroker or investment counselor. But he was more interested in running the hardware store. I never realized that Dad was that successful, Michelle said. Neither did I, Dolores admitted with a little laugh. Your father did all of the banking, paid the bills, and took care of everything for us. He told me not to worry about money because that was his job, so I never gave it another thought. I had no idea that he'd established investment accounts for all three of you girls. It was only after he died that I realized that your college funds had grown enough for each of you to get your doctorate. You mean I could go for my doctorate if I wanted to? Michelle asked her. Yes. Your father figured that it would take 5 years of college to earn a master's degree and another 2 years to earn a doctorate. He kept up with tuition prices at major universities and living expenses on and off campus. He wanted to make sure that his daughters could realize their dreams, and he wanted to give all three of you a good start in life. He put it all in a letter he wrote and left with Howie Levine for me. Dolores turned to Hannah. I'm sorry I never mentioned this to you, Hannah. I was just too depressed to talk about it before. I understand, Mother, Hannah said, and then she reached out to give her mother a hug, and her mother, who'd grown up in an undemonstrative family, surprised Hannah by hugging her back. And that brings me to you, Hannah, Dolores told her. You have 2 years of expenses left in your college fund. If you really don't want to go back to college for your doctorate, I think I have a plan for you. What is it, Mother? Use the money to rent the bakery on Main Street. It's only been vacant for a few months, and before she left, Veronica told me that all the major appliances are in excellent shape. Alex listed it for sale with Al Percy, but Veronica said that if it didn't sell within 4 months, they were going to rent it out with an option to buy. I'll give Al a call to make sure, but since that was over 5 months ago, it must be for rent by now. I think you should rent it, Hannah." Hannah just blinked. She was too shocked to say a word, but suddenly the world was a much friendlier place than it had been only moments before. "That's exciting, Mother," Michelle said. "Are you going to go down there and take a look at the bakery?" "That's my plan, Michelle. I'll make an appointment with Al for tomorrow morning, and Hannah and I will go down there. If everything is still functional, and Hannah wants to rent it, I'll make a deal with Al for the rent." Dolores turned to Hannah. "If it's in good shape, you can do all the baking down there for the Christmas ball. And if the bakery doesn't have a freezer, I'll change the delivery address for the one I ordered on the phone yesterday. How does that sound, Hannah?" Hannah, who'd always felt a bit resentful of the way that Dolores had wanted to control her life, was so glad that her mother was back to normal again, she found that she didn't mind in the slightest. "Of course, it's your decision, Hannah," Dolores said. "If you don't want me to do that, just say no, and I won't." Hannah began to smile. Dolores had always simply done things, and this was the first time Hannah could remember that she'd actually asked for anyone else's opinion. "Hannah?" Dolores prompted. "It sounds like a dream come true, Mother," she said. "Thank you so much for thinking of it." "Good." Dolores glanced at her watch. "Only 15 minutes to go until it's time for the meatloaf and baked potatoes. Have some more cheese, girls, and then we'll go in the dining room and eat my very favorite meal." Chapter 6. "That was superb, dear," Dolores complimented Hannah. "Perhaps I should offer to send you to culinary school so that we could open a restaurant." Hannah shook her head. "No thanks, Mother. I like to cook, but I love to bake, and there's no way I'd open a restaurant here in town." "Why?" Dolores asked her. "I wouldn't like to compete with Hal and Rose at the cafe. If I opened a bakery, I wouldn't be competing, because I wouldn't be offering breakfast, lunch, or dinner." It was clear by her expression that Dolores was puzzled. "But I thought you wanted to open a coffee shop with your bakery." "I do, but all I'm going to sell is baked goods." "Rose has donuts, sweet rolls, and pies at the cafe," Michelle pointed out. "That's true, but it's not the bulk of her business. Rose doesn't bake the donuts and sweet rolls." "How about pies?" "If I have them, it won't be often. And I'll check with Rose before I even consider it. I'm going to call my bakery the Cookie Jar. I'll have big jars filled with cookies on display, and people can buy them to have with their coffee." "That sounds good, dear," Dolores said. "Rose shouldn't have a problem with a coffee shop like the one you just described. Let's clear the table and put away the leftovers, and then we can have dessert." "That sounds good to me," Hannah said. "I'll put on the coffee while the girls do that." "Perfect," Dolores agreed. "I'm really looking forward to that pie. And when we're done cleaning up, we'll go in the living room and listen to you read more of Essie's notebooks." Once the bus arrived in Brooklyn, she peered out the window and wondered where to go. The driver had been stopping to let people off, and she waited until she saw a small cafe in the middle of a block before she got up from her seat and stood in the front, indicating that it was her stop. The driver nodded to acknowledge her and pulled over at the bus stop on the corner. She got off and walked quickly to the cafe she'd seen from the bus window. The cafe was small and very clean inside. Customers were sitting at the counter, and there was a table open near the back of the room. She headed straight for the table, pulled out the chair, and sat down. There was only one waitress working, an older woman with frizzy hair who seemed to know the customers at the counter. She took a moment to deliver 2 plates, one with an omelet and the other with a hamburger, and then the waitress, who was wearing a name tag, hurried over to the table. "What can I get for you, honey?" she asked. "Coffee and a hamburger, please," she responded, glad that she'd cashed her last paycheck and had the money to pay for her meal. "You haven't been in here before, have you?" "No, we just moved here, and we got a notice that our building is being tented tonight. I was wondering if you knew of a nice hotel where we could stay for a couple of nights." "There's the garden spot, but I wouldn't go there. It's pretty run down, and from what my regulars tell me, it's not very clean. If I were you, I'd stay at the Dubuque. It's not fancy, but it's nice and clean, and they'll treat you right." "Where is the Dubuque?" she asked. "2 blocks back that way," the waitress pointed. "You can't miss it. It's just past the drugstore. I'd go there right after you finish eating, though. It's the nicest hotel around here, and they fill up fast." She glanced at the waitress's name tag again. "Thanks, Fern. I really appreciate the advice." Less than an hour later, she was sitting on the edge of the bed in a third-floor room at the Dubuque Hotel. Fern had been right. It was clean, and the man at the desk had been friendly when she'd checked in and paid for 2 nights in cash. She'd given him the same story she'd given Fern, that their apartment building was being tented for the night and they had to stay somewhere else. He'd asked her why she'd paid for 2 nights when their building was only being tented for 1 night. She'd quickly concocted an explanation and told him that since she was pregnant, her husband hadn't wanted to take any chances on anything that might hurt their baby. "Smart man," the desk clerk had told her. "I'd make the same decision if I got married and my wife got pregnant." She sighed as she opened the bag of items she'd purchased on her way to the hotel. She had a bottle of peroxide and blonde hair dye, an oversized raincoat that she hoped would hide her pregnancy, and some snacks she'd picked up at the front drugstore counter. All this would fit in the duffel bag now that the bulky package had been mailed. It was lonely in a hotel room all by herself, and she wished that her husband was with her. Even though they'd discussed it, she still hadn't decided exactly where she should go. Sharon knew that she couldn't go to any of Tony's relatives in California. They'd talked about that and decided it would be the first place anyone would look for her. She would buy a ticket to California, just to throw everyone off the track, but she'd get off the train somewhere in the Midwest. "But how will you find me if you don't know where I am?" she'd asked Tony. "Don't worry, honey, I promise that I'll find you," he'd told her. "I want you to get off the train somewhere in Minnesota." "Why Minnesota?" she'd asked him. "Because I've never been there." "You haven't either, have you?" "No, never." "Then they'll never expect you to go there, especially in the winter. I've heard about Minnesota winters." "What did you hear about them?" she'd asked. "It's really cold in Minnesota, and sometimes they have blizzards with lots of snow." "It doesn't sound very nice," she'd commented. "You'll be all right. I'll make sure you have everything you need, and I'll look for you there and find you." A tear ran down her cheek, and she brushed it away. She had to be strong for their baby. Tony would find her, he'd promised. She had to believe that her husband was all right and they didn't suspect anyone except her. An hour after she transformed her appearance and her hair had dried, she finally gathered enough courage to look in the mirror. What she saw gave her hope that the plan she'd discussed with her husband would actually work. She'd cut her long dark hair short, and since it was naturally curly, it had curled up in ringlets. The peroxide and blonde hair dye had done its work, but the final result didn't look as ridiculous as she'd feared. No one she knew would recognize her now. She pulled out the oversized raincoat she'd found in the thrift shop she'd passed, zipped out the lining, and tried it on. It covered her pregnancy fairly well. Anyone who saw her would simply assume that she was overweight. Even though it was cold in New York this time of year, she'd wear the raincoat without the liner when she bought the train ticket to California. The station would be warm, and the train would be warm too. She stuffed the liner into the duffel bag and hoped that the conductor and the other passengers would assume that it was her carry-on luggage. The hamburger she'd had at the cafe for lunch had been inexpensive and good. She considered going back there for dinner, but perhaps that wasn't a good idea. It would be best to eat the snacks she'd purchased and not take chances. She'd followed her husband's advice and been very aware of her surroundings. She'd watched, and she knew that no one else had gotten off the bus when she had, and no one had followed her to the cafe. She was safe, at least for now. When she went to bed, her dreams were filled with fearful conjecture. The gunshots she'd heard as she'd rested on the bench at the bus stop in front of the post office still terrified her. She tried to convince herself that a car had backfired and they hadn't been gunshots at all, but she didn't believe that. They were gunshots. She was sure of it. What if one of those shots had killed her husband? And if he'd somehow escaped, what if he couldn't find her in the Minnesota winter? Neither one of them had ever been there, but she knew it was a fairly large state. How would he know where to look for her? Another frightening problem was the money. She had some left from her paycheck, and he'd tucked some money in the duffel bag, but it would run out eventually. Then what would happen to her? And even more frightening, what would happen to their baby? At last the long night was over, and she could see the dim light of the dawning day outside her window. She was tired and depressed after her long night of frightening dreams, but she knew that she had to get up and devise a plan. She had to figure out the safest way to get to Minnesota. She couldn't stay here. It was too close to danger. "I promise I'll keep you safe," she whispered to her unborn baby. "You don't have to worry. I'll find the best way to take care of you." She took a quick bath in the spotless tub and used the clean bath towel that was hanging on the rack. Then she dressed in the same clothing she'd worn the previous day, picked up the duffel bag, and went out the door. She climbed down the steps to the first floor and glanced at the desk. The friendly clerk who had been there the previous day had been replaced by an older man with a mustache and glasses. Breathing a sigh of relief, she walked past the desk and out the front door. She was on a mission to find out the location of the train station and learn how to get there. It would have been a simple matter to walk to the cafe and ask Fern, but that was simply too risky. She'd find another cafe in a direction she hadn't gone the previous day and ask someone there. 4 blocks later, she found a larger cafe, one with booths and customers sitting at a long counter. She went in the door and took a vacant stool at the counter next to a woman dressed in a business suit who was just finishing her breakfast. The wall clock over the counter indicated that it was 10 minutes before 9 in the morning, and she knew that if luck was with her, the woman would be hurrying off to her job soon. "Excuse me," she said to the woman. "I'm new in the area, and I have to get to the train station. Do you happen to know where it is?" "Yes, I do. Are you traveling somewhere?" the woman asked, gesturing toward the duffel bag. "No." She thought fast and came up with a plausible reason for carrying the duffel bag. "This bag belongs to my husband, but I always take it with me when I go out to shop. That way I can put several other bags inside, and I only have to carry one. I thought I'd just drop by the train station to pick up a schedule so we could go into the city this weekend." "That duffel bag is a great idea," the woman declared, giving her an approving look. "I think I'll start doing that, too. We don't have a car, and it would be a lot easier than juggling bags of groceries on my walk home. And to answer your question about the train station, all you have to do to get there is turn right when you go out the door, go left at the second corner, walk 3 more blocks, and you're there. There's no way you can miss it. It takes up the whole block across the street, and it's a big commuter station, so trains are coming in and going out all day." "Thank you so much," she said, picking up a menu and studying it. It was a menu that covered the whole day, and she read through the choices for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She decided she'd have the cheapest thing on the menu, scrambled eggs and toast, for breakfast. "Can I take your order?" the waitress asked, noticing her and bustling over, her order pad in her hand. "Yes, thank you. I'll have scrambled eggs and toast, please." The waitress nodded. "Do you want coffee with that?" "Yes, please." The waitress turned to the lady in the business suit. "Do you want to warm up on your coffee?" "I'd love it, but I have to get to work. My supervisor gets crabby if I'm half a minute late." The lady opened her purse, put some money down on the counter, and got up from her stool. She watched as the lady picked up her bill, hurried to the cash register near the door, and paid for her breakfast. The obvious conclusion was that the money left on the counter was a tip. She noticed the amount of the tip and decided that she'd tip the same amount when she left. That way the waitress would have no reason to remember her. Hannah stopped reading and frowned. Essie's story is in the third person, but it's still very realistic. It's almost as if it happened to someone she knew. Maybe it happened to Essie herself. Michelle looked excited at the prospect. It didn't happen to Essie, Dolores said. How do you know? Lisa asked. I talked to Essie while I was waiting for you girls to arrive, and I told her that we'd found her notebooks. I apologized for starting to read the first one, and I said that if it was something personal, we'd stop reading immediately and bring them all to her in the hospital. What did she say? Hannah asked. She said that they weren't personal at all, that she'd toyed with the idea of writing a novel, and someone had told her to write about something she knew. She'd already written the first part about the girl in New York, so she decided to have her go to Minnesota because she lived in Minnesota and knew what it was like. Essie said she even set part of the book in a fictional small town and based that town on Lake Eden. We're going to hear about Lake Eden in Essie's book? Michelle asked. That's what Essie told me. I can hardly wait, Lisa exclaimed. This is really exciting. I've never read a book that was set in Lake Eden before. A fictional Lake Eden, Dolores reminded her. It may not be the same as our Lake Eden today. Did Essie ever type up her manuscript and send her novel to a publisher? Hannah asked Dolores. No. Essie said she got stuck partway through when she couldn't decide what she should write next. That's why she quit writing in the notebooks. So she just gave up? Michelle asked, looking disappointed. That's what she said. Do you want to stop reading, since Essie's story isn't finished? No, Hannah was the first to give her opinion. I want to read everything that Essie wrote. Me too, Lisa agreed. Michelle gave a nod. I'd like to go on too. Then it's settled, because so would I, Dolores told them. How about another piece of peach pie, girls? I'll put on more coffee. Michelle can get out the clean dessert plates and forks. Hannah can divide the rest of the pie. And Lisa can put a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top of each piece. Anytime peach pie. Preheat oven to 425 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. 2 9-inch frozen pie crusts, or use your favorite pie crust recipe for a 2-crust pie. 2 cans, 29 ounces net weight each, sliced peaches. 1 teaspoon lemon juice. 1/2 cup white granulated sugar. 3 tablespoons all-purpose flour. 1/4 teaspoon ground cinnamon. 2 tablespoons, 1/4 stick, 1/8 cup, cold salted butter. Hannah's first note. If you're using frozen pie crusts, leave one in the disposable pan to thaw on the counter, and tip the other one upside down over a lightly floured surface, either wax paper or a breadboard. Lift up one side of the disposable pan, and try gently to pry it out all in one piece. If you can't do that, just leave it upside down on the wax paper or breadboard to thaw. You will use the upside-down crust later as the top crust of your pie. Open the cans of sliced peaches and drain them in a strainer. Pat them dry with a paper towel and place them in a large mixing bowl. Sprinkle the sliced peaches with the lemon juice. Wash your hands and toss the peach slices with the lemon juice using your impeccably clean hands. Mix the granulated sugar, all-purpose flour, and ground cinnamon together in a small bowl. Use a fork from your silverware drawer to do this. Sprinkle the sugar, flour, and cinnamon mixture over the top of the sliced peaches. Again, use your impeccably clean hands to mix the dry mixture with the sliced peaches. Place the pastry-lined bottom crust on a drip pan, either a foil-lined cookie sheet with sides or a disposable drip pan that's large enough to contain any liquid that might spill out of your pie when it bakes. Place the sliced peaches in your pastry-lined pie pan. If you used frozen pie crusts, check the second crust to see if it has thawed. If the disposable pie pan is still sitting on top of the crust, gently lift it to see if the crust has come loose and fallen down to the floured surface. If it hasn't, very carefully pry it loose, dust the top of the crust with a little more flour, and use a rolling pin to repair any tears and flatten it out into a smooth, round shape. Cut the cold salted butter into 5 to 8 slices, and arrange the slices on top of the sliced peaches as evenly as you can. Spread the top pie crust over the top of the pie, and tuck it under the bottom crust. If your top crust is not large enough to tuck under the bottom crust, spread it out until it covers the bottom crust, and use the tines of a fork from your silverware drawer to press the top crust into the bottom crust, sealing it into place. Cut off any excess crust with a sharp knife or a kitchen scissors. Use a sharp knife to cut slits in the top crust to vent the steam that will escape as you bake your pie. Tear off narrow strips of aluminum foil to cover the edges of your crust to keep it from browning too much when it bakes. Bake your peach pie at 425 degrees Fahrenheit for 20 minutes, and then remove the foil strips from the crust. Bake for an additional 15 to 25 minutes, or until the juice from the peaches begins to bubble up through the slits you cut in the top crust, and the crust is a rich golden brown. To serve, cut in wedges and top with sweetened whipped cream or vanilla ice cream. Yield 6 to 8 pieces depending on individual appetites. Hannah's second note: if you invite Mother to your house for dessert, you'd better bake 2 anytime peach pies. Chapter 7. When Hannah woke up early the next morning, she realized that she was smiling. Her dream had been filled with visions of people sitting at tables in her coffee shop and bakery, munching on her cookies and drinking coffee. It had been a lovely dream, and she fervently hoped that her dream would turn out to be prophetic. Today was a big day. They had an appointment with Al Percy at Lake Eden Realty to look at the bakery rental. It didn't take long for Hannah to shower and dress, and she was downstairs in the kitchen pouring her first cup of coffee at 6:45 in the morning. She'd just taken her first sip of the bracing brew when her mother appeared in the doorway.
"Oh, good! You're up early, and you made coffee," Dolores said, taking a cup from the cabinet and pouring coffee for herself. "Good morning, dear," she said as she pulled out a kitchen chair and sat down. "Today's a big day for us. I'm really excited about this."
"I know, and so am I."
"Well, we'll find out everything we need to know at 9 when Al takes us over to the bakery. It's a good location, dear. Veronica and Alex did very well there."
"All the town kids from Jordan High used to go in there after school," Hannah told her. "I know because I used to stand in line to buy loaves of their cinnamon raisin bread for Dad."
"Remember how he used to want it slathered with butter and toasted?" Dolores asked her.
"I remember. He said that the more butter, the better, and he used to have it for breakfast every morning."
Dolores laughed. "And dip it in his egg yolks. Sometimes he'd drip yolk on one of his nice clean shirts.
And you'd make him take it off and eat the rest of his breakfast without it. Then you'd rinse out the egg yolk and run upstairs to get another clean shirt for him to wear to work." Hannah drained her coffee cup and got up from her chair to get more. She didn't really want more coffee yet, but she didn't want her mother to notice the tears that had been gathering in her eyes. "More coffee, Mother?" she asked, bringing the carafe to the table.
"Yes, please."
Dolores held out her cup so that Hannah could fill it.
"This is going to be fun, isn't it, dear?"
"Yes," Hannah answered quickly. "Do you think we should take along a tape measure and a notebook?"
"That's a good idea. You'd better do the measuring, dear. Your father used to tease me by saying that if I measured a board 3 times, I get 3 different measurements."
Hannah remembered. She'd gone down into the basement of the hardware store with her father once, and he'd shown her the 3-tiered shelf that Dolores had attempted to build for her houseplants. It leaned to one side, like the Tower of Pisa, and any plants that her mother had placed on the top would have slid off on the floor. "Dad told me about that," Hannah said, not mentioning that she'd seen the actual proof of her mother's measuring skills. "Don't worry, Mother. I'll measure, and you can take notes."
"Hello, Dolores, Hannah," Al Percy greeted them as they stepped into the real estate office. "Are you ready to take a look at the bakery?"
"We're ready," Dolores told him. "I imagine it's pretty cold over there."
"Not really. They turned the thermostat down to a maintenance level, but they didn't shut off the gas or the electricity. The renter will have to take over the utilities, but that's a simple matter of switching it over when the rental agreement is signed."
"Then we can test the appliances to see if they still work?" Hannah asked him.
"Of course. They knew that no one who was going to buy a bakery would make an offer without checking out the appliances. And the same goes for a rental."
Al got up from his desk chair, slipped into his parka, and clamped his winter hat on his head.
"Come with me, ladies. I'll show you around the place, and you can see if it's what you want."
There were snowbanks on either side of Main Street where the snowplow had driven through. The front blade had shoveled hard-packed snow to the side as it plowed, and the banks on either side were over 2 feet high. Hannah hopped over the one in front of the realty office, ran across the street to the other side, and hopped over the one in front of the bakery. There was a large plate-glass window at the front of the building, and Hannah peered in. There wasn't much to see except 2 bare walls and a third lined with display cases. There was a door at the back, and Hannah had been in the bakery enough times to know that it led to the kitchen in the back of the building. It took longer for Dolores and Al to cross the street because they were walking down the shoveled sidewalk to cross at the corner. Hannah spent that time imagining what she would do with the front room if the bakery were hers. She knew it would be the coffee shop, and she decided that she would need a counter on one wall, with seating in front of it for her customers, and a long shelf on the wall with a mirror behind it to showcase the large glass cookie jars she would use to display her daily cookie offerings. She wouldn't need all of the display cases, and she made a mental note to ask if there was a place she could store them. If she had those in storage, there would be room for more tables and chairs in her coffee shop. "Are you planning what you want to do with the front room?" Dolores asked her. Hannah turned around to see that her mother had arrived with Al Percy. "Yes, that's exactly what I was doing," she admitted. "I don't remember ever seeing the kitchen, and I can hardly wait to see the rest of the space."
"That's easy,"
Al said, stepping up to unlock the door. He pushed it open, flicked on the lights, and said,
"Just follow me, and I'll show you around."
As Hannah walked through the main room, she realized that it was bigger than she'd initially thought. She might keep one of the display cases, but she could move it to the space between the window and the front door. Then she could put shelves on the side that were deep enough to contain take-out bakery boxes and containers for coffee. The cash register, which the owners had left, could sit on top of the display case with a stool behind it. Al led the way to the door that led to the kitchen. Hannah hadn't really noticed its construction when she'd been in the bakery as a customer, but it was a swinging door, and there was a diamond-shaped pane of glass at slightly above shoulder level, so the person who was leaving the kitchen could see if anyone in the coffee shop was coming in. Al held the door open, and Hannah walked through with Dolores.
"Oh, my!" Dolores exclaimed, walking over to the huge oven. "You could roast a whole side of beef in here." "Not really," Al told her, opening the door so that she could see the shelves inside. "It's a gas oven, Dolores, and the shelves revolve inside, so that the cookies or pies or loaves of bread get the same exposure to heat from the top and the bottom."
"That's very clever," Dolores commented, and then she turned and pointed. "What's the door over there, Al?"
"The pantry. Come with me and I'll show you."
Hannah and Dolores followed Al to the huge walk-in pantry. The walls were lined with shelves, and there was plenty of room for large bags of flour and sugar.
"Very impressive," Dolores said. "How about a bathroom? I assume there's one off the kitchen?"
"Right here." Al opened another door and led them into a small bathroom with a shower cubicle.
"There are 2 more in the main room, just down the hallway that runs along the inside wall. Alex and Veronica put that in when they started serving coffee and pastries."
Al pulled out a drawer under the long countertop that was built against one wall. "Veronica saved all the instruction manuals for the appliances, and they're in a folder in this drawer. She also wrote out a list of repairmen and their phone numbers in case the person who rented the bakery needed it." "She was very organized," Hannah commented, itching to get her hands on the manual describing how to operate the oven. "Come this way and I'll show you the walk-in cooler," Al told them, leading the way to a large steel door. He opened it and flicked on the lights. "Veronica and Alex didn't leave this on, but I tried it just last week and it cools down fast." Hannah pictured the shelves filled with dairy products and bowls of cookie dough waiting to be baked. Essentially, the walk-in cooler was a giant refrigerator, and she was eager to start mixing up cookie dough to see how long it would take to chill. "I can hardly wait to try out that oven," Hannah confessed when they emerged from the cooler. "It'll bake dozens of cookies at once, and it's a real time saver." Dolores smiled at her. "You'll need dozens of cookies when you open your coffee shop. You and the girls can use the oven right now to get ready for Essie's Christmas ball."
"I heard about that," Al told her. "And if you hadn't called me, Dolores, I would have called you. Is there anything that I can do to help with that?"
"I'm sure there is, and thank you for the offer. Let me think about what needs to be done, and—" Dolores stopped speaking and began to smile. "Yes! You can help me with something that's critically important to the project."
"What is it?"
"You have someone who inspects houses before you list them, don't you, Al?"
"Of course. I don't want to list anything that needs a lot of repair unless I advertise it as a fixer-upper. I wouldn't be in business for long if I did that."
"That's what Andrea told me. She said the house they bought was inspected by a very nice man, and he was someone you'd used for years."
"That's right. He's not only nice, he's reliable. He comes when I call him, and he's never failed to catch a serious flaw."
"Then I need your expertise and your inspector's expertise to go over part of the old Albion Hotel with me. We're going to try to restore the ballroom to its former grandeur, and it's on the second floor. I'm going to try to get the old elevator in working order, but it's quite small, and I know some people will choose to use the staircase. That's where you and your inspector come in. I need to know exactly what's wrong with the staircase so that we can fix it."
"Of course you do, and I'll be happy to help you with that."
"Do you think you can talk your inspector into assessing the hotel for a modest fee?"
Al laughed. "I think I can do better than that, Dolores. I'm almost sure I can talk him into doing it for free. Once he hears about Essie, he'll want to help us."
"Wonderful. We'll take it."
Al looked slightly puzzled. "You'll take my inspector's help?"
"That too," Dolores said with a laugh. "But I was really talking about the bakery rental." She turned to Hannah. "You want it, don't you, dear?"
"Yes, but how much is it?"
"You let me worry about that. Is there anything you want to ask Al before I make a firm commitment?"
"There probably is, but I can't think of anything right now."
"All right, then. As your father used to say, it's in the bag. I wonder where that old saying came from."
"That depends on who you ask," Hannah told her. "The version I like is that shortly after the turn of the last century, the New York Giants baseball team was on a winning streak, and someone carried the ball bag back to the locker room before the game was over because everyone on the team believed that they'd win the game." "That's interesting," Al said. "My father used that phrase, too." He turned to Dolores. "I'll get the paperwork in order for Hannah's rental. Could you two stop by tomorrow morning around 10 to finalize everything?"
"Of course," Dolores replied for both of them.
"Here, Hannah." Al held out the key to the bakery. "You'll probably want to do some planning later today, and there's no reason why you can't have the key now."
"Thank you," Hannah said. She felt like jumping up and down in excitement, but she settled for giving him a huge smile. Hannah followed her mother out of the bakery, and after they'd thanked Al and said their goodbyes, they got back into the car. "Let's stop at the Red Owl on the way back to the house," Dolores suggested. "I want to put you to work baking desserts for Essie's Christmas ball, and that means you have to buy ingredients. I'll talk to Florence and open an account for you, and while we're there, we can pick up something for dinner tonight. And perhaps you can bake one of those desserts from those photos that Rod found for you." "I'll be happy to do that," Hannah told her. "Since the highlight of the first Christmas ball was the cake parade, I thought I'd bake a cake." "That would be nice. And if there's any left, we can send a piece home with Lisa, and I'll take a slice to Essie tomorrow. What kind of cake are you thinking of baking, dear?" "I'm not sure yet, Mother." "Whatever you choose, I know it'll be wonderful. Essie has quite a sweet tooth, and she loved the last treat you baked for her. I checked with Doc Knight before I left the hospital yesterday, and he said that Essie has no restrictions on her diet. He also told me that she needs to gain weight, so anything you bake will be perfect for her." Dolores pulled into a parking spot in front of the Red Owl grocery store, and they both got out of the car. When they stepped inside, Dolores went off to find Florence, and Hannah went to the rack to get a shopping cart and select the ingredients for dinner. For dessert, she'd bake a lemon cake. A neighbor she'd had in college had given her a slice of the lemon cake she'd baked, and it had been so good, Hannah had immediately asked her for the recipe. She hadn't had time to bake it then, but she still remembered all the ingredients. If Dolores liked it, perhaps it could be part of the cake parade at Essie's Christmas ball. Luckily, Florence carried all the ingredients that Hannah needed. She'd frost the cake with her favorite Cool Whip frosting, and it would be ready when Dolores, Michelle, and Lisa came back from visiting Essie at the hospital. Since Hannah liked to give credit where credit was due, she'd use Kim's name for the cake, and she'd call it Ultimate Lemon Bundt Cake. Hannah glanced at her watch. It was only 10:30, and she'd be home by 11. That was plenty of time to make something in the slow cooker for dinner. If Florence had a nice boneless pork roast, she could cook it with mushrooms and the strips of tricolored bell peppers she'd seen in the frozen vegetable section. If her creation turned out well, she'd call it melt-in-your-mouth pork roast. She'd serve it with her favorite potatoes, mashed with butter and cream cheese, and they could have the mushroom gravy with peppers that would cook in the bottom of the slow cooker. She'd need to serve another vegetable for a well-balanced meal, but that was easy. She'd pick up a package of frozen green beans, cook them at the last minute on the stovetop, and toss them with butter and bits of bacon. Once Hannah had planned their evening meal, she gathered the rest of the ingredients she'd need and arrived in the checkout line only seconds before her mother did. "Do you have everything you need for tonight's dinner?" Dolores asked her. "Yes, I do. You still have that slow cooker I gave you for Christmas 2 years ago, don't you?" Dolores nodded, but Hannah noticed that she looked slightly embarrassed. "It still works, doesn't it?" she asked. "I assume it does," Dolores replied, and then she sighed. "I hate to admit it, Hannah, but I never got around to taking it out of the box. I really was going to try to learn to use it, but you know that I'm not a very good cook." "That's okay, Mother. If you can still find it, I'll use it to make our dinner tonight. Then you can decide if you like it or not." "Of course I can find the slow cooker." Dolores looked slightly affronted. "It's sitting on the top shelf of the pantry. I really should have taken it out of the box at least, but—" Dolores stopped speaking and sighed again. "I didn't mean to hurt your feelings by not using it, Hannah." "That's all right. I'm just glad you still have it. And if you like tonight's dinner and want to learn how to make it, I'll be glad to teach you." "You could try, but I really don't think it'll do any good." Dolores gave a little laugh. "And, by the way, that was nicely done, dear. You're very understanding, but I'm a terrible cook. You were trying to save my pride, but I don't have any pride when it comes to cooking. I know how hopeless I am." "That doesn't matter, Mother. You have lots of other talents." "I do?" "Yes, you do. You're a genius at finding gorgeous antiques and buying them for incredibly low prices." Dolores began to smile. "I I'm good at that, aren't I? That and many other things. We'd be standing here for the rest of the morning if I tried to list them all. I can name the most important talent I have, Dolores said with a smile. What's that, Mother? I raised an extremely thoughtful and kind-hearted daughter who wouldn't hurt her mother's feelings for the world. And I believe that's my finest achievement to date. Melt-in-your-mouth pork roast. Made in a 4 or 5 quart capacity slow cooker. 2 cans condensed cream of mushroom soup. I used Campbell's 10 3/4 ounce cans. 1 can condensed cream of celery soup. I used Campbell's 10 3/4 ounce can. 3 or 4 pound boneless lean pork loin roast. Rolled and tied with string is okay, but it won't look as pretty when you slice it. 1 large yellow onion chopped into small pieces. 2 stalks celery chopped into small pieces. Don't use the leaves. 2 packages dry pork gravy mix. I used shilling, the kind that you heat with 1 cup of water. 1 package frozen 3-color pepper strips. I used C&W 14-ounce bag. 1/4 teaspoon garlic powder. 1/4 teaspoon onion powder. Salt, for later when you adjust the seasonings. Black pepper, for later when you adjust the seasonings. Freshly ground is best. Hot sauce, for later when you adjust the seasonings. I used Slap Ya Mama hot sauce. Spray the inside of the crock of your slow cooker with Pam or another nonstick cooking spray. This will make it easier to clean later and prevent sticking. Open the 3 cans of soup and mix them together in a bowl. Use approximately 1/3 of the soup mixture to spread out in the bottom of your slow cooker. If your pork roast has a layer of fat on top, cut it off as best you can with a knife. Spread out the chopped onion on the bottom of your slow cooker. Spread out the chopped celery on top of the chopped onion. Lay the pork roast on top of the onion and celery bed. Slather half of the soup that is left in your bowl on top of the pork roast. Sprinkle 1 packet of dry gravy mix on top of the condensed soup. Sprinkle the frozen peppers over the dry gravy mix. Add the onion powder and the garlic powder to the condensed soup that is left in your bowl and mix them in. Slather the rest of the condensed soup over the frozen peppers. Put the lid on your slow cooker and make sure it's plugged in. Hannah's first note. Don't laugh. When I was in college, I put a lovely meal in my slow cooker one morning and forgot to plug it in. I turned it on, but with no electricity, it didn't heat. During the day, I ran into several of my college friends and invited them to my apartment for dinner. When I got home from my last class, the slow cooker was stone cold, and I had to call out for pizza. Turn your slow cooker on high and cook for 4 hours. At the end of 4 hours, turn your slow cooker down to low and cook for an additional 3 hours. Hannah's second note. Your meal will be ready to eat in approximately 7 hours, but you don't have to serve it immediately. It will hold in the slow cooker for an additional hour if necessary. 20 minutes before your guests arrive, take the pork roast out of the slow cooker and set it on a carving board. Cover it loosely with foil. When you're ready to serve, slice your pork. Taste a bit of the gravy that has formed in the bottom of the crock and adjust the seasonings. If the gravy has thickened nicely and you don't think you'll need the second package of dry gravy mix, it's okay to add more salt if you think it's needed. If the gravy is thin and you plan to use that second gravy package, do not add more salt. The gravy package is quite salty. Feel free to add a bit of hot sauce and put the bottle on the table for any guests who want their meal spicier. Use a slotted spoon to remove the peppers, onions, and celery, and make a ring of the savory combination around the outside of a meat platter. Arrange the pork slices in the center of the platter. If the gravy in the bottom of the crock is too thin, add the second package of dry gravy mix now. Turn the slow cooker up to high, and it will cook rapidly. When the gravy is ready, place it in a gravy bowl. If it thickens too much, thin it with a little water. Serve with baked or mashed potatoes, a vegetable or a salad, and hot rolls with plenty of butter. Yield, this meal will serve 6 to 8 people depending on their appetites and how many sides you serve. Chapter 8. "That was a wonderful meal, Hannah," Dolores complimented Hannah. "I love pork, and your roast was so nice and tender. And the peppers added a lot," Lisa said. "I loved the mushroom and pepper gravy," Michelle added her praise. "I had 2 helpings of mashed potatoes and gravy, and I never have more than 1. "Thanks," Hannah acknowledged the compliments. "We'll have leftover pork roast for sandwiches tomorrow." She turned to Lisa. "Does your dad like pork?" "He always says he's a meat and potatoes man, and I know Mom used to fix pork a lot when I was growing up." "Then I'll send a couple of slices home with you so you can make a sandwich for his lunch tomorrow." "Come on, girls!" Dolores picked up her plate and stood up. "Let's clear the table and put away the leftovers." "Do you want me to put on the coffee now so we can have dessert?" Hannah asked. "No, dear, we can have it later. We'll take care of everything in the kitchen. All I want you to do is go into the living room, turn on the fireplace, and get ready to read more of Essie's exciting story." She opened her eyes early again, too nervous to sleep longer. Today would be a dangerous time, and she prayed that she could get on the train without any of her boss's men identifying her. She couldn't let any of her anxiety show. She had to be calm and collected, just another traveler who had somewhere to go and some time she had to arrive. She would take her cue from the other travelers, watching them carefully and mimicking their actions. She couldn't call attention to herself in any way, and she had to act as if it were just another morning on the train, a day very much like the one the other commuters were having. "Don't worry," she whispered to their unborn baby. "I know I can do it. I'll convince anyone who sees me that it's just another day for us, just another morning of commuting to work in the city. The only difference is that we won't be getting off the train in New York. The city's not safe for us. We'll be staying on with the other people who are traveling to places beyond that." Once she'd bathed and dressed, she unzipped the duffel bag and gathered her belongings, preparing to pack them inside. That's when she noticed a packet that had slipped down to the bottom of the bag. Since she hadn't seen it before, her husband must have put it there when he tucked the money inside. She drew out the packet and sat down on the edge of the bed to open it. The folded envelope was crisscrossed with layer after layer of tape. Since she didn't want to tear it, it took her several minutes to open it. When she finally succeeded in removing the tape, she opened the packet and stared down at the contents in shock. There were a number of glittering stones inside, and they looked similar to the diamond in the engagement ring that her husband had given her. The only difference was that these gems were larger and more brilliant. Were they real? She touched one, but it gave up no secrets. Since she was not an authority on precious gems, it would probably take a jeweler's expertise to answer that question. One look at the packet told her that it was no longer usable. She had effectively destroyed it by pulling off the layers of tape. She had to think of a secure place to store the precious gems that her husband had given her. Her handbag would not be secure enough. There were purse snatchers on the street, and some might be loitering in the train station, hoping to prey on hapless commuters. She needed a secure place where she could conceal her husband's gift. She glanced down at her dress, and an idea flashed through her mind. Her older relatives had once mentioned that immigrants who fled their home countries had concealed gems and other small valuables in their clothing by sewing them into the hems of dresses and the collars of blouses and shirts. It only took a moment to find the small sewing kit she carried in her purse. It was a simple sewing kit consisting of 2 needles and 3 colors of thread in a small pouch. The sleeves of her dress had been turned up twice to make the cuffs, and that would be a perfect place to hide this treasure. She knew she couldn't simply sew the gems inside her hiding place. She had to wrap them in something so that their shape would not be noticeable. She tore off a piece of the original paper packet, folded the gems inside, and loosened several stitches on the underside of her cuff. The paper with the gems slipped in easily, and she threaded a needle with dark blue thread, the same color as the material of her dress, and stitched the cuff shut again. She double-knotted the thread and since there was no scissors in her packet, she bit off the thread and tucked it back into the cuff. "I did it," she said to their unborn baby. "Your father's treasure is safe with me." Hannah paused to take a sip from the water glass that Michelle had placed on the table for her. Then she looked up again and realized that both Lisa and Michelle were leaning forward on the couch. "Sewing the diamonds into her cuff was really smart," Michelle commented. "I think so, too," Lisa said in agreement. "I just hope she remembers to take them out when she gets to a place where she can wash her dress." Dolores laughed. "I'm sure she'll remember, especially if she thinks they're real diamonds. I wonder if they are." "I think they are," Michelle offered her opinion. Lisa nodded. "Me too. It wouldn't be a good story if they were fakes." "Do you want to read more, Hannah?" Dolores asked. "Yes, but I don't think we'll find out right away," Hannah replied, taking another sip of water and picking up the notebook again. "Why do you think that?" Lisa asked her. "Because there's a lot more of the story left, and Essie's so good at building suspense in her story. If she told us they were fake in the next couple of paragraphs, we might stop reading." Hannah's 3 listeners thought about that for a moment, and then all 3 of them nodded. "Please go on, dear," Dolores told her. "We want to find out what happens when she gets to the train station." It didn't take her long to finish packing her possessions in the duffel bag. She refolded the liner from her oversized raincoat and put that in the bottom. The coat she'd worn to work 3 mornings ago went in next, and the new hairbrush, toothbrush, and toothpaste she'd purchased from the drugstore went on top. Before she zipped up the duffel bag, she briefly considered packing one of the towels from the bathroom, but it simply wasn't in her nature to take anything that didn't belong to her. She left the towel on the rack and closed the zipper on the duffel bag. There was nothing more to do. She was ready to go. She wanted to move, to hurry, to leave, but it wasn't yet time. There was no way she would arrive at the train station early and double the risk of being spotted. She sat down on the edge of the bed and attempted to relax until the alarm clock on the bedside table reached the time she'd planned to leave. "It's time," she told their baby. "We're going to leave now." Then she got up to leave her room key on the dresser, picked up the duffel bag, and went out the door, shutting it behind her. She felt almost as if she were a bird leaving the nest. She had been safe here, but it wouldn't be safe to stay any longer. She had to get out and go far, far away where the danger was less, and they would be safe. She took the back stairs, as she had the day before, and she was relieved to see the older clerk with the mustache sitting at the front desk. He was engrossed in some kind of paperwork and didn't even look up as she passed his desk and went out the front door of the hotel. The streets were filled with people this time of morning. Some well-dressed employees were rushing to get to work in the surrounding office buildings. Housewives who were up early were shopping in the markets that were open. Workers who were employed in the factories bordering the train station were hurrying to punch time clocks, and still others who had worked the night shift were heading back home to sleep. She let the tide of humanity carry her along with everyone else until she arrived at the train station. The woman who told her how to get to this train station had been entirely correct. The train station was bustling with people going in and coming out. It was definitely a commuter hub, and she moved to the right of the sidewalk to join the people who were entering the station, so that the people who were going to work would have the other half of the walkway. Once she got inside the station, she was surprised at how large it was, with its cavernous ceilings and huge expanse of polished stone flooring that was peppered with benches for those who were waiting for trains. There were multiple windows with grates behind them for the ticket sellers, and some had signs identifying commuter windows. Other windows had no signs, and she assumed that they were intended for passengers who were buying tickets for longer distances. The line she chose had only 7 people in front of her, and she felt exposed to hundreds of eyes by standing at the rear. The feeling lasted only a moment or two, because a man rushed up and got into line behind her. "Out of state?" he asked her. For a moment she was confused. Was he asking her if she was from out of state? Or was he asking her if this was the line to buy out-of-state tickets? He repeated his question, and she decided to take a chance on the latter choice. I hope it's for out-of-state tickets, she told him. There's no commuter sign above this window. Hold my place and I'll find out. I've never been in this station before. She watched nervously as he left the line, but he was only going to a station guard in a uniform who was standing near a row of rental lockers. If he had been one of her boss's men who'd recognized her and was going for help, he certainly wouldn't be talking to a station guard. She observed the silent tableau, since she was too far away to hear their conversation. After they'd spoken for a few moments, he nodded to the guard and hurried back to her. "We're in luck," he told her. "It's actually the next line over, but the guard told me they sell out-of-state tickets here, too. Where are you going?" "California," she replied quickly. "I'm going to visit my husband's aunt." "It's Michigan for me," he said. "I just got a job in Detroit." The man was pleasant, and they passed the time in line by chatting about the weather in New York until she reached the window. Then she opened her handbag and drew out her wallet. "One ticket to Los Angeles, please," she told the ticket agent. "Coach or first class?" he asked her. "Coach," she said. And when he told her the price, she removed the money from her purse and slid it under the grate. He pushed her ticket and her change out to her through the grate. She dropped the change in her purse and said, "Thank you." The whole transaction had taken no more than 30 seconds, but she found that her hands were shaking as she left the window. She turned to give a little wave to the man behind her, and then she walked away toward the benches along the wall. She looked around her and felt a bit relieved as she noticed that no one was watching her. She was just another passenger who'd bought a ticket. She spotted a newspaper stand in the corner and crossed to it, choosing a popular New York paper from the rack and handing the clerk the correct change. Then she located her gate where people were already standing in line, tucked the newspaper under her arm, and joined them. The loudspeaker burst into life with a completely unintelligible list of stops, but she didn't bother listening for her destination. The number of the gate was printed on her ticket, and it also listed the time of departure. According to the huge clock on the wall above the gates, she had only 10 minutes to wait before she could board her train. The minutes passed slowly. She watched for anyone who appeared to be observing her, and found to her relief that no one was. The train must have been on time because the line began to move forward in exactly 10 minutes. As she followed her fellow travelers out of the station and onto the platform that bordered the tracks, she told herself that her ordeal was nearly over, and she was almost safe. There were several trains waiting for their passengers to board, and the sound was deafening as one train pulled forward and accelerated away from the station. The engineer blew the whistle, and she had to fight the urge to cover her ears. No one around her seemed to mind the noise of the revving engines, blaring whistles, and loudspeakers cautioning passengers not to get too close to the edges of the platform. They must all be used to the cacophony of sound, and she didn't want to be the only passenger to approach her train with her hands clamped over her ears. It was windy on the platform, and a sudden breeze blew her raincoat open as she was about to board. The porter motioned to another porter, who gestured for her to come with him. "The platform slopes up near the front of the train, and it's easier to board there," he told her. "I'm working this train, and I'll help you get on board." "Thank you, but I'm back in coach," she told him. "The front cars are reserved for first class, aren't they?" "Yes, but I'm going to take you through to the club car where you can relax. We have nice chairs and sofas in there." "But isn't the club car just for first class?" "Yes, but I won't tell if you won't tell. Train travel's not easy in your condition. My kids are all grown now, but I still remember how miserable my wife was with our first when we went back on the train to visit her mother." I don't know how to thank you enough," she said, fumbling for words. "No need. I'm in first class on this trip, and I'll keep an eye out for you." "She really lucked out with that porter," Lisa said, as Hannah stopped reading and closed Essie's notebook. "You bet she did," Michelle echoed her sentiment. "Is it time for dessert?" Dolores asked, standing up from her favorite chair. "It is." Hannah put the notebook back on the end table. "I'll take the cake out of the refrigerator and slice it." "I'll get out the dessert plates and forks for you," Lisa offered. "And I'll make the coffee," Dolores promised. "What shall I do?" Michelle asked. "There's nothing left for me to—" She stopped and smiled. "I know. I'll get out the coffee cups, sugar, creamer, and spoons." "I don't know about you, but I can't wait to taste that cake," Hannah said. "I hope we're not disappointed. It's the first time I've baked it, and I modified the recipe a little." "We'll let you know, but I'm sure it'll be wonderful," Dolores told her. "Everything you bake is fabulous, dear." Ultimate Lemon Bundt Cake. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. 4 large eggs, 1/2 cup vegetable oil, 1/4 cup water, 1/4 cup lemon juice, 8-ounce by weight tub of sour cream. I used Knudsen. Box of lemon cake mix, the kind that makes a 9-inch by 13-inch cake or a 2-layer cake. I used Duncan Hines Lemon Supreme. 5.1-ounce package of dry instant lemon pudding and pie filling. I used Jell-O. 12-ounce by weight bag of white chocolate or vanilla baking chips. 11-ounce package will do too. I used Nestle. Prepare your cake pan. You'll need a bundt pan that has been sprayed with Pam or another nonstick cooking spray and then floured. To flour a pan, put some flour in the bottom, hold it over your kitchen wastebasket, and tap the pan to move the flour all over the inside of the pan. Continue this until all the inside surfaces of the pan, including the sides of the crater in the center, have been covered with a light coating of flour. Crack the eggs into the bowl of an electric mixer. Mix them up on low speed until they're a uniform color. Pour in the 1/2 cup of vegetable oil and mix it in with the eggs on low speed. Add the 1/4 cup of water and the 1/4 cup of lemon juice. Mix them in at low speed. Scoop out the container of sour cream and add the sour cream to your bowl. Mix that in on low speed. When everything is well combined, open the box of dry cake mix and sprinkle it on top of the liquid ingredients in the bowl of the mixer. Mix that in on low speed. Open the package of instant lemon pudding and pie filling and sprinkle in the contents. Mix it in on low speed. Shut off the mixer, scrape down the sides of the bowl, remove it from the mixer, and set it on the counter. If you have a food processor, put in the steel blade and pour in the white chocolate or vanilla baking chips. Process in an on and off motion to chop them in smaller pieces. You can also do this with a knife on a cutting board if you don't have a food processor. Sprinkle the white chocolate or vanilla baking chips in your bowl and stir them in by hand with a rubber spatula. Hannah's first note. Florence, down at the Lake Eden Red Owl grocery, carries mini semi-sweet chocolate chips, but she can't get any other flavor of chips in a mini version, and she doesn't even think anyone makes them. The regular-sized chips are larger and heavier than the mini version, and they will sink down to the bottom of your bundt pan if you don't chop them into smaller pieces. Use the rubber spatula to transfer the cake batter to the prepared bundt pan. Smooth the top of your cake with the spatula and put it into the center of your preheated oven. Bake your ultimate lemon bundt cake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 55 minutes. Before you take your cake out of the oven, test it for doneness by inserting a cake tester, thin wooden skewer, or long toothpick. Insert it midway between the outside edges of the pan and the metal protrusion that makes the crater in the center of the pan. If the tester comes out clean, your cake is done. If there is still uncooked batter clinging to the tester, bake your cake longer until the tester comes out clean. Hannah's second note. The bundt pan was invented by a man from Minnesota so that it would be easier to cut uniform slices of cake. The crater in the center is there so that the cake will bake evenly all around. Once your cake is done, take it out of the oven and set it on a cold stove burner or a wire rack. Let it cool in the pan for 20 minutes, and then pull the sides of the cake away from the pan with the tips of your impeccably clean fingers. Don't forget to do the same for the sides of the crater in the middle. Tip the bundt pan upside down on a platter and drop it gently on a folded towel on the kitchen counter. Do this until the cake falls out of the pan and rests on the platter. Cover your Ultimate Lemon Bundt cake loosely with foil and refrigerate it for at least 1 hour. Overnight is even better. Frost your cake with Cool Whip lemon frosting. Recipe and instructions follow. Yield at least 10 pieces of sweet and tangy lemon cake. Serve with tall glasses of ice-cold milk or cups of strong coffee. Cool Whip lemon frosting. This recipe is made in the microwave. 1 heaping cup, 6 to 7 ounces by weight, of white chocolate or vanilla baking chips. I used Nestle. 1 ripe lemon, large enough to produce 1/2 teaspoon lemon zest, just the yellow part of the peel, finely grated, and 1/4 cup lemon juice. 8-ounce by weight tub of frozen Cool Whip. Do not thaw. Leave in the freezer. Hannah's first note: make sure you use the original Cool Whip, not the sugar-free or the real whipped cream. Start by chopping your white chocolate or vanilla baking chips into smaller pieces, or placing the chips in a food processor with the steel blade and processing in an on and off motion to chop the chips into smaller pieces. If you haven't done so already, zest your lemon and measure out 1/2 teaspoon zest. Juice your zested lemon and measure out 1/4 cup, 4 tablespoons, of lemon juice. Place the Cool Whip in a microwave-safe bowl. Add the white chocolate or vanilla baking chips to the bowl. Sprinkle the lemon zest on top of the chips. Drizzle the lemon juice on top of the zest. Stir everything up with a heat-resistant rubber spatula. Microwave the contents of the bowl on high for 1 minute, and then let it sit in the microwave for an additional minute. Take the bowl out of the microwave, stir to see if the chips are melted. If they're not, heat them in 30-second intervals with 30-second standing times on high in the microwave until you succeed in melting the chips. Once the chips are melted, let the bowl sit on the countertop or on a cold burner for 15 minutes to thicken the icing. When the time is up, give the bowl a stir and remove your cake from the refrigerator. Frost your Ultimate Lemon Bundt cake with the frosting, and don't forget the sides of the crater in the middle. You don't need to frost all the way down to the bottom of the crater. That's almost impossible. Just frost an inch or so down the sides of the crater. Return your cake to the refrigerator for at least 30 minutes before cutting it and serving it to your guests. Hannah's second note: you can also use this icing on cookies. Simply frost and let your cookies sit on wax paper on the kitchen counter until the frosting has set and is dry to the touch. Yield: this frosting will frost a batch of cookies, a 9-inch by 13-inch cake, a bundt cake, or a round 2-tier layer cake. Chapter 9. For the second morning in a row, Hannah woke up energized and eager to start her day. She smiled as she got out of bed and pulled on her slippers and robe. She walked to the window, pushed aside the curtains, and looked out on a morning that matched her mood. The sun was just rising over the steeple of Holy Cross Redeemer Lutheran Church, and it bathed the streets of Lake Eden in a pale, golden glow. The church sat on top of a hill, and Hannah's new business rental, the eventual home of her bakery and coffee shop, was only a few blocks from her mother's house. Her new bakery was opposite the church, only 1 block down the hill, and centrally located on Main Street. She was looking forward to going there alone to test out the appliances and revel in the fact that her dream was about to become a reality. Hannah hurried through her shower. She could hardly wait to dress, fix breakfast for Michelle and Dolores, and then walk to her new place of business. She anticipated the thrill she'd feel at unlocking the door for the first time with the key Al Percy had given her. Once she stepped inside the main room, she would stand there for a moment, imagining the transformation that would take place. There would be more tables and chairs, and a fresh coat of paint in a color she hadn't yet chosen. Perhaps she'd leave that up to Andrea and Dolores, since they were more artistic than she was. The scene she imagined seemed so real, she could almost see herself standing behind the counter pouring hot, fresh coffee for her customers as they munched on the cookies she'd baked that morning. This would be a daunting project to tackle alone, but she would have lots of help. Andrea had a real talent for interior design. Michelle had a gift for devising practical solutions to complex problems, and their mother could find amazing buys on all sorts of items that Hannah would need for her business. She would ask her whole family to help her spruce up the bakery and make it into a popular, friendly place. Hannah stood there by the side of the bed, visualizing the interior of the cookie jar. Perhaps she should order aprons with the name of her business embroidered on the bib. The aprons should be forest green. She looked good in forest green. And the embroidery should be in bright red, her favorite color, and one that unfortunately clashed with her curly red hair. There were other personalized items she needed, too. She'd have paper napkins, forest green and white striped, with the name of her business printed in red. Bakery boxes designed and manufactured especially for the cookie jar, and signature coffee mugs with the name of her business printed on them in bright red. She should also have disposable to-go cups that identified her business for customers who stopped by for takeout coffee, and personalized paper bags, both in small size and medium, for local business owners who dropped in to take their coffee and cookies to work with them. Then there were individual creamers and sugar substitutes, and Hannah gave a little laugh at the turn her thoughts were taking. She was being a prime example of the phrase her great-grandmother Elsa Swensen had used to refer to anyone who was getting ahead of himself. If great-grandma were here right now, she'd accuse Hannah of putting the cart before the horse. There was a lot of work to be done before she could even consider ordering personalized items for the cookie jar. Her immediate concern should be what to fix for breakfast this morning. Now that she'd stopped daydreaming in lieu of practical matters, Hannah hurried to finish dressing. Visions of pancakes, French toast, and other breakfast dishes flitting through her mind. By the time she'd made her bed, walked down the stairs, and reached the kitchen, she knew exactly what to make for their first meal of the day. They would have bacon and sausage breakfast burritos. The first thing Hannah did was put on the coffee. Cooking took concentration, and she needed the caffeine to wake her up completely. The moment the coffee began to fill the carafe under her mother's coffee maker, Hannah jerked the carafe away and replaced it with a cup. When the cup was full, she removed it and replaced it with the carafe again. Then she sat down at her mother's kitchen table and took her first sip. As she drank her coffee, Hannah thought of other mornings, the mornings she'd spent during her last few months in college. And even though she tried to push the memories out of her mind, she couldn't help thinking of the last time she'd cooked for the man she'd thought she was going to marry. She'd been so sure, so very sure, that he loved her, too. They'd talked about getting married in the summer, of buying a house near the campus so that Hannah could finish the last year of her doctorate. They'd planned how, when her thesis was accepted, she would apply for a faculty position, and they'd be able to see each other every day on campus. She'd really thought that was what she wanted, until the night all her dreams of happiness turned to ashes, and she'd discovered what kind of man Assistant Professor Bradford Ramsay really was. "Don't think about it," Hannah's mind warned her. "Dwelling on shattered dreams is too painful, and it doesn't do any good. Think about your new career in Lake Eden, and how you'll never have to see Bradford again." Hannah knew that was good advice, but it was difficult to erase all thoughts of the man she'd loved with all her heart. "Get busy," she said aloud as she went to her mother's refrigerator to take out some of the ingredients she'd purchased at the Red Owl the previous morning. Soon sausage and bacon were sizzling in a frying pan on her mother's stovetop as Hannah gathered the other ingredients for her burritos. Just to make sure that she hadn't chosen a salsa that was too spicy, Hannah opened the container and tasted it. It had a nice little bite, but not too much heat, and it was perfect for Michelle and Dolores. Once the bacon slices and sausage patties had cooked through and browned, Hannah removed them from the frying pan and placed them on a plate that she'd lined with several layers of paper towels. She would let the breakfast meat sit for a minute or so, and then flip it over so that the paper towels could blot the fat on the other side. Once they'd cooled enough to handle, she would crumble the meat and put it aside for her breakfast burritos. There was some fat from the bacon and sausage left in the frying pan, and Hannah poured it off into a container with a lid and stuck it in the bottom of the refrigerator. She would let it harden, and then she'd take it to Grandma Knudsen for her winter bird tree. Hannah had helped Grandma Knudsen decorate her winter bird tree every year in grade school, and when they were old enough to help, she'd taken Andrea and Michelle with her. They'd placed fat that they'd saved in little plastic cups that Grandma Knudsen helped them hang from the branches. Winter birds needed fat, or what Grandma Knudsen called suet, in their diets to survive the sub-zero temperatures that were common in Minnesota winters. Once the children who'd helped with the bird tree were back inside the parsonage, they'd sipped hot chocolate and watched the birds fly back to the tree. Grandma Knudsen had pointed out some particularly colorful winter birds, and Hannah still remembered the names of some of them. There were red cardinals, black and white downy woodpeckers, purple finches, and white-breasted nuthatches. When visitors came to the parsonage in the winter and looked out the window in Grandma Knudsen's sitting room, they saw the winter bird tree in all its glory, decorated like a Christmas tree with yellow, red, blue, and purple winter birds that were perched on bare black branches like Christmas ornaments, pecking at suet and black sunflower seeds that Grandma Knudsen and the local children had hung there for them. Hannah used another paper towel to wipe the grease from the frying pan, leaving just a bit for flavor. Then she added a bit of salted butter and prepared to scramble eggs. She broke the eggs into the frying pan, turned it on medium heat, and stirred them with a fork as they cooked. The tines of the fork kept the eggs from sticking together to form large pieces. Instead, the scrambled eggs were crumbly, and that was exactly what Hannah needed for her bacon and sausage breakfast burritos. When the bacon and sausage had cooled, Hannah crumbled the pieces into a bowl and went back to the refrigerator for the shredded Mexican cheese that Florence carried in her grocery store. The large flour tortillas were already out on the counter, and Hannah smiled as she began to prepare the burritos. 10 minutes later, she was finished. She wrapped each burrito in plastic wrap and stuck them in the refrigerator. She would take off the plastic wrap and rewrap them in paper towels when she heated them in the microwave, but she planned to freeze any leftover burritos after their breakfast was over so that she could serve them for another breakfast. As Hannah thought about freezing the burritos, she began to smile. The chest freezer her mother had ordered would be delivered today. She'd make a list of all the baked goods they planned to make for the Christmas ball dessert buffet, and they'd bake those first and store them in the freezer. She wasn't sure how a cake frosted with Cool Whip frosting would fare in the freezer, since the Cool Whip had already been frozen once, but the frosting was very easy to make. They'd freeze all the cakes they planned to eventually frost with the Cool Whip frosting, thaw them the morning of the Christmas ball, frost them, and store them in her walk-in cooler. There was plenty of room on the shelves to hold that many cakes until it was time to transport them to the kitchen at the Albion Hotel. Hannah checked the coffee pot, realized that there was more than enough left for breakfast, and poured herself a second cup. As she sat down to drink it, she heard the master bedroom shower running, and she knew that her mother would be downstairs in 15 minutes or so. Michelle was up, too. She always blow-dried her hair, and Hannah could hear the hairdryer running upstairs. It wouldn't be long before both of them came downstairs for breakfast. 10 minutes later, Michelle entered the kitchen. She saw Hannah sitting at the kitchen table and smiled. "Good morning, Hannah," she greeted her older sister. "I bet I know where you're going today." "And I bet you're right," Hannah responded. Dolores stepped into the kitchen a scant moment later. "I heard that," she said, and then she turned to Hannah. "Would it be too disappointing to delay your plans for an hour or so, Hannah?" "Of course not, Mother," Hannah responded immediately. "Do you have something you'd like me to do for you?" "Not for me. With me. I need to take my car out to Cyril's garage, and I'd like you to drive your father's car out there for me." "That's not a problem, Mother. I'll be glad to do it." Is something wrong with your car? Michelle asked Dolores. Not a thing, dear. It's running perfectly, and it's a year newer than your father's car. Then is there something wrong with Dad's car? Hannah asked, drawing the obvious conclusion. No, it's running perfectly, too. I'm just following up on something that Grandma Knutson suggested to me yesterday when I told her about the bakery and your plans to start a business. What did she suggest? She asked me if it made me sad to see your father's car sitting in the garage. I admitted it did. And she suggested that I sell it. That's why we're going out to Cyril's garage. If you girls don't have any objections, I'm going to follow Grandma Knutson's advice. Hannah thought about that for a few moments. That makes sense, she said. You shouldn't keep it if it makes you feel bad. I'll be happy to go out to Cyril's with you. I'd go too, but I have to get to school, Michelle told her. And I think it's a good idea to sell it. Good. Let's have breakfast, girls. It smells like bacon and sausage, but I don't see it anywhere. What are we having, Hannah? Bacon and sausage breakfast burritos. They're already assembled, and they're in the refrigerator. All I have to do is heat them in the microwave. I'll get out the orange juice, Michelle said, hurrying to the refrigerator. Dolores went to the cupboard to get a coffee cup. And I'll pour the coffee. Would you like a warm-up, Hannah? Yes, please. Hannah got up and went to the refrigerator, got out 3 of the burritos she'd made, unwrapped them from the plastic wrap, and rewrapped them in paper towels so that she could heat them in the microwave. A short time later, all 3 of them were sitting at the kitchen table eating the burritos that Hannah had made. These are wonderful, Dolores told Hannah, and they're so filling that I don't think I can eat more than... She stopped talking and gave a little laugh. Second thought, I may have 2 and skip lunch. Me too, Michelle echoed her mother's sentiments. You should serve these at the cookie jar, Hannah. Hannah shook her head. And compete with Rose's breakfast business? No, Michelle answered quickly. You're right, Hannah. I didn't think about Rose's breakfasts at the cafe. She makes some really good things. Dolores nodded as she wiped her mouth. Yes, she does. Let's go there tomorrow morning for breakfast, so that Hannah can get an early start at the bakery. She turned to Hannah. You haven't been to the cafe for breakfast since you've been home from college, have you, dear? No, I haven't. Then it's a date, Dolores declared. And tonight we're all going out to the corner tavern for hamburgers. I want to give Hannah a break from cooking. She turned to Michelle. Invite Lisa for me, will you, dear? I think she said her sister was cooking for Jack this week. But I'm perfectly willing to... Hannah started to object, but Dolores cut her off by holding up her hand for silence. No, dear. You're going to be busy all day today, learning how to use the appliances down at the bakery, and I haven't had a corner tavern double hamburger for months. She pushed back her chair and got up from the table. I'll pour more coffee for both of us, Hannah. Did you have many leftover breakfast burritos? Yes, the batch made 24, and we only ate 6. I thought I'd freeze the rest so that we could have them for snacks for another couple of breakfasts. What a wonderful idea! If you leave them in the refrigerator, I might be tempted to have another before I leave to see Essie at the hospital. As a matter of fact, I know that's what I'd do, and then I'd be too full to have a double-double tonight, and that would be a true tragedy. Bacon and sausage breakfast burritos. No need to preheat the oven. These are made on the stovetop. 1 pound pork breakfast sausage, either links or patties. 1 pound bacon, regular and not thick sliced. 1/2 cup thick chunky salsa, drained. Measure after draining. 4-ounce can chopped green chilies, drained. Hot sauce, optional. I used Slap Ya Mama brand hot sauce. 2 cups shredded Mexican cheese. I used Kraft. 12 large eggs. Yes, that's a whole dozen. 1 ounce, 2 tablespoons, salted butter, 24 burrito-size flour tortillas, salt as needed, black pepper as needed. Hannah's first note: choose the spiciness of your salsa according to your family's preference. Hannah's second note: if you can't find shredded Mexican cheese, you can use shredded Italian cheese or shredded cheddar. If you bought breakfast sausage patties, cut them into 4 to 6 pieces and place them in the bottom of a large frying pan. If you used sausage links with casings, leave them whole. You will remove the casings after they are fried and have cooled. Cut each bacon strip into 4 pieces and place them in the frying pan on top of the sausage. Fry the sausage pieces and bacon pieces at medium-high heat, stirring frequently until the meats are brown and crisp and can be crumbled when they are cool. Take the frying pan off the heat, turn off the hot burner, and use a slotted spoon or slotted spatula to drain the meats onto a platter or a medium-sized bowl lined with layers of paper towels. Scrape the bottom of the frying pan to remove any bits of meat that may have stuck to the bottom and place it on a cold burner to wait for the eggs you will scramble. Carefully, the meats could still be hot, pat the top of the meat with paper towels to blot the grease. Wipe out the inside of the pan with paper towels. Be careful, the pan will be as hot as the meats were when you blotted them. If you haven't done so already, drain the salsa in a strainer, pat it dry with a paper towel, and measure out 1/2 cup. Place the drained salsa in a small bowl on the counter. Open the can of chopped green chilies and use the strainer again to drain them. Dry them with a paper towel, and then add them to the salsa in the bowl. Stir the contents of the small bowl together. Taste the salsa and green chili mixture. If it's not spicy enough for your family, add a few drops of hot sauce. When the pieces of meat are cool enough to crumble, remove the paper towels from the platter or bowl and use your impeccably clean fingers to crumble the meat. After your meats are crumbled, stir in the cheese. Add the salsa and green chili mixture to the bowl with the meat and the cheese mixture. Crack all 12 eggs into another bowl and use a whisk to beat them into a smooth mixture that is uniform in color. Let them sit on the counter while you prepare the frying pan. Place 1 ounce of salted butter in the frying pan you used for the bacon and sausage. Set the frying pan on the burner again and turn it on to medium heat to melt the butter. Spread the melted butter around on the bottom of the pan with a spatula or a wooden spoon so that the entire bottom is coated with butter. Give the eggs a final stir with the whisk, and then pour them into the frying pan. Scramble the eggs until they are thoroughly cooked. Move the frying pan to a cold burner, shut off the stove, and stir the meat, cheese, salsa, and green chili mixture into the scrambled eggs. Check for seasoning and add salt and pepper if needed. Take the flour tortillas out of the package and wrap them in paper towels. Heat them in the microwave for 20 to 30 seconds or until they are warm and you can bend them without breaking them. Spread out a sheet of plastic wrap on your counter. It should be about 12 inches long when you tear it off the roll. Center a tortilla on the sheet of plastic wrap. Place 1/2 cup of your filling, that's the egg, meat, cheese, salsa, and green chili mixture, in the center of the tortilla. Pull the bottom edge of your tortilla over the filling and up to meet the top edge. This will roll the filling into the proper place. Fold one side of the tortilla over the filling, then fold the other side of the tortilla over the filling. The sides will overlap a bit, and that's the way it should be. Starting from the bottom, roll the burrito up tightly, creating a roll that will not leak when you eat it. Place another tortilla in the center of the sheet of plastic wrap and wrap it the same way, pulling the bottom sheet up to seal to the top, pulling the sides in to cover the burrito, and then rolling it up to the edge of the plastic wrap. When you finish rolling all your bacon and sausage breakfast burritos, place them in a pan and refrigerate them until you're ready to heat them in the microwave. To serve, remove the plastic wrapper, rewrap in a paper towel, and heat in the microwave until they're heated through. Alternatively, you can heat a whole batch that has been refrigerated by removing the plastic wrap, rewrapping in foil, and placing them on a cookie sheet in a preheated 350-degree Fahrenheit oven for 10 to 12 minutes. To freeze for later use, wrap your burritos in foil, place them in a closable freezer bag, put them in the freezer, and take them out as you need them. Hannah's third note: although you can thaw bacon and sausage breakfast burritos in the microwave, once you've taken off the foil and rewrapped them in paper towels, I've found it works better if you thaw them on the kitchen counter or in the refrigerator before you rewrap them in paper towels and heating them for breakfast. Yield 24 bacon and sausage breakfast burritos. Chapter 10. A light snow was falling as Hannah followed her mother to Cyril Murphy's garage. It was located several miles out of town, and it had grown both in size and reputation over the years. Now it served the whole Tri-County area, and Cyril had become a highly respected businessman with a reputation for honesty and competence. Hannah was careful as she turned off the highway and onto the Winnetka County road that led to the garage. It wasn't as well plowed as the highway, and there were a few small snowdrifts in fields and other areas that were not protected from the wind by trees. She passed farms she knew, red barns set back from the road with farmhouses placed in spots that the farmers and their wives considered close enough to the barn to get there in a blizzard, but more scenic. She smiled as she spotted Winnie Henderson's farm. Very few people knew exactly how old Winnie was, and if they did know, they didn't dare say. In that respect, Winnie was a bit like a countrified Dolores. Winnie had been a rancher all her life, and her passion was raising and breeding horses. She'd been raised by her father and older brothers, and she would tell anyone what she thought about a controversial subject with no punches pulled. Winnie was smart and tough, and she'd outlived multiple husbands. Even though Winnie's current one was a decade younger than she was, Hannah had no doubt that Winnie would outlive him, too. Hannah waved as she recognized the driver of the Winnetka County snowplow that had pulled over to the side of the road to let her mother and her pass. It was Earl Flensburg, one of her father's friends. He'd looked slightly startled when he'd seen Hannah driving her father's car, but since her mother never drove it, he probably hadn't seen it on the road since Lars had died. Cyril's garage was only a mile down the road, and Hannah pulled into the driveway behind her mother. Dolores took a parking spot right next to the door, and Hannah took the spot on the other side. There weren't many cars in front of the building, but that was normal for a workday. Cyril opened at 7 for people who had to drop off their cars for servicing or repair, but still get to work on time. Dolores waited for Hannah to join her, and then she opened the door. "Cyril knows we're coming," she said. "I called right before we left the house. How did the car run, dear?" "Just fine. I'm no mechanic, but it seemed to be in perfect working order." "That's all to the good, dear. That means we'll have a good trade-in value." Hannah was a bit puzzled at that comment. "Trade-in? Are you planning to trade it in, Mother?" "That's right, dear. We are." "I don't understand. Are you planning to replace Dad's car with another car?" "That's exactly what we're going to do." "But I thought you liked your car." "I do like my car. I'll probably keep it for years." Hannah could feel her confusion grow. "But you just said that you were going to trade Dad's car in on another car. And then you said you were keeping your car. You don't need 2 cars, do you?" "No, but you need a vehicle," Cyril said, coming up behind them. "Your mother told me all about your bakery, and I'm going to be one of your first customers. I still remember the last batch of cookies you brought out here, and I think I've got the perfect SUV for you." Hannah just blinked for a second. She wasn't sure what to say. Cyril laughed as he turned to Dolores. "Now we've done it, Dolores. We've rendered Hannah speechless." "And that's no easy trick," Dolores replied, and then she joined in the laughter. Hannah just stared at the two of them as if they'd suddenly gone crazy. That made them laugh harder, and even though she tried to refrain, she was compelled to join in their laughter.
"You should have seen your face," Cyril said between chuckles.
"Your startled expression was priceless," Dolores managed to gasp out.
"A deer in the headlights," Cyril described it.
Gradually they all stopped laughing, and Dolores turned to Hannah. "I'm sorry, dear. Perhaps I should have discussed this with you earlier." This brought on another chuckle from Cyril.
"Maybe it's a good thing you didn't do that, Dolores. She just would have argued with you."
Hannah paused and gave a deep sigh. "You're probably right. But don't you want the money for Dad's car?" "I don't need the money," Dolores said. "But you do need a truck or a van to move all those cakes and the other baked goods to the hotel for the ball." She turned to Cyril. "You said you had something in mind when I talked to you this morning. What is it?"
"I've got a Chevy Suburban that came in last week. It's only 2 years old, but it needs a little body work."
"What kind of work?" Dolores asked.
"We have to hammer out a few dents, and the passenger side door needs to be replaced, but we've already done that. And of course it'll need to be repainted. We don't do that here, but I know a good place, and I can take care of it for you once Hannah picks out the color she wants. Everything that's left is cosmetic, Dolores."
"Sometimes cosmetic work is more expensive than mechanical work," Dolores commented. "How much do you estimate that the cosmetic work will cost? If it's too much, perhaps you could suggest something else." Hannah turned to look at her mother in admiration. She should have remembered the remarkably low prices Dolores had paid for valuable antiques at auctions and estate sales. Her dad had often said that his wife was a horse trader from way back, and now Hannah knew exactly what he'd meant.
"It won't be that much, Dolores. We got the door from a junkyard, and hammering out the dents will only take 15 minutes or so. My painting place gives me a discount, and they do excellent work."
"Then it's not one of those cheap overnight places in the cities?" Dolores asked him.
"No. The place we use takes their time, and they do it right."
Cyril turned to Hannah.
"What color do you want for your Suburban, Hannah?"
Dolores reached out to put her hand on Hannah's arm. "It's too early to ask that, Cyril. Hannah and I need to see the Suburban first and test drive it. And then I need the price, minus the trade-in, of course."
"Of course. Follow me, ladies. I'll take you to see the Suburban right now."
"Get the keys," Dolores told him. "If we like the looks of it, we'll want to test drive it."
"They're right here in my pocket." Cyril patted his uniform pocket. "I brought them with me when I saw you out here."
Hannah smiled, coming to the conclusion that she'd had the privilege of watching not one but 2 horse traders in action, and the show wasn't over yet. She found that she was looking forward to seeing the vehicle that Cyril had chosen for her. Her dad used to say that Cyril had a gift for choosing just the right car for the right person, and she really hoped he'd been right. 30 minutes later, Hannah and Dolores left Cyril's office. Hannah was now the proud owner of a Chevy Suburban that one of Cyril's mechanics would drive to the paint shop before noon. Cyril had demonstrated his uncanny gift once again when both Dolores and Hannah decided that the Suburban was exactly the right vehicle to be Hannah's cookie truck. Hannah had decided to have it painted candy apple red, and she planned to put signs on both sides advertising the cookie jar. "I really don't know how to thank you enough, Mother," Hannah told her as Dolores pulled onto the 2-lane road that led to the highway. "Just help me make the Christmas ball a success, dear. That's all the thanks I need. And make a success of your business, too. Your sisters and I will help you in any way we can. Andrea and I will lend a hand decorating the place. And if I need a little respite from decorating, I know Michelle will go hunting with me." For a moment, Hannah wondered if the strain of the last few days of constant activity had been too much for her mother. Lars had gone deer hunting every year with a group of his friends, and although Dolores enjoyed eating the venison he brought home, she had refused to even look at the photos he'd taken of his successes. "You're going hunting with Michelle?" Hannah asked, almost afraid to hear the answer. Dolores laughed. "Not that kind of hunting, dear. Michelle and I are going to look for that counter you wanted in your coffee shop, and the mirror that'll go behind it. There must be some small neighborhood bars that have gone out of business in the Tri-County area. You wouldn't mind a bar and bar stools, would you?" "Not at all. And bars usually have mirrors, too." "That's what Michelle said. And you'll be proud of me, Hannah." "I already am, but why do you say that, Mother?" "I didn't ask Michelle how she knew that bars had mirrors. I decided it was more important to ask her what she thought of finding small cafes that had gone out of business and seeing if there were tables and chairs in the building that we could buy. And then she mentioned lunch counters and how the little neighborhood drugstores often had soda and ice cream counters with stools attached." "Those are great ideas, Mother." "I know. Michelle is the practical one. I'll tell her that you appreciate her suggestions." Dolores drove in silence for a few minutes, and then she glanced at Hannah. "You're going to test all the appliances today, aren't you?" "That's my plan, but I'll have to call the utility companies and put everything in my name first." "Al told me that he was going to do that when I talked to him last night. The only thing you have to do is buy the ingredients you need from Florence and mix up a batch of cookies." "The first batch I bake is for you, Mother. What kind do you want me to bake?" "Surprise me, dear." "But what if you don't like the kind I choose?" "Impossible. I like everything you bake." "Thanks," Hannah said with a smile. "Let's narrow it down a little." "That's easy," Dolores answered immediately. "I'd love to have something with cashews. I haven't had salted nuts since your father died. We'd buy the mixed nuts, and he'd pick out all the walnuts while I ate all the cashews. Then we'd munch on the rest of them while we watched a movie on television. Did you know that if you mix a few chocolate chips in with the cashews and eat some with every bite, the taste is simply delicious?" "I haven't tried it, but I will," Hannah promised. "And now I know which kind of cookie I'm going to bake for you." "Tell me, dear." "I'll bake cashew butter blossom cookies. It's a new recipe I want to try, and it has cashews and chocolate." "Wonderful," Dolores declared, a delighted smile spreading across her face. "How many cookies will a batch make?" Hannah tried to come up with a number, but since she was baking this recipe for the first time, she decided not to commit to a number. "A lot, Mother." "Will I have enough left over to send some to Lisa's father and take some to Essie?" "I'll make sure that you do." "Perfect," Dolores said, pulling off the freeway and driving down an access road that Hannah didn't recognize. She pulled into a condo complex, identified herself to the guard at the gate, and he used a remote control to raise the wooden bar that blocked her entrance. "Where are we going?" Hannah asked her. "You'll see," Dolores told her, traveling down a narrow, winding road that led to a parking lot. "We're here." "We're where?" Hannah asked. "And why? Do you know someone who lives here?" "As a matter of fact, I do. I know several people who live here." "And you're going to visit one of them?" "No. We're meeting Al Percy in one of the units." She shut off her car and opened the door. "Come on, Hannah. It took a little longer than I expected at Cyril's, and I don't want to keep Al waiting. He has another appointment after hours." There was nothing for Hannah to do except open her own door, get out of the car, and follow her mother, as Dolores led the way down a curved walkway. There were shrubs planted at the side of the walkway, and the buildings were nestled beneath tall pine trees. The buildings, which looked as if they housed 4 units each, were painted a shade of forest green that mirrored the color of the pine trees that surrounded them.
"Do you see those planters that separate the buildings?" Dolores pointed to one planter.
Yes.
"All they have in the winter is juniper, and they're year-round, but the gardeners plant flowers between the shrubs every spring. You can't see them now because they're covered with snow, but there are stepping stones in a line across the center of the planter for people who want to take a shortcut to their unit. We could have parked anywhere, but I decided to take the walkway so that you could see how scenic this complex is."
Hannah's curious mind searched for answers as Dolores pointed out the virtues of this particular condo complex. It was almost as if her mother was pretending to be a real estate agent who was taking a client on a guided tour. Hannah gave a little gasp as the most plausible explanation for her mother's behavior occurred to her. Dolores had rented a condo for her before Hannah had even seen it. Chapter 11. "Just a minute, Mother," Hannah said, stopping short on the walkway. Dolores stopped and turned back to look at her.
"What is it, dear? Am I walking too fast for you?"
"No." Hannah paused for a moment, searching for the right words. Her mother looked totally innocent. Did that mean that Hannah was wrong in her assumption? The last thing she wanted to do was accuse her mother of something she hadn't done.
"What is it, Hannah?" Dolores asked, looking concerned.
Hannah wanted to know what was going on, and the only way to find out was to ask. She took a deep breath for courage and blurted out her question. "Did you rent a condo unit for me here?"
"Of course not,"
Dolores exclaimed, looking completely shocked.
"I'd never rent an apartment without asking you. Living accommodations are personal, like—"
Dolores paused, attempting to find just the right analogy.
"They're like purses," she declared. "Purses and perfume are personal. You shouldn't choose them for someone unless you know exactly what they want. I let you buy your own purses, dear."
Dolores glanced at Hannah's saddlebag-sized purse.
"Obviously I do. And I try not to criticize your choices, although at times it's difficult."
"I imagine that's true," Hannah admitted.
"You have no idea how many times I've wanted to buy a smaller purse for you, something that's more stylish. But I knew that if I bought a smaller purse for you and gave it to you for one of your Christmas presents, you'd feel obliged to use it every time you thought you were going to see me. I'm right, aren't I, dear?"
"Yes."
"And you'd hate that, wouldn't you?"
Hannah laughed. Her mother had a valid point. "Yes, I'd hate that. If I had to switch to a smaller purse, I wouldn't have room for the things I want to carry with me."
"Exactly. And wouldn't you be disappointed if I bought an expensive bottle of perfume for you and it wasn't a scent you liked?"
"Yes," Hannah agreed.
"And wouldn't you resent it if I chose an apartment for you and you felt you had to pretend that you loved it to keep from hurting my feelings?"
"Yes, I would," Hannah answered honestly.
"Then I can assure you that I didn't put a deposit down on the place we're about to see. It's something Al told me about this morning, and both of us are seeing it for the first time."
Dolores stopped at the base of a covered staircase that led up to a second-floor bridge that connected 2 4-unit buildings.
"Wave at Al, dear. He's standing outside the front door of the place I want you to see."
Hannah looked up and waved. Al waved back and motioned for them to climb the outside staircase. As she climbed, Hannah thought of how clever it was to have a roof on the outside staircase. The sides were open to let in the air and the light, but the roof protected the concrete steps from rain in the summer and snow in the winter.
"I like the covered staircase," Dolores commented as they neared the top.
"So do I," Hannah agreed, following her mother. The stairs were wide enough to fit the largest and longest feet, and they were perfectly spaced for the easiest climb possible. As they reached the top of the staircase and stepped out on the bridge that connected the buildings, Hannah stopped to admire the view. The highway was not visible even from this vantage point, and that meant there would be no traffic noise. The towering pines promised privacy for the entire complex, and she could see a pool and jacuzzi next to a large building that she assumed was the clubhouse. It was centrally located and convenient to all of the residents.
"Hello, Al." Dolores stepped forward to greet him. "You said that this place comes with some furniture?"
"That's right. The owners didn't want to take anything with them except a few small pieces and their personal items. They only lived here for 6 months before they had to leave, and they didn't have time to buy much furniture."
"Why did they move?" Hannah asked, hoping the reason wasn't that they'd found something wrong with the complex or the unit that Al was about to show them.
"He taught at the community college, and he landed a much better position at the University of Georgia. Since most of her family live only 40 minutes away from the campus, both of them wanted to move back there."
"But they liked it here, in this complex?" Dolores asked, and Hannah silently applauded her mother's probing question.
"They loved it. They said they were hoping to find a place this nice close to his campus. I talked to them a few minutes ago, and they agreed to a rent-to-buy option."
"I don't know anything about that option," Hannah admitted.
"It was your sister's idea. She's very interested in real estate."
"Which sister?" Dolores asked.
"Andrea. When they bought their house, she asked me some very good questions about real estate in Lake Eden. I think she'd make a great real estate agent, but please don't tell her I said that. She might just open her own office and put me out of business."
"I had no idea that Andrea was interested in real estate," Dolores said, looking very surprised. "She never mentioned it to me." Hannah was just as surprised as her mother was. "I didn't know either. If Andrea had gone on to college, I assumed that she'd major in art or interior design." "What does it take to get a real estate license in Minnesota?" Dolores asked Al.
"My advice would be to take a pre-license course at the community college. It prepares students who want to take the exam."
"And if they pass the exam, they qualify as an agent?"
"It's not quite that easy. Once you pass the exam, you need to work as a licensed real estate salesperson, and then you can go on for a broker's license. I have my broker's license, but it was easier to get one back then."
"And it's more difficult now?" Hannah asked.
"Yes, and it takes longer. Most really large real estate companies also run a real estate school. That's another source of revenue for them. And I was talking to an agent in Minneapolis the other day who said the broker's exam is a lot harder than it was when we took it."
"Food for thought," Dolores said, and when Al opened the door to the condo unit, he motioned to Hannah.
"Come on, Hannah, let's all take a look."
Hannah followed her mother through the door. There was a carpeted landing just inside the door with 3 steps leading down to the main room. It was a combination living room and dining room, with a dining room table sitting next to the large picture window. The living room was spacious, with room for comfortable, overstuffed furniture. "It's very nice," Hannah said. "How about the dining room table and chairs?" Dolores asked Al. "Did they leave those behind?" Al nodded.
"They come with the place."
"And the couch?" Hannah asked, motioning toward the long sofa that was placed with its back toward the dining area.
"The couch, too," Al confirmed.
"With the sofa placed like that, it separates the dining area from the living room," Dolores pointed out. "I like it." She noticed the fireplace against another wall and turned to Al. "Is that a gas-burning fireplace?"
"Yes, with a gas log. And I know it works because I checked it out before they left."
Hannah noticed the balcony outside the sliding doors in the living room and looked out. Again, the view featured the tall pines, with some of the other buildings nestled between them. "Where's the kitchen?" she asked Al.
"Right through there." Al pointed to a doorway close to the dining area. "The electricity is on. Take a look.
Just wander through the place and look at everything. I'm going to step outside to make a phone call."
Hannah flicked on the lights and stepped into the kitchen. It was longer than it was wide, but there was plenty of space. There was a window over the sink to let in the light, and it could be opened for fresh air. She walked to the center of the kitchen and looked around. There was plenty of counter space with cupboards above it, and a nook where the residents had probably placed a kitchen table and chairs. There was even a wall phone that could be reached by someone at the table. One glance at the appliances caused Hannah to wince. The owners had obviously purchased a used stove and refrigerator. The only new appliance was the dishwasher. At least she wouldn't have to replace that. Hannah gave a little gasp as she realized that she was already thinking of renting this condo. So far, she liked everything about it, but she hadn't yet looked at the bedroom and bathroom. "The first thing we'll have to do is replace the stove and refrigerator," Dolores remarked, entering the kitchen behind Hannah. "That's just what I was thinking," Hannah admitted. "But let's not rush things, Mother. We haven't looked at the bathroom and the bedroom yet." "Make that plural, dear," Dolores told her. "This unit has a master bedroom with an attached bathroom and a guest bedroom with a guest bathroom right across the hall." Hannah began to frown. "That's more room than I need, Mother. I really doubt that I'll have any guests." "I'm sure your sister will stay here quite often," Dolores pointed out. "Andrea?" "No, dear. If Michelle is going to help you in the bakery, she may want to stay overnight with you on Fridays and ride to work with you on Saturday morning. That way she won't have to walk to the cookie jar. And don't forget that she'll be going off to college 1.5 years from now. She may want to come back and visit you on her vacations." "But won't Michelle want to stay with you at your house?" "I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the house, dear. I don't need 3 bedrooms, and—" Dolores paused and began to look sad. "Your father and I bought that house together right before you were born, and every time I go around a corner, I expect to see him there." Hannah was immediately contrite. "I'm sorry I brought it up, Mother. I never meant to make you sad. Of course the house has a lot of memories for you." "It's true. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Sometimes I feel a greater sense of loss when I don't see him sitting in the living room or puttering around with his woodworking out in the garage. At other times, the memory of our life there makes me happy. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I have to find out if I can cope with staying there. If I can't, I'll move to another place. If I can, I'll stay. Does that make sense to you?" "It makes perfect sense. Grandma Knutson told me that a lot of women want to move when their children are grown and their husbands die. But she didn't do that. She's still here in Lake Eden, living in the parsonage." "That's right. And she described how she managed to cope when Reverend Knutson died. She said she was all prepared to move before the new minister arrived. But that was when her grandson, Reverend Bob, accepted the call to come here to Lake Eden to be our new minister. And since he was still single, he asked her to stay and keep house for him." "So she stayed?" "Yes, but not before she repainted the whole inside of the house in different colors. She said it wasn't that big of a project because since she'd planned to move, most of her things were already packed and out of the way." "I can understand why she wanted to make the parsonage look different." "Yes, and she even bought some new furniture and rearranged the rest. The only room she didn't change was her sitting room, and that was because Reverend Knutson had regarded it as her room, and he never used it." "Did that work to make her less sad?" "Yes. She said that the parsonage looked totally different inside, and only good memories were left." "Like the bird tree?" "That was one of the memories she mentioned. She told me that it was her husband's idea in the first place. He loved birds, and when she first met him, he took her bird-watching with him. Reverend Knudsen was the one who began to recruit the local children to help decorate the bird tree and teach them about winter birds. After he died, she decided that she wanted to carry on the tradition. She said she continued doing the things that made her happy and changed the things that made her sad. "Do you want to repaint your house, Mother?" Hannah asked the obvious question. "I think so. I've always wanted a sunshine yellow bedroom, but your father didn't like the color, and I wish the kitchen were a cheerier color. The living room could certainly use new wallpaper, maybe something with stripes instead of the paisley that your father was so fond of. And the bathrooms are getting terribly shabby. I could paint the walls and buy new towels to match." Dolores was smiling now, and Hannah decided to keep her talking about redecorating the house. "How about the furniture? Would you buy new?" "I don't really need to buy new, dear." Dolores gave a little laugh. "Have you seen the inside of the old woodshed in the backyard lately?" "No, I haven't been in there for years." "Well, it's filled with the things I found at estate sales and auctions. Most of the furniture I stored out there is in very good shape. I may need to reupholster some of it, but that's not difficult. And some of the wooden pieces need refinishing, but that would be a good project for me." "You're right, Mother," Hannah agreed. Dolores was always happier when she was involved in a project. "Let's go see the bedrooms, dear," Dolores said, leading the way through the living room and down the long, carpeted hallway. "Here's the guest bathroom," Hannah said, stopping at an open door and flicking on the lights. "Good. There's a shower." "And a nice little vanity in front of the mirror with a stool under it," Dolores pointed out. "I'm glad the guest bathroom isn't just a powder room. Al told me that the one-bedroom units have powder rooms right off the living room. He said they call the powder rooms guest bathrooms, but they're very small rooms with a sink and a commode. This one is really a second bathroom." Hannah turned off the bathroom lights, and they went across the hall to look at the guest bedroom. There was a large closet along one wall with mirrored doors. The room was good-sized, and there was plenty of room for a double or perhaps even a queen-size bed. "That window will have to be curtained," Dolores said, walking over to look outside. "It's right next to the covered staircase outside. I probably have curtains we could use until you find what you want." "You're right, Mother," Hannah said, walking over to look. "Anyone walking up the stairs can see right into this room." What they'd just done suddenly struck Hannah. Dolores was talking as if they'd already rented the condo unit, and Hannah was thinking along the same lines. As they left the spare bedroom and walked down the hallway to the master bedroom, Hannah found herself hoping that she'd be able to afford the rent. "It's huge!" Hannah gasped as they stepped inside the master bedroom. "There's room for a king-size bed, a dresser, and even an easy chair with a table." Dolores walked over to look out the window. "It has a nice view of the pine trees in the distance and the planter below. You can see the building on the other side of the planter, but it's not intrusive." Hannah walked across the room to inspect the master bathroom. It was large, with a vanity that ran along one wall and a mirror above it. There was a stool beneath the vanity that could be pulled out for anyone putting on makeup or styling hair. "Come look at the shower," Dolores said as she opened the glass door. "It's huge." "You're right." Hannah began to smile. She wouldn't have to be careful about bumping her elbows when she washed her hair in the shower. They exited the master bathroom and went back into the bedroom, where Dolores opened the set of double closet doors that exposed the master closet that covered one entire wall. "Do you like this place, Hannah?" "I love it. But how much is the monthly rent? I have to make sure that I can afford it." "It's not as inexpensive as a 2-bedroom at the Oaks." Dolores named a new apartment complex in the opposite direction. "But you'll be getting a lot more. I know someone who lives in the Oaks, and it's closer to town, but it's noisy because a lot of young singles live there. This complex is farther from town, but it's quiet, and it's fairly secluded, and it has a lovely view of the pines and the surrounding countryside. You're right, Mother. The Oaks is right next to the highway, and this complex is further away. But the big question is, can I afford it? I don't even know how much money is left in my college fund. And what am I going to do if the cookie jar doesn't bring in enough money to take over the rent when my college money runs out? Dolores smiled at her. I'm going to tell you what your father would have told you. I've heard him give advice to other people who were starting a business. All you have to do to make the cookie jar a success is to sell good products and believe in them. It'll be slow at first, and you mustn't fall into the trap of biting off more than you can chew. Open your coffee shop and sell cookies and coffee. That's all you have to do. Just concentrate on selling coffee and cookies and make a profit that way. You can branch out later if you have time and the energy to do it. Dad always said not to spread yourself too thin. Yes, he did, and your father was a wise man. And you're wise, Mother, Hannah told her. Thank you, dear. Your father told me all this when I wanted to start an antique shop in town. Hannah was puzzled. But you didn't open an antique shop. No, I decided that I didn't have enough product, and I had to buy more antiques before it would be worthwhile. And I was having so much fun collecting things, I never got around to actually opening any kind of business. Do you think you'll ever want to open a shop like that? I don't know. It's a possibility. And your father told me exactly how to do it. I learned some important things from him over the years. Dolores reached out to pat Hannah's shoulder, and then she turned around. Now, let's go talk to Al and find out exactly how much this place costs and when you can move in. Chapter 12. Hannah stood back to look at her partially stocked pantry. She'd bought only bare necessities at the Red Owl, and she planned to order flour, sugar, eggs, and other products in bulk once she actually opened for business. The next item on her to-do list was to learn how all the existing appliances operated and test them to make sure they were in good working order. She brought in a chair from the front room and pushed it over to the stainless steel work island. Then she opened the instruction manual for the industrial oven and sat down. The chair was a bit too low to be comfortable, and Hannah reminded herself to find stools that were the right height. She flipped the manual open and began to read. The instructions were written in English, and she was thankful for that. She'd read operating instructions that appeared to have been translated from a foreign language, and they had been so convoluted that they were completely undecipherable. Once she'd familiarized herself with the instructions, Hannah went to the walk-in cooler to retrieve one of the extra-large metal mixing bowls that were on one of the shelves inside. Then she went to the pantry to find the ingredients she needed to bake cashew butter blossom cookies. Hannah had decided to use a stackable series of small and large bowls that she'd found in the cupboard, and she'd washed them in the sink. There were at least 24 of them, and when Michelle and Lisa came to join her, she'd ask them to read the manual for the dishwasher, stock it with the metal mixing bowls she hadn't yet washed from the shelf in the walk-in cooler, and run a load of dishes and utensils. All the ingredients she needed for the cashew butter blossom cookies were in a grocery bag she'd set on the counter. Hannah carried it to the workstation, along with the clean mixing bowls and the set of measuring cups she'd also hand-washed in preparation for mixing up a test batch of cookies. She had her favorite mixing tool, too, a large wooden spoon that had belonged to her great-grandmother. When she baked cookies in volume for the cookie jar, she'd use the industrial mixer. But right now, when she planned to bake her first test batch, she didn't want to take the time to look for the attachments, wash them, and learn how to use the mixer. Hannah added the sugar and the salted butter to the bottom of the metal mixing bowl. She'd left the butter out on the work island to soften, and all she had to do was unwrap it. She added the cashew butter she'd purchased at the grocery store, placing it on top of the butter in the bowl. Then she used her great-grandmother's spoon to mix them together. 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract came next, and she stopped to spray her measuring cup with non-stick cooking spray before she measured out the molasses. Once those were stirred into the butters in the bowl, she added the baking soda, baking powder, and salt. Unfortunately, Florence hadn't carried chopped cashews at the store, so Hannah had bought them whole. She opened a can, got out a clean chopping board, and chopped them herself with one of her favorite knives. Once the cashews had been added to the mixture in the bowl, Hannah used a whisk she'd purchased to beat the eggs. She added them to the mixing bowl, mixed them in thoroughly, and opened the sack of all-purpose flour. She measured the flour, adding it in increments to her bowl, adding it to her other ingredients. She'd learned from past mistakes that if she let all of the flour sit on top of the other ingredients before she attempted to mix it in, not only would the flour tend to fly out of the bowl when she stirred it, but it would be doubly difficult to achieve a smooth texture. When her dough was thoroughly mixed, Hannah smiled in triumph. Now all she had to do was preheat the oven, get out the chocolate star-shaped candies she'd found in Florence's candy aisle, shape the cookies on the cookie sheets that she would line with parchment paper, top them with one of the chocolate stars, and bake them. Hannah covered her mixing bowl with plastic wrap and walked to the oven. She had placed the manual on a nearby counter, opened to the correct page, and she read the instructions a second time. Then she opened the oven, hung an oven thermometer on one of the revolving shelves so that she could make sure that the oven was calibrated correctly, and reclosed the oven door. "Here goes nothing," Hannah said aloud as she turned the knob to the on position to make the racks revolve. Then she pressed the red button to ignite the gas. There was a whooshing sound from inside, and Hannah smiled in relief. It was the same sound her mother's gas fireplace made when it ignited. The oven was operating just as the manual had said it would. Now all she had to do was wait for the light in the center of the temperature indicator to go on, and her oven would be preheated. While Hannah waited for the oven to preheat, she began to shape the cookies. She had completed only 2 sheets of cookies before the oven beeped to show that it was at the proper temperature. Hannah opened the oven door. One glance assured her that the oven had reached and was maintaining the proper temperature. The oven heated fast, and that was a good thing. It meant that she could bake first thing in the morning if she mixed up the batches of cookie dough before she left for the day and kept them in the walk-in cooler overnight. She shut the oven door again and hurried back to the workstation to shape the rest of the cookies. "So far, so good," she said, even though there was no one around to agree with her. She worked rapidly, forming round cookies and topping each with a chocolate star. As soon as she completed enough cookie sheets to fill the revolving shelves, she carried the cookie sheets to the baker's rack that Alex and Veronica had left. The baker's rack had multiple shelves, and it was equipped with wheels so that it could be easily rolled to any location in the kitchen. It would be a real step-saver, and Hannah promised herself that the next time she made cookies, she'd wheel it over to the workstation to receive the filled cookie sheets and then wheel it to the oven. It was time to bake, and Hannah smiled as she placed the cookies on the revolving racks inside the oven. The cookies needed to bake for 10 to 12 minutes, so she set the timer for 10 minutes. When the bell on the timer rang, she'd look through the glass on the oven door to see if the cookies had browned enough. When they were golden brown, she'd take them from the oven, slip the cookie sheets onto shelves in the baker's rack, and wait for them to cool. That shouldn't take long, since the shelves were similar to wire racks, and air would circulate around each cookie. Hannah went back to the workstation to gather her baking utensils and mixing bowls. She carried them to the sink, intending to wash them by hand, but she realized that they didn't have to be cleaned immediately. She simply rinsed them out in the sink and placed them in the industrial dishwasher. Once Lisa and Michelle figured out how to work it, they could wash her baking utensils and mixing bowls. It was a perfect way to test the dishwasher to make certain that it operated well. As she walked past the oven, Hannah glanced at the timer. She still had 5 minutes to go, so she went back to her chair at the workstation and opened the instruction manual for the industrial mixer. As she read the instructions, she felt a sense of relief. Although it was 4 times larger than her mother's stand mixer and could mix up enough cookie dough to fill all the racks in the industrial oven at once, it operated exactly the same. The timer sounded, and Hannah jumped up from her chair to see if her cookies were done. She looked through the door, saw that they were a nice golden brown, and removed all the cookie sheets to place them on separate shelves on the baker's rack. The cookies would need to cool for at least 10 minutes before she could taste one to see how successful she'd been. She went back to her chair at the workstation and sat there, wishing that she had brought coffee to go with her cookies. The solution to the coffee problem popped into her mind, and she rushed to put on her coat. Hal and Rose's cafe was only a short distance away. She could hurry down there, get a to-go cup of coffee, and be back here by the time her cookies were cool enough to test. A scant 3 minutes later, when she opened the door to the cafe, Hannah breathed in the scent of burgers grilling, onion rings browning in the deep fryer, and roast beef roasting in the oven. She was tempted to take one of Rose's excellent burgers back to the bakery with her, but she reminded herself that her mother was taking them out to the corner tavern to have double-double hamburgers in less than 3 hours' time. Hannah ordered coffee from Luann Hanks, one of Rose's best waitresses, and hurried back to the bakery with her take-out coffee. Once she'd returned her parka to the rack of hooks by the back kitchen door, Hannah walked over to touch one of the cookies on the baker's rack. It was still slightly warm, and that was the perfect eating temperature for a freshly baked cookie. She chose 2 cookies and carried them over to the workstation to taste them. The first taste was wonderful, and Hannah gave a little sigh of satisfaction. Her recipe had worked perfectly. She ate her cookie slowly, taking time to savor the flavors, and then she bit into the chocolate star on the top of the cookie. "Great combination," she said aloud. "What's a great combination?" a familiar voice asked from the main room, followed by a second familiar voice that added, "And what smells so good?" "Cashew butter blossoms," Hannah told Lisa and Michelle as they came into the kitchen. "They're the first batch of cookies I baked, and I just tasted them. I bought 2 little cartons of milk at the Red Owl this morning, and you can get them out of the walk-in cooler. I have straws, too." "You got the walk-in cooler working?" Michelle asked her. "Yes, and it was easy. All I had to do was turn it on. The oven's more complicated, but I followed the instructions in the manual, and it works perfectly." "And it's calibrated, right?" Lisa asked. "Perfectly," Hannah answered, impressed by Lisa's question. Lisa's mother was a very good baker, and she'd taught her daughter well. "I'll get the milk," Lisa said. "I want to take a look at the walk-in cooler. I've never seen one of those before." "Okay," Michelle agreed. "And while you're doing that, I'll get us a couple of cookies and bring us 2 chairs from the coffee shop." Hannah noticed that Michelle had already called the main room a coffee shop, and she gave a little smile. It was obvious that Michelle had confidence that Hannah's new business would succeed. "We'll have to look for stools that are tall enough to fit here," Michelle remarked as she carried in the first chair. "Mother told me that this was the workstation, and it was taller than the tables in the coffee shop. We talked about bar stools, but I think they'd be too tall. We should probably ask Hank down at the municipal liquor store if we could bring one of his bar stools here to try it out and see if it works." "Good idea," Hannah told her. And then she marveled at how sisters, raised by the same parents, could have such different personalities. Andrea was an artistic perfectionist, 2 characteristics that usually didn't go together. Michelle was a realist who was practical and also creative. And she was... Hannah paused, thinking about it for a moment. She wasn't sure exactly what she was. She was certainly gullible when it came to love, since she had believed that Bradford Ramsay was going to marry her. "The cooler's just wonderful, Hannah." Lisa plunked the cartons of milk down on the stainless steel surface of the workstation, effectively interrupting Hannah's thoughts. You can mix up all the cookie dough you need for the next day's baking and let it chill in there overnight. Then all you have to do in the morning is take it out, let it warm up a little, and bake it."
"That's right," Hannah said with a nod. It was obvious that Lisa was also practical. "Here comes Michelle with the second chair and a plate of cookies. Let's taste them. I need to know what you think of them, and please don't be afraid to tell me if you don't like them. I can always correct anything that doesn't work."
"They smell delicious, but I already told you that when I came in," Lisa said. "And they look great, too."
Michelle sat down in the chair she'd just brought and reached for a cookie. "Lisa and I skipped lunch because they were having grilled cheese, and they always make them so far ahead of time they're cold. Now I'm really hungry, and I'm dragging. This cookie should fix me up just fine." "2 at the most," Hannah warned her. "We're going out to the corner tavern with Mother tonight, and we should save ourselves for their double-doubles."
"And their French fries," Lisa added.
Michelle laughed. "And their onion rings," she said. "Okay, let's taste," Hannah told them, reaching for her cookie. All 3 of them bit into their cookies at the same time. For a moment there was silence, and then Lisa exclaimed,
"Oh, boy."
"Oh, boy is right," Michelle agreed. "These are every bit as good as your Cocoa Crunch cookies."
"I love the taste of cashews with chocolate," Lisa commented.
"So does Mother," Hannah told her. "She even mixes her can of salted cashews with chocolate chips so she can eat them together." "I'll have to try that," Michelle said, taking another huge bite of her cookie. "Mother knows her snacks."
"Really?"
Lisa looked surprised.
"But she's so thin."
"She's usually a little heavier," Hannah explained, "but she's always watched her weight. And the way she's been eating lately, she'll get back to her ideal weight in record time." "Especially if you keep on baking these," Michelle told Hannah, and then she turned to Lisa. "Mother's going to practically inhale these cookies while Hannah reads to us tonight. You'll see." Cashew Butter Blossom Cookies. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. 2 cups white granulated sugar, 1 cup salted butter, 2 sticks, softened, 1/2 cup cashew butter, 2 teaspoons vanilla extract, 1/8 cup, 2 tablespoons molasses. I used Grandma's molasses. 1/2 teaspoon baking soda, 1 teaspoon baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/2 cup finely chopped salted cashews, 2 large eggs, beaten, just whip them up in a glass with a fork, 4 cups all-purpose flour, pack it down in the cup when you measure it, 13-ounce bag Hershey's Kisses, or milk chocolate stars. Prepare your cookie sheets by spraying them with Pam or another nonstick cooking spray, or lining them with parchment paper. Hannah's first note: this recipe is easiest to make if you use an electric mixer to prepare this dough. Place the white sugar in the bowl of an electric mixer. Add the softened butter and mix on low until it's well blended. Then beat on medium speed until the mixture is light and fluffy. Mix in the 1/2 cup of cashew butter and beat on medium speed until it is well incorporated. Hannah's second note: cashew butter is easier to measure if you spray the inside of the measuring cup with Pam or another nonstick cooking spray, and also spray the blade of your rubber spatula. Pack the cashew butter down in the cup and level it off with the prepared spatula. The cooking spray makes it easier to get all the cashew butter out of your measuring cup. You can also use this pre-sprayed cup to measure the molasses. Mix in the vanilla extract and the molasses. Beat until they are well incorporated. With the mixer running on low speed, sprinkle in the baking soda, baking powder, and salt. Mix well. Add the finely chopped cashews to the bowl and mix them in on low. Add the beaten eggs and mix those in thoroughly. Mix in the all-purpose flour in 1/2 cup increments, mixing after each addition. Hannah's third note: if you mix in your 4 cups of flour all at once, you may find it spews out of the bowl when you turn on your mixer, and you end up with flour all over your kitchen floor.
Mix until all your ingredients are thoroughly blended, and then shut off your mixer and scrape down the bowl. Take the bowl out of the mixer, scrape down the sides of the bowl with your rubber spatula, and give your cashew butter blossom cookie dough a final stir by hand. Let the dough firm up for a few minutes on your kitchen counter as you sit down and enjoy a couple of the Hershey's Kisses or chocolate stars. Form the dough into walnut-sized balls and arrange them on a greased cookie sheet, 12 to a standard-size sheet. Press the Hershey's Kisses or chocolate stars, point up, into the middle of your cookie balls, flat side down. They'll look like flowers or blossoms after they're baked, and that's why they're called cashew butter blossom cookies. Bake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 10 to 12 minutes or until the edges are just beginning to turn golden. Don't worry, the chocolate won't melt in that length of time. Cool your cookies on the cookie sheet for 2 minutes and then remove them to wire racks to finish cooling. Hannah's fourth note: if you used parchment paper on your cookie sheets, just pull it off the cookie sheet, cookies and all, and onto a wire rack. The cookies can cool right on the paper. Yield: makes approximately 8 dozen delicious cookies depending on the size of the cookie dough balls. You can cut this recipe in half, but if you do, use 1/2 teaspoon of baking soda and 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder. Hannah's fifth note: if you have any chocolate stars or Hershey's Kisses left over, the baker deserves another treat. Chapter 13. The words she had feared were there on the front page of the newspaper she'd bought at their last stop. Her cousin was in jail, along with several of the men he called his employees. They'd arrested him shortly after they'd received the package of double books she'd mailed in New York. And Lenny, his right-hand man, was there too, on a murder charge. She turned the pages of the paper to find the rest of the story. One of her cousin's men had broken down during police interrogation and had exposed his whole illegal racket. The authorities had charged Lenny in several murders, and the paper called Lenny a hitman for the mob. The federal prosecutor had assured the reporter that Lenny would be behind bars for the rest of his life, that this time they had him dead to rights, burying a body in the backyard of his aunt's house in Brooklyn. She gave a soft little cry as she read the name of Lenny's most recent victim. But there were no fellow passengers near enough to hear her. The train was still boarding, and the club car would not open for them until all the baggage had been loaded and the conductor had walked through the cars to check everyone's ticket. Tony was dead. Her husband was dead. She felt faint, and the club car began to dim in front of her eyes. The couches and tables and chairs began to revolve around her until everything was spinning out of control and she could see bright, sparkling lights blinding and twirling at the edges of her vision. They twirled toward the center, creating a wave of dizzy heat in her mind, and then everything faded into oblivion. She could see light behind her eyelids, and she let them open slightly. She must have dozed off for a moment because everything seemed to be happening in a dream. There was a newspaper on the floor near her feet, and she wondered about that for a moment. Was the newspaper hers? Had she dropped it when she'd fallen asleep? Or was the newspaper a part of the dream that she was still experiencing? She was struggling to find an answer to those questions when a man spoke to her. "Excuse me, ma'am, is this your newspaper?" She startled awake and her eyelids flew open. "Oh, yes, it's mine. I must have fallen asleep." The man smiled, and she realized that she liked his face. He was older, perhaps the age of her grandfather, and he looked both kind and concerned. "Are you all right?" he asked her. "Yes," she replied quickly, taking the newspaper he held out to her. "I couldn't seem to sleep last night, and I must have dozed off." He smiled at her, and it made her feel as if he were actually interested in what she'd said. "It's not always easy to sleep on a train," he told her. "That's why I always book a compartment when I go to visit my sister. To tell you the truth," he said, leaning down a bit closer to her, "it doesn't always help. I was in here last night, and I almost came over to talk to you then, to ask if I could order some cocoa or hot milk for you. I wasn't talking in my sleep, was I? She asked him, suddenly afraid she'd said something strange. She knew that she talked in her sleep. Her family had told her about that. What if she'd mentioned how desperate she was to escape what had happened in New York? And what if she'd mentioned how worried she was about her husband's safety? No, you didn't say a thing, he reassured her, but you were restless, and I was concerned for you. Thank you. She felt like crying with relief, or perhaps it was simply because a perfect stranger had been kind enough to be so concerned. Would you like some cocoa now? He asked her. I'd be happy to ring for the porter. Thank you very much, but I'm fine. I had coffee with my breakfast. I noticed. I saw you in the dining car, and I had to refrain from ordering something more nourishing for you, especially in your condition. He knew. She felt her cheeks flame with embarrassment. Did everyone who'd come into the club car know that she was expecting a baby? She pulled her oversized raincoat a bit closer around her and wondered if she could pretend that she hadn't understood the meaning behind his words. How long will it be now? He asked her. 10 to 12 weeks, she answered honestly. Since he knew, there was no reason not to tell him. Is that what your doctor told you? He asked, sitting down in the chair across from her. You don't mind if I sit here, do you? No, I don't mind at all, she answered, feeling a small jolt of surprise because she truly wanted him to continue to talk to her. Yes, that's what my doctor told me the last time I saw him. And how long ago was that? Almost 2 months ago. I couldn't keep my last appointment with him. Because you were traveling? Not exactly. It was because I was preparing to travel, and I just couldn't go to his office. I see. He smiled at her, and again it was a kind smile, a caring smile. Your doctor was wrong, he said. How do you know? Because I'm a doctor, and I've delivered hundreds of babies. You're only a week or so away from having your baby now. You're certain? I'm wise enough to know that a doctor can never be certain. Babies arrive when they're ready, and that may or may not be on our timetable. Still, I believe I'm right when I say it will happen within a week, but not much longer than that. But that can't be right. I have to find a place to live, and I have to wait until... She stopped speaking as she remembered the words she'd read. Then tears filled her eyes, and she wished that she'd stayed with Tony, that they'd been together even in death. But there was the baby, Tony's baby, to think of. She took a deep breath and attempted to quell her panic and looked much calmer than she felt. I'd like to help you if you'll tell me what's wrong, he said. He was clearly concerned for her. She could see it in his eyes. It's just that I'm not ready, she told him. Babies don't wait for you to be ready. He reached across the space between them to take her hand. Don't worry, I've delivered hundreds, perhaps even thousands of babies. You'll be perfectly fine, and so will your baby. That's very comforting, she said, giving a sigh of relief, and it's very kind of you to be concerned. Nonsense, he dismissed her tearful gratitude with a wave of his hand. Is this your first baby? Yes. He reached up to ring for the porter. You still have time to prepare. Did you eat anything besides toast for breakfast this morning? Yes, I did, she told him, beginning to feel more comfortable at answering his questions. What did you eat? I had strawberry jelly on my toast, and I had cream and sugar in my coffee. He shook his head. That won't do, my dear. You'll need... He stopped and gave a little wave as the porter appeared at the entrance to the club car. Ah, here's Alvin now. He turned to the porter. My niece needs something good to eat, Alvin. What would you recommend that's light but packed full of nourishing goodness? The porter looked surprised. Doc, I didn't know that she was your niece. Well, she is. Introduce yourself to Alvin, my dear. She smiled, and it was a genuine smile. I'm Rose, she said, giving him the first name that popped into her head. It's nice to meet you, Alvin. Lisa gave an audible gasp. Do you think Essie was writing about our Rose? No, Dolores answered quickly. Rose McDermott has lived in Lake Eden all her life. She dated Hal in high school and married him right after they graduated. They worked for the former owners of the cafe, and when they retired, Rose and Hal bought it. I know for a fact that Rose has never been anywhere near New York." Lisa looked a bit downcast. "I didn't know that. I'm sorry, I thought that it could be her." "That's all right," Hannah reassured her. "I was thinking the same thing." Michelle turned to smile at her friend. "I was thinking the very same thing." Then she turned to Hannah. "Please read more, Hannah. This is getting really exciting." "Nice to meet you too, Miss Rose," Alvin said with a smile. "My apologies. I didn't know you were the doc's niece." "You couldn't have treated me any better if you'd known," she told him. "So what would you recommend, Alvin?" the doctor asked him. "The best thing would be oatmeal, but it weighs heavy on your insides. And it's warm in here, so I wouldn't say oatmeal. How about scrambled eggs with cheese?" "What kind of cheese, Alvin?" the doctor asked him. "Cream cheese. None of that artificial cheese that isn't cheese at all. And I might mix the cream cheese with a little sharp cheddar or shredded Parmesan for flavor, and I'd serve those scrambled eggs with biscuits and plenty of butter." She smiled at Alvin. "Just hearing you describe it is making me hungry." Alvin looked pleased as he turned to the doctor. "How about it, Doc? Do you want me to go make it?" "Yes, and while you're at it, make one plate for me, too. I didn't think I'd be hungry this soon, but my niece is right. I'd like to try those scrambled eggs of yours." He waited until the porter had left, and then he turned to her again. "Is Rose your real name?" he asked her. There was no need to lie, so she shook her head. "No, it's not." "Will you tell me your real name?" "No, it would put you in danger." He gave a slight nod. "So you're running away from something or someone?" "Yes." "Your husband?" "No, never." She was horrified at the thought, and it showed clearly on her face. "I love my—" She stopped speaking, and tears filled her eyes. "I loved my husband." He was silent for a moment, obviously thinking about what she'd told him. "Your husband is dead?" he asked, drawing the obvious conclusion. "Yes," she said, and then she glanced down at the newspaper he'd handed back to her. "They killed him." "Who killed him?" "I can't tell you. That would put you in danger, too." "And you're running away from the people who killed your husband?" It wasn't a question, but she nodded anyway. "Yes, I promised him that I'd keep our baby safe." "The people who killed your husband would hurt you if they found you?" "They'd kill me," she corrected him. "And they'd kill our baby, too. I promised my husband that I'd go somewhere I'd never gone before and hide until he came for me. But now he can't." She stopped to swallow past the lump of sorrow in her throat and blinked back the tears that formed in her eyes. "He can't come for me now." "Alvin told me that you were traveling to California." "I bought a ticket to California." He caught her meaning immediately. "But you're not going to California?" "No, but it's where they'll expect me to go." He smiled at her. "So you're throwing them off your trail. That's very clever." "It was my husband's idea." She stopped to dab at her face with a tissue. "I think he knew all along that they would kill him, but he stayed behind to give me a chance to get away." "I can see why you loved him," he said. They were both silent for a long moment, and then he extended his hand to her. "Shake hands with your Uncle Jim. I'm the town doctor in Lakeview, Minnesota. I have a clinic in my house there, and I think that you should come home and stay with me." She studied his face and saw that he was perfectly sincere. He was kind, he was caring, and he was the right age to be her grandfather. If he was right about when the baby would be born, it could be dangerous for her and for the baby to continue traveling. No one would find her in Minnesota, especially if he told everyone that she was his niece. Was this the right solution for her and for her baby? "Uncle Jim," she took his hand and smiled, "meet your new niece." There was complete silence as Hannah closed the notebook and set it down on the table by the side of her chair. Dolores, Michelle, Lisa, and Hannah simply stared at each other. "Oh, my," Dolores said at last. "I hope she's going to be all right." Do you think the doctor is right about when she'll have the baby? Lisa asked. Hannah shrugged. I don't know. I haven't been reading ahead. I wanted to, but I didn't think it was fair to the rest of you. I don't know how you can keep from reading ahead now, Michelle told her. It's just too exciting to put down. Hannah has always shown great restraint, Dolores told them. I know, Michelle said, turning to look at Hannah. If I was the one who had those notebooks, I would have locked myself in my room and read until the very end. Hannah smiled. Perhaps I'd do that, but Grandma Knudsen said there isn't an end. Essie said she couldn't decide how to end her story, and that's the reason she stopped writing. No ending? Lisa asked, looking at Hannah in dismay. Dolores sighed. Hannah's right. Essie told us that she never finished her story. Oh, Lisa sounded as if she wanted to cry. I can't believe there's no ending. I have an idea, Hannah said. Perhaps if we read through everything Essie has written so far, we can think of the perfect ending for her book. You mean we could finish it? Michelle asked, staring at her older sister in awe. Yes, or at least we could try. And if we tell Essie our ideas for ending it, she might decide to choose one of our ideas and actually finish her story. That's a marvelous suggestion, dear, Dolores complimented her. As a matter of fact, I think I already have an idea. I have one too, Lisa said. You're right, Michelle nodded. Essie may have pointed the way to the ending, and all we have to do is recognize where she was going and why. Hannah smiled at her youngest sister. Let's exchange the ideas we have so far over coffee and something else that might unleash our creativity. What would that be? Lisa asked her. Chocolate, of course. I made something else to test out the bakery's stovetop burners and the walk-in cooler. I brought home a box of them and put them in Mother's refrigerator. She turned to Dolores. Since Lisa and Michelle can't help with the champagne at the Christmas ball, I thought we might have them pass plates of my creation around while you and Andrea serve the champagne. I think they'd go very well with champagne or white wine. That sounds lovely, dear, Dolores commented. What did you make, Hannah? Michelle asked her. Truffles, of a sort. They're not traditional, but they're really easy to make, and the recipe sounded wonderful. A college friend gave it to me right after Nutella first came out. The chocolate hazelnut spread? Lisa asked her. Yes, I'm calling them chocolate hazelnut bonbons. They're a little like the rum balls that I always make for Christmas. I'd love to try one, Dolores volunteered. Hannah, Michelle, and Lisa all turned to stare at the woman who'd eaten 5 cookies after polishing off a small dinner salad, a double-double burger, a side of French fries, and half of Michelle's onion rings at the corner tavern. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow night, Michelle suggested, trying hard to keep the teasing expression off her face. You can't possibly be hungry, can you, Mother? I may not be hungry, but I know my responsibilities, Dolores said quickly. I'm obligated to taste one, or perhaps 2, of Hannah's new creation. She stopped and gave a big sigh. After all, this may be the last chance I get. What do you mean? Hannah felt an immediate concern. Was her mother wearing herself out, planning the Christmas ball? Was she genuinely ill? Is there something wrong, Mother? Yes, there is something wrong. Dolores looked very serious. You see, I tried on the outfit I planned to wear to the Christmas ball when I came home this afternoon. It's my size, but it's a little too tight for me now. And that means I'm starting a diet at the end of the week. You girls have 3 more days to fatten me up before I can never eat anything good again. Never? Lisa sounded horrified. Well, perhaps never isn't precisely the right word, but I can't eat anything good again until I lose at least 3 pounds. They were silent for a moment, and then Lisa spoke up. Maybe
You don't have to go on a diet.
Dolores looked surprised. What do you mean, Lisa?
Is the outfit you were planning to wear to the ball your favorite outfit?
Not really. It's just that it's the dressiest outfit that I have, and I wanted to wear something dressy.
Then I have a solution for you, Lisa said. You can eat all the truffles and bonbons you want if you just go out and buy a new outfit.
Chocolate hazelnut bonbons. No need to preheat oven. This is a no-bake recipe. 1/2 cup Nutella, 1/4 cup salted butter, 1/2 stick, 2 ounces, softened, 1/4 cup finely chopped hazelnuts, measure after chopping, 1/2 teaspoon vanilla extract, 2 cups powdered confectioner's sugar, do not sift, 1 small box food picks or long toothpicks, 2 cups, 12 ounces by weight package, semi-sweet chocolate chips, I used Nestle, 1 rounded tablespoon salted butter, softened. Hannah's first note. If you can't find food picks in your grocery store, you can buy them in a party store or a restaurant supply store. They look like toothpicks, but they have a colored cellophane decoration on one end, and you've probably seen them used on cheese platters or with platters of little appetizers. Prepare your pan by lining a cookie sheet with wax paper. Use a wooden spoon or fork to mix the Nutella with the 1/4 cup softened butter in a medium-sized bowl. Sprinkle the 1/4 cup finely chopped hazelnuts on top and mix them in thoroughly. Add the vanilla extract and mix that in. Add the powdered sugar in 1/2 cup increments, mixing well after each addition. Cover the bowl with plastic wrap and place it in the refrigerator for at least 1 hour so that the mixture will firm up. Longer than 1 hour is fine, too. Using impeccably clean hands, roll pop-in-your-mouth-size balls from the Nutella, butter, and hazelnut mixture. Stick a food pick into each ball and place the completed balls on your prepared cookie sheet lined with wax paper. Hannah's second note. The food picks will make it easier for you to dip the balls in melted chocolate chips once they've firmed up. Place the cookie sheet with your chocolate hazelnut bonbons in the freezer for at least 1 hour. Overnight is even better. When your chocolate hazelnut balls are frozen, prepare to melt your chocolate coating. Leave your candy balls in the freezer until your chocolate coating has melted and you are ready to dip them. Place your 2 cups of chocolate chips in a microwave-safe bowl. Add the rounded tablespoon of butter on top. I used a 1-quart Pyrex measuring cup to do this. Heat the chocolate chips and butter on high for 1 minute. Let them sit in the microwave for an additional minute, and then stir to see if the chocolate chips are melted. If they're not, continue to heat in 30-second increments, followed by 30 seconds of standing time until you can stir them smooth. Take the cookie sheet with the candy balls out of the freezer and set it on the counter. Using the food picks as handles, dip the balls one by one in the melted chocolate, and then return them to the cookie sheet. Work quickly so that the balls do not soften. Place the cookie sheet with the chocolate hazelnut bonbons in the refrigerator for at least 2 hours before serving. When you're ready to serve, remove the balls from the refrigerator, arrange them on a pretty plate or platter, and leave the food picks in place so that your guests can use them as a handle when they eat them. Hannah's third note. If you plan to serve these at a party, you can either leave the food picks in place or pull them out and use cake decorator frosting with a star tip to cover the hole with a pretty frosting rosette. Then, if you like, you can place the candy, rosette up, in fluted paper candy cups. Yield approximately 3 dozen chocolate hazelnut bonbons, depending on the size of the candy balls. Chapter 14.
"These are incredible, dear," Dolores declared after tasting her first chocolate hazelnut bonbon. "And they would be divine with champagne."
Hannah smiled. Her mother's approval meant a lot to her. "Do you think we should put them on trays and pass them?"
"Yes!
That would be perfect, dear. What are you planning to wear to the event? I'm not sure. Do you have a cocktail dress or a ball gown? Hannah shook her head. No, I've never attended anything like the Christmas ball before. Well, that settles it then. Dolores smiled at all three of them. I'm buying a gown for Andrea, and I'll buy something dressy for all three of you. What's your favorite color, Lisa? My favorite color? Lisa asked, looking surprised. Yes, dear. If your closet looks anything like Michelle's, you'll need something to wear to a dressy event. But, Lisa began to look distressed. Really, Mrs. Swensen, you don't have to— Nonsense! All three of you girls have pitched in to help me with this project. The least I can do is find something nice for you to wear. We'll meet at the Cookie Jar after school tomorrow and walk over to Claire's dress shop. I'm sure she'll have something appropriate for all three of you. How about you, Mother? Hannah asked. Are you going to buy something for yourself? Perhaps. Dolores looked down at the plate of bonbons and sighed. I may have to look for something new if you keep on feeding me delicious treats like this. Hannah reached for the last dress that Claire had chosen for her. It was a beautiful shade of blue, and she'd saved the best for last. If it fit, she'd tell her mother that it was fine. She absolutely hated to try on clothing, probably because it forced her to examine her image in the mirror and chide herself for eating that last French fry or piece of cake. Please fit, she whispered as she slipped the dress over her head and reached back to pull up the zipper. And, miracle of miracles, the dress did fit. It fell whispering down over her hips like gossamer silk, minimizing her slightly too wide hips and slightly too large derriere. The bodice was snug, but not too snug. The sleeves were exactly the right length, and even more important than all those pluses, her image in the mirror made her feel beautiful. This is it, she said to herself, since no one else was there. A perfect dress for a perfect Christmas ball. Do you like it? Claire's voice floated through the crack in the dressing-room door. Oh, yes, Hannah answered immediately. I love it, Claire. If Mother agrees, I really want this dress. And if she doesn't agree, you'll buy it yourself on layaway? Hannah laughed. Yes, Claire, I will. They were all waiting when she emerged from the dressing-room. Lisa in her lovely pink gown, Michelle in a sunshine yellow that made her hair shine, and Dolores in a slinky black dress with brocade beading on the bodice. Perfect, Dolores declared, smiling at Hannah in approval. That dress is just perfect on you, dear. It's beautiful, Hannah, Lisa added her vote. Stunning, Michelle smiled at her oldest sister. I really like it, Hannah. You just have to choose this one. Then I will, Hannah agreed, smiling at all of them as she turned to Claire. I'll take this one, Claire. Once Claire had measured them for final alterations, Dolores led the way back to her car. Get in, girls. We're meeting Andrea at the hotel in 10 minutes. I want to show you what we've accomplished before you go back to work baking. Hannah could scarcely believe her eyes as she stood next to her mother and Andrea. It's a miracle, Mother. I couldn't have done it without Andrea's talent for decorating, Dolores told her, glancing at her middle daughter proudly. The drapes and the valances are completely her idea. They look exactly the way they did in that photo that Rod gave you, Michelle said. But that was a black and white print, Lisa pointed out. How did you decide on the colors? I used my imagination, Andrea told them. Gold seemed to complement the rest of the ballroom once the floor was polished and resurfaced, and I thought the dark green was very Christmassy, especially since Mother told me that there would be decorated Christmas trees around the edges of the ballroom. How about the poinsettias on the tables? Hannah asked her. I wanted red and green, and that's why I had the borders of the sashes made in red velvet. Trudy agreed with me completely. Trudy Schumann? Yes, she made the curtains and didn't charge us a cent. She said that it was the least she could do for Essie." Hannah knew she must have looked puzzled because Andrea continued, "Trudy told me that Essie took Cliff under her wing when his parents died. She told me that Essie was like a second mother to him, and he used to do his homework with her at the hotel until Trudy picked him up after work. She told me that sewing the tablecloths and drapes was her way of repaying Essie for helping with Cliff." That was a horrible accident. Hannah gave a little sigh, remembering how shocked she'd been about one of her classmates losing both parents in such an awful way. She'd had nightmares for several nights after imagining how terrible it would be if something like that happened to her own parents. "You might not know this, Hannah," Dolores said, "but right after you went off to college, Cliff enrolled in community college and got his BA in business management." Hannah was surprised. "I had no idea he'd gone on to college. I knew he was working for Dad, of course. Your father gave him time off from work so that he could attend class." "That was nice of Dad," Hannah said, remembering how Cliff had gotten the job at her dad's store and still feeling vaguely uncomfortable about how Lars had offered Cliff a summer job if he'd invite Hannah to her senior prom. It had been bribery, pure and simple, but she hadn't known at the time, and she'd had a marvelous time at the prom. "And now Cliff's going to manage your father's hardware store," Dolores added. "He can't buy it right away, but he's arranged to finance it with time payments." Dolores looked a bit concerned. "It's what your father would have wanted. When I went to Howie Levine's office to get my copy of the will he drew up for us, Howie said that Lars mentioned Cliff to him once, and he'd said that he wanted to promote Cliff to manager and take a little time off for himself." Dolores looked sad for a moment, and then she smiled. "Your father was always a great judge of character, so when I told Howie that I didn't want to manage the store, he said he thought that Cliff would be a logical choice for the job." Hannah nodded. "Dad was right. The store looks good. I was in there just the other day buying my reading lamp." "I hope that selling the hardware store doesn't bother you, Hannah." Dolores looked a bit apologetic. "Perhaps I should have consulted you." "It doesn't bother me at all," Hannah reassured her. "I think Cliff is a perfect choice. I know Dad liked him, and he was a big help in the store." "What do you think of the job the Otis elevator people did with the old elevator?" Dolores asked them. "It runs just fine," Michelle said. "And it looks good, too." Lisa nodded. "I just love the mirrors. Did they put them up?" "Yes, but they coordinated with Cliff. He donated the mirrored panels for the sides and the back." "And that means Essie can ride up in her wheelchair," Andrea said. "A couple of men from town said they'd carry her up right in her chair, but Mother thought the elevator would be much easier." "How did you get Otis to fix it?" Hannah asked Dolores. "I told them about Essie and how she'd lived here all of her adult life, and I told them that this was her fondest wish." "And then we went out to talk to the owner of KCOW-TV, Andrea added. "That was Mother's idea." "And the program director agreed to run a free ad for Otis Elevator during the special they're going to run tomorrow," Dolores said with a smile. "KCOW's doing a special?" Hannah asked, turning to her mother in surprise. "How did you ever work that? They never do anything for free." "I have my ways. We're hoping it'll promote the ball and help to sell more advance tickets. The money will go to help Essie get the help she needs." "Does Essie know about this?" Hannah asked. "No. We decided not to tell her. Both Grandma Knutson and Annie think Essie is too proud to take what she would regard as charity. I'm telling you girls, but please don't say anything to anyone else. We're going to let everyone think that the ticket sales are for the cost of the champagne and the dessert buffet." "Then we should buy our tickets," Lisa said. "We want to help Essie, too." Dolores shook her head. "No, girls, you're already doing enough to help Essie. Just keep on baking so she can see the Christmas cake parade again. She talks about how beautiful it was almost every time we visit her." "Is she—" Lisa stopped speaking and swallowed with difficulty. Then she cleared her throat, and Hannah knew that Lisa was thinking about her own mother. "Is Essie getting worse?" "Doc Knight says no. Grandma Knutson asked him. But Essie told Annie that she doesn't think she'll live much longer. Annie said she asked Essie why, but Essie wouldn't tell her." "That's so sad," Lisa said. "I know. The Christmas ball is very important to her, girls, and every day she asks me to thank you for baking all the cakes for the Christmas cake parade. She told us that the first cake piece was the most beautiful sight in the world." "Did she say how many cakes there were?" Hannah asked. "We couldn't really tell from the photograph. All we saw were the candles, and the cakes themselves weren't visible." "I'll ask her tomorrow," Dolores promised. "I'm sure she knows. She said she dreams about that beautiful sight almost every night because it's such a happy memory." "Did Essie ever mention the kinds of cakes that were in the parade?" Hannah asked. "Not specifically. She just told us that the cakes were all sizes and shapes. And as I told you before, Hannah, there was a large cake that was shaped like a Christmas tree that led the parade." "Was it a fruit cake?" Michelle asked, giving a little shudder at the thought. Dolores laughed. "No, dear, that is one of the things that Essie told us. There were no fruit cakes in the cake parade. And right after she said it, she laughed." "Essie doesn't like fruitcake either?" Lisa guessed. "Grandma Knutson and Annie and I certainly got that impression. There are quite a few people who don't like fruitcake." "It's probably because of the citron," Hannah told them. "Many people think that the flavor of citron is too strong." "That's exactly what I don't like about it," Michelle agreed. "I must admit that I'm not fond of it either," Dolores concurred. "Your father used to say that he thought there were only a limited number of fruitcakes in existence. He speculated that the people who got them for Christmas saved them in their refrigerator all year, and then they gave them to someone else on the following Christmas." "That's funny." Lisa began to laugh, and so did everyone else. "Perhaps you should experiment with making another kind of fruitcake," Dolores suggested to Hannah. "You could make one with chocolate and fresh fruit instead of citron." "I'll do that, Mother," Hannah promised, "but not before the Christmas ball. We have only 3 days to get everything ready." "Yes, dear, I know," Dolores said, giving a little sigh. "I'm well aware that we're short on time. I just hope that we can get everything done before the big night." "We will," Andrea promised. "The decorating is almost complete." "And we are right on schedule with the baking," Hannah told her. "The Christmas cake parade and the dessert buffet really won't be a problem." "Oh, good." Dolores looked slightly relieved. "We're almost done with the repairs here, and the electrician managed to hook us up with lights in the kitchen and ballroom. With all of us working hard, we can give Essie another Christmas ball memory that she'll treasure for the rest of her life." Chapter 15. "I love your beef stew, dear." Dolores complimented Hannah on the bowl of Hunter's beef stew that she'd just eaten. "I wish I could have more, but Claire took my measurements this afternoon." "And if you have a second bowl, you might not fit into your new dress?" Michelle asked. "That's it exactly. But perhaps that depends." "Depends on what, Mrs. Swensen?" Lisa asked her. "On what we are having for dessert. If it's something I'm not particularly fond of, I might decide to have more stew instead." "Other than fruitcake, is there any dessert that you don't particularly like?" Hannah asked her mother. "I'm sure there is. I just can't think of what it is." There's got to be something, don't you think? She faced a trio of grins as her eyes traveled from face to face. Well, perhaps there doesn't have to be any other dessert that I don't like. She turned to Hannah. What did you bake, dear? Ultimate butterscotch bundt cake with Cool Whip butterscotch frosting. And we picked up some vanilla and some chocolate ice cream on our way here. Ooh! Dolores got up from her chair and took her bowl to the sink to rinse it out. There's no way I want to miss that. I thought of a dessert that you might not like, Mrs. Swensen, Lisa said when Dolores returned to the table. What is it, dear? Chocolate sauce, drizzled over dill pickles with a dish of chocolate ice cream. Dolores considered that for a moment, and then she smiled. Actually, that sounds rather interesting. Do you use dill pickle slices or whole dill pickles when you make it? Lisa's eyes opened wide in surprise. I don't know. I've never tried it. I just thought it sounded like an awful combination. Actually, it might just be good. Dill pickle slices over strawberry ice cream is a good combination. All three girls stared at Dolores in disbelief, and she laughed. Don't worry, girls. I won't ask for that any time soon. The only time I ever tried it was when I was pregnant with Hannah. Mom says that pregnant ladies get cravings for all sorts of weird things, Lisa said. How about Andrea? Do you think she'd like strawberry ice cream with dill-pickled slices? Dolores shrugged. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I know that she's always loved strawberry ice cream, and she likes dill pickles, too. We'll have to ask her the next time we see her. With all of them working, it didn't take long before they were sitting at the kitchen table with coffee for Hannah and Dolores and tall glasses of milk for Michelle and Lisa. Hannah had cut generous slices of ultimate butterscotch bundt cake for all of them, and the ice cream cartons, complete with scoops, were sitting on the kitchen table. Let's taste it without ice cream first, and then you can tell me how you think we should serve it at the Christmas ball, Hannah suggested. Why don't we cut it, put the slices on little plates, and let everyone decide for themselves, Michelle suggested. Good idea, Dolores praised her youngest daughter. It would certainly be less work if you didn't serve it with ice cream. Not necessarily, Hannah said. We could put a tub of ice on a side table, open the ice cream cartons, and let everyone scoop their own if they wanted it. Then they'd have it for the other bundt cakes, too, Lisa pointed out, and we wouldn't have to scoop it for them. You'd need coffee ice cream for that wonderful chocolate bundt cake of yours, Dolores said. We should taste all the cakes first and decide which ice cream flavors complement them. Then we can ask Florence to set those aside for us. We should taste all the cakes? Hannah asked her. I thought you were going on a diet, Mother. I am, but I know my duty. I've already tasted the ultimate lemon bundt cake, and I think I'd choose vanilla ice cream with that, and I think either vanilla or coffee ice cream would go with the chocolate cake. Or chocolate, Michelle said. Some people are real chocoholics, Mother. Dolores nodded. You're right, of course. Hannah took a sip of her coffee and picked up her fork. Here goes nothing, she said as she cut off a bite, popped it into her mouth, and chewed. Except for little sighs of pleasure and the sound of forks clinking against the dessert plates, there was silence for long moments. They were all intent on analyzing the complex flavors of Hannah's cake. Wonderful, Dolores said with a smile as she set her fork on her empty dessert plate. Which ice cream flavor did you think was best with the cake? Hannah asked her. Oh, dear, Dolores said, looking surprised. I forgot to try any of the ice cream. I imagine some people will want it a la mode, but I preferred it plain. I had a little vanilla ice cream, and it was good, Lisa told them. And I had a little chocolate, Michelle added her opinion. That was good, too. I'm with Mother on this one, Hannah admitted. I forgot all about the ice cream and just ate the cake.
Then I have a suggestion, Dolores said with a smile.
What's that, Mother? Michelle asked her.
I think we all owe it to Hannah to test her cake both ways.
Dolores picked up her dessert plate, pushed back her chair, and got to her feet.
Come on, girls. Duty calls.
Ultimate Butterscotch Bundt Cake. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. 4 large eggs, 1/2 cup vegetable oil, 1/2 cup cold whole milk, 8-ounce by weight tub of sour cream, I used Knudsen, 1 box of white cake mix with or without pudding in the mix, the kind that makes a 9-inch by 13-inch cake, or a 2-layer cake. I used Duncan Hines. 5.1-ounce package of instant butterscotch pudding mix. I used Jell-O, the kind that makes 6 half-cup servings. 12-ounce by weight bag of butterscotch chips. 11-ounce package will do too. I used Nestle. Prepare your cake pan. You'll need a bundt pan that has been sprayed with Pam or another nonstick cooking spray and then floured. To flour a pan, put some flour in the bottom, hold it over your kitchen wastebasket, and tap the pan to move the flour all over the inside of the pan. Continue this until all the inside surfaces of the pan, including the sides of the crater in the center of the pan, have been covered with a light coating of flour. Be sure to shake out the excess flour. Crack the eggs into the bowl of an electric mixer. Mix them up on low speed until they're a uniform color. Pour in the 1/2 cup of vegetable oil and mix it in with the eggs on low speed. Add the 1/2 cup of cold milk and mix it in on low speed. Scoop out the container of sour cream and add the sour cream to your bowl. Mix that in on low speed. When everything is well combined, open the box of dry cake mix and sprinkle it on top of the liquid ingredients in the bowl of the mixer. Mix that in on low speed. Add the package of instant butterscotch pudding and mix that in, again, on low speed. Finally, chop up the butterscotch chips in a food processor or blender and then sprinkle them into the mixer. Mix in the chips on low speed. Shut off the mixer, scrape down the sides of the bowl, and give your batter a final stir by hand. Use a rubber spatula to transfer the cake batter to the prepared bundt pan. Smooth the top of your cake with the rubber spatula and place it in the oven. Bake your ultimate butterscotch bundt cake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 55 minutes. Before you take your cake out of the oven, test it for doneness by inserting a cake tester, thin wooden skewer, or long toothpick midway between the sides of the circular ring. You can't insert it in the center of the cake because that's where the crater is. If the tester comes out clean, your cake is done. If there is still unbaked batter clinging to the tester, shut the oven door and bake your cake in 5-minute increments until it tests done. Once your cake is done, take it out of the oven and set it on a cold stovetop burner or a wire rack. Let your cake cool for 20 minutes in the pan, but no longer than that. Use your impeccably clean fingers to pull the sides of the cake away from the pan. Don't forget to do the same for the crater in the middle. Tip the bundt pan upside down on a platter and drop it gently on a towel on the kitchen counter. Do this until the cake falls out of the pan and rests on the platter. Cover your ultimate butterscotch bundt cake loosely with foil and refrigerate it for at least 1 hour. Overnight is even better. Frost your cake with Cool Whip butterscotch frosting. Recipe and instructions follow. Yield at least 10 pieces of decadent butterscotch cake. Serve with tall glasses of ice-cold milk or cups of strong coffee. Cool Whip butterscotch frosting. This recipe is made in the microwave. 6-ounce by weight bag of butterscotch chips, or measure 1 cup of chips, which is roughly half of an 11-ounce by weight bag. 8-ounce by weight tub of frozen Cool Whip. Do not thaw. Hannah's first note. Make sure you use the original Cool Whip, not the sugar-free or the real whipped cream type of Cool Whip. Place the cup of butterscotch chips in your food processor or blender. Chop them into smaller pieces so that they will melt faster. Place the Cool Whip in a microwave-safe bowl. Add the chopped butterscotch chips to the bowl. Microwave the bowl on high for 1 minute, and then let it sit in the microwave for an additional minute. Take the bowl out of the microwave and stir to see if the butterscotch chips have melted. If they haven't, heat in 30-second intervals with 1-minute standing times until you succeed in melting the chips. Take the bowl out of the microwave and let it sit on the countertop or on a cold stovetop burner for 15 minutes. This standing time will thicken the icing. When the time is up, give the bowl a stir and remove your cake from the refrigerator. Frost your ultimate butterscotch bundt cake with the frosting, and don't forget the crater in the middle. You don't need to frost all the way inside the crater. That's almost impossible. Just frost an inch or so down the cavity. Return your cake to the refrigerator for at least 30 minutes before cutting it and serving it to your guests. Hannah's second note: you can also use this icing on cookies. It would be wonderful on any cookie with a vanilla, chocolate, or butterscotch taste. I especially like it on old-fashioned sugar cookies and Cocoa Crunch cookies. Just make sure that the cookies are cool when you frost them. Yield. This frosting will frost a batch of cookies, a 9-inch by 13-inch flat cake, a bundt cake, or a round 2-tier layer cake. Chapter 16. As she rode up in the elevator, Hannah did something very unusual. She actually looked at her reflection in the mirrored walls. Her mother, Claire, Michelle, and Lisa had been 100% right. The color of her dress was perfect with her hair. And, wonder of wonders, Bertie at the Cut and Curl Beauty Parlor had actually managed to tame her curly red hair into some semblance of normalcy. The elevator stopped, the doors opened, and Hannah began to smile as she spotted Andrea and Mayor Bascom moving through the crowd with trays of champagne. Michelle and Lisa were following them with trays containing the truffles that they'd made. She waited for a moment, watching as a huge crowd of guests reached out one by one for the truffles. Dolores had been right about how well the confections would complement the champagne. As she entered the beautifully decorated ballroom, a tall, well-dressed man left the crowd and hurried to intercept her. "Hannah," he greeted her with a smile as he gave her a little hug. "You look great." "Thank you," Hannah smiled back, but it took her a second or two to place him. "Cliff, I didn't recognize you at first. For some reason you look even taller than you did in high school." "That's because I am taller. I grew 1.5 inches after we left school. Trudy says that I was a late bloomer." "How's Trudy? I haven't seen her since I've been back." "She's fine. I just came out to ask you to save me a dance." This time Hannah's smile was much more than polite. "Really?" "Yes. We had so much fun at the senior prom, and I wanted to dance with you again. And, well, there's someone I'd like you to meet." "Who?" "Someone I'm interested in, but I'm not sure. You're the smartest person I know, Hannah, and if you like someone, I know they're a really good person." "Is this someone you're thinking about hiring, Cliff?" Hannah asked the obvious question. Cliff began to smile. "Not exactly, but it is someone I might ask to marry me. I just don't know if I'm making a mistake, and I really don't want to do that. I'd value your opinion, Hannah." Hannah gave a little sigh as she thought back to her failed romance with the assistant professor she'd planned to marry. "I'd like to meet her, but I'm not sure you should value my opinion about something like that. I've made some bad mistakes in the romance department myself." "So have I, and that's why I'm asking you. I think it's important to get an outside opinion from someone you trust." "Okay, it's a deal. But you have to do something for me, too." "What's that?" You have to help me carry out the big platter with the Christmas cake I baked. We're going to turn off the lights and hold a Christmas cake parade just like the one Essie remembers at the first Christmas ball. It's a really big cake, and I need a strong guy to help me carry it, especially because the only lights will be the candles on the cakes. I'll be glad to help you, Hannah. Thanks, Cliff. There's one other thing I'd like you to do for me. What is it? I want you to love the hardware store as much as Dad did. Cliff smiled and gave her a little hug. That's easy, Hannah. I already do. The first person Hannah saw as she entered the ballroom itself was Essie. She was sitting in a wheelchair that someone had decorated with green and gold garlands that perfectly complemented Essie's deep red velvet ball gown. Instead of wearing her hair in a bun, the style she'd worn for years, her silver hair was now cut shorter, and it curled beautifully around her face. Her makeup was perfectly applied, and Hannah made a mental note to ask Dolores if she'd helped Essie get ready for the ball. In her wheelchair throne, with a sparkling tiara on her head, it was obvious to everyone there that Essie was the queen of the Christmas ball. You look lovely, Essie, Hannah greeted her. Thank you, dear. And so do you. That dress you're wearing is the perfect color for you. Have you seen your mother yet? She's here, with Annie and Grandma Knutson. I haven't greeted Mother yet. Tonight we're like ships that pass in the night. I got here early to help set up for the buffet, and then I dashed home to get ready. When I got to her house, Mother was already gone, and so were Michelle and Lisa. Well, they're here now, and your mother's been telling everyone what marvelous bakers you girls are. She told me that you were going to hold a Christmas cake parade. Is that true, dear? Yes, it is. Michelle and Lisa got all of their friends to help us carry in the cakes, and Cliff Schumann promised to help me lead the parade with the largest one. Wonderful. Essie smiled, but she seemed distracted by a man who'd just come into the ballroom. Hannah studied his face and came to the conclusion that he was a stranger. She turned back to Essie and asked, Do you recognize the man who just came in? I'm not sure. There are quite a few people here that I don't know. That's probably because of the television interview you did for KCOW. Mother told me that it was picked up by some major networks, and it was shown as a human interest story all over the country. That's true, and some people may have come just out of curiosity. That man looks familiar, like someone I used to know years ago. When are you holding the Christmas cake parade? As soon as Mayor Bascom greets everyone and officially tells your guests about the first Christmas ball. When he gets up to speak, I'll go back to the kitchen to light the candles on the cakes. Is the orchestra going to play for the parade? Yes, but they recorded the music because there won't be enough light for them to play. They gave Mother a recording, and after the parade, the lights will go back on, and they'll play music for dancing. Perfect. This is all so wonderful, Hannah. Thank you for organizing all that baking. Tonight will be a full circle for me, Hannah. Now I won't have to wait and worry much longer. Hannah tried not to show how puzzled she was by Essie's comment as she hurried back to the kitchen. What an odd thing for Essie to say. An unwelcome thought flashed through her mind on her way down the hallway that led to the kitchen. Did Essie's words about completing a full circle mean that she thought she would die tonight? Or was Hannah simply reading too much into what Essie had said? Ultimate Christmas Bundt Cake. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. 1 cup shredded coconut, pack it down when you measure it. 1/4 cup, 4 tablespoons, all-purpose flour. You will be dividing this into tablespoons. 8 ounces by weight candied pineapple wedges. 8 ounces by weight candied red cherries. 8 ounces by weight candied green cherries. 12-ounce by weight bag of white chocolate chips or vanilla baking chips. 11-ounce package will do too. I used Nestle. 4 large eggs, 1/2 cup vegetable oil, 1/2 cup cold whole milk, 1 teaspoon coconut or vanilla extract, 8-ounce by weight tub of sour cream, I used Knudsen, 1 box of white cake mix with or without pudding in the mix, the kind that makes a 9-inch by 13-inch cake or a 2-layer cake. I used Duncan Hines. 5.1-ounce package of instant vanilla pudding mix. I used Jell-O, the kind that makes 6 half-cup servings. Prepare your cake pan. You'll need a bundt pan that has been sprayed with Pam or another non-stick cooking spray and then floured. To flour a pan, put some flour in the bottom, hold it over your kitchen wastebasket, and tap the pan to move the flour all over the inside of the pan. Continue this until all the inside surface of the pan, including the sides of the crater in the center of the pan, have been covered with a light coating of flour. Put the coconut in the bowl of a food processor and chop it up into much smaller pieces by using the steel blade in an on and off motion. Place the finely chopped coconut in a bowl on the counter. Sprinkle 1 tablespoon of flour, from the 4 tablespoons you measured, in the bottom of the food processor bowl. Place the candied pineapple wedges on top of the flour. Sprinkle another tablespoon of flour on top of the pineapple wedges. Place the red candied cherries on top of that flour. Sprinkle another tablespoon of flour on top of the red candied cherries. Place the green candied cherries on top of that flour. Sprinkle a final tablespoon of flour on top of the candied green cherries. Process the flour and candied fruit in an on and off motion with the steel blade until everything is chopped into small pieces. Add the candied fruit and flour mixture to the bowl with the finely chopped coconut. Put the white chocolate or vanilla baking chips in the bottom of the food processor bowl. In an on and off motion with the steel blade, chop the chips into small pieces. Place the chopped chips in another bowl on the counter. Now it's time to start mixing up your cake. Crack the eggs into the bowl of an electric mixer. Mix them up on low speed until they're a uniform color. Pour in the 1/2 cup of vegetable oil and mix it in with the eggs on low speed. Add the 1/2 cup of cold milk and the teaspoon of coconut or vanilla extract. Mix them in on low speed. Scoop out the container of sour cream and add it to your bowl. Mix that in on low speed. When everything is well combined, open the box of dry cake mix and sprinkle it on top of the liquid ingredients in the bowl of the mixer. Mix it in on low speed. Add the package of dry instant vanilla pudding mix. Beat it in again on low speed. Finally, sprinkle in the candied fruit and coconut. Mix them in thoroughly on low speed. Shut off the mixer, scrape down the sides of the bowl, and give your batter a final stir by hand. Use a rubber spatula to mix in the chopped white chocolate chips by hand. The reason you've chopped them into little pieces is so the pieces are lighter and won't sink down into the bottom of the bundt pan. Use the same rubber spatula to transfer the cake batter to the prepared bundt pan. Smooth the top of your cake with the spatula and put it into the oven. Bake your ultimate Christmas cake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 55 minutes. Before you take your cake out of the oven, test it for doneness by inserting a cake tester, thin wooden skewer, or long toothpick midway between the sides of the circular ring. You can't insert it in the center of the cake because that's where the crater is. If the tester comes out clean, your cake is done. If there is still unbaked batter clinging to the tester, shut the oven door and bake your cake in 5-minute increments, testing after each increment until it tests done. Once your cake has finished baking, take it out of the oven and set it on a cold stovetop burner or a wire rack. Let it cool in the pan for 20 minutes. After the 20-minute cooling time is up, put your impeccably clean fingers on top of the pan and pull the sides of the cake away from the pan. Don't forget to do the same for the crater in the middle. This will make certain the cake isn't sticking to the sides and center of the bundt pan. Tip the bundt pan upside down on a platter and drop it gently on a towel on the kitchen counter. Do this until the cake falls out of the pan and rests on the platter. Cover your ultimate Christmas bundt cake loosely with foil and refrigerate it for at least 1 hour. Overnight is even better. Frost your cake with Cool Whip white chocolate frosting. Recipe and instructions follow. Yield at least 10 pieces of incredibly good and very rich cake. This cake is wonderful with vanilla ice cream on top. Serve with tall glasses of ice-cold milk or cups of strong coffee. Cool Whip white chocolate frosting. This recipe is made in the microwave. 8-ounce by weight tub of frozen Cool Whip. Do not thaw yet. 6-ounce by weight bag of white chocolate or vanilla chips. I used Nestle white baking chips. Half of an 11-ounce bag will do just fine. 1 teaspoon coconut or vanilla extract. Hannah's first note: make sure you use the original Cool Whip, not the sugar-free or the real whipped cream. Place the Cool Whip in a microwave-safe bowl. Add the chocolate chips to the bowl. Microwave the bowl on high for 1 minute and then let it sit in the microwave for an additional minute. Take the bowl out of the microwave and stir to see if the white chocolate chips are melted. If they're not, heat them in 30-second intervals with 30-second standing times in the microwave until you succeed in melting the chips. Stir in the vanilla or coconut extract and let the bowl sit on the countertop or on a cold burner for 15 minutes to thicken the frosting. When the time is up, give the bowl a stir and remove your cake from the refrigerator. Frost your ultimate Christmas bundt cake with the frosting, and don't forget the crater in the middle. You don't need to frost all the way down, that's almost impossible. Just frost an inch or so down the crater. Hannah's second note: while your frosting is still soft and sticky, you can decorate your cake with more candied pineapple and red and green candied cherries if you wish. The top looks great if you make a circle of the red cherries on the outside of the top, a circle of candied pineapple just inside the red candied cherries, and then a circle of green candied cherries inside the candied pineapple. Return your cake to the refrigerator for at least 30 minutes before cutting it and serving it to your guests. Hannah's third note: you can also use this frosting on cookies. Simply frost and let your cookies sit on wax paper on the kitchen counter until the frosting has set and is dry to the touch. Yield: this frosting will frost a batch of cookies, a 9-inch by 13-inch cake, a bundt cake, or a round 2-tier layer cake. Chapter 17. Hannah smiled as she came into the hotel kitchen with Cliff. Michelle and Lisa were staging the cake parade in a line that wound snake-like around the edges of the huge counters and appliances that filled the room. "Oh, look," Hannah said to Cliff. "Lisa and Michelle have already lined everyone up with the cakes they're going to carry." Cliff looked amazed as he surveyed the long line of cakes. "And you actually baked all these cakes?" "Yes, but I had help. Michelle and Lisa walk to the cookie jar every day after school to bake with me." "This one is amazing." Cliff pointed to the massive cake shaped like a Christmas tree that sat on the kitchen counter closest to the door. "Is this the Christmas cake that you were telling me about?" "Yes, it's the lead cake in the parade." "It's beautiful," Cliff said admiringly. "Does it pull apart?" "Yes. We bake miniature bundt cakes and arrange them in an ascending tower to form the tree. We started with an almost full platter on the bottom, and each tier of the tree has a smaller number of miniature bundt cakes." "Did you frost them separately?" "Yes. And then we stack them up and use the drizzle icicle frosting to tie them together." "Very clever. And it's beautiful." "Make sure you tell Lisa that. The design was her idea." "The red and green cherries look like Christmas ornaments." "That was Lisa's idea, too. The cake is really heavy, though. Are you sure you can handle it? if I help you carry it?" "Let's see." Cliff picked up the platter with surprisingly little effort and held it aloft. "It's not a problem, Hannah," he assured her. "I can carry the cake by myself. The bags of concrete mix that I stack in the hardware store are a lot heavier than this. You just walk next to me and look pretty."
"Well, if you're sure."
"Don't worry, I won't drop it. Besides, you'll be busy lighting the candles when Mayor Bascom finishes his speech."
"If he ever does," Hannah retorted, and she was rewarded by a laugh from Cliff.
"I know what you mean, Hannah. I don't think the people in Lake Eden realized how long-winded he could be when they elected him. But I think he's beginning to wind up now."
They were silent, listening to what they hoped was the end of Mayor Bascom's welcome speech. His amplified voice reached the kitchen, and Hannah picked up the fireplace lighter she'd brought to light the candles they'd placed on top of all the cakes and began to light them.
"Thank you all for attending this wonderful event tonight. And thank you to our guest of honor, Essie Granger, for her years of service to the Lake Eden community. Please remain seated at the tables around the perimeter of the ballroom for the Christmas cake parade. And a big thank you from all of us to Hannah Swensen, who, with the help of Michelle Swensen and Lisa Herman, baked all of the cakes for the parade."
There was applause from the guests in the ballroom, and Hannah felt her cheeks turn warm at the unexpected praise.
"We will dim the lights so that you can see the parade in all its lighted glory. Please stay in your seats and do not move around the ballroom during the ceremony."
"Smart move," Cliff said in a low voice. I was wondering how they'd do that.
"And now, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you all to enjoy the Christmas cake parade."
As Andrea dimmed the lights, very slowly so that Hannah would have time to light all the candles on the assorted cakes, the orchestra leader turned on the Christmas medley that they'd recorded. Hannah spotted Rod Metcalf with his camera, standing in a good vantage point against the ballroom wall, and she knew that there would be photos of the parade in the next issue of the Lake Eden Journal. She lit the candles on the huge Christmas tree cake last, and as Cliff picked up the cake, she turned to the Jordan High students in line. "Are we all ready?" she asked them. "And do you all know where your cakes will be placed?" There were nods all around, and Hannah drew a deep breath as the medley of Christmas carols played. "The last two out are Lisa and Michelle, and they'll turn off the kitchen lights. Let's go." The light in the huge chandelier overlooking the ballroom had dimmed all the way as they emerged from the kitchen door. Hannah and Cliff led the parade to Essie's wheelchair, and Hannah leaned down to give Essie a kiss on the cheek. Then they continued past the wheelchair in a giant loop around the edges of the dance floor. The applause from the spectators built up to a crescendo, and Hannah smiled as she walked with Cliff. Hannah heard a man's voice over the familiar strains of Silent Night.
"I found you, Sharon," the man said.
A moment later there was a sound Hannah had never expected to hear at the Christmas ball. A shot rang out, and there was a muffled scream as a bullet hit its mark. By the time a second round was fired, Hannah had pinpointed the location of the shooter by the flash from the muzzle of the gun. Luckily, she was only a few feet away. She plucked a miniature bundt cake from the top of the Christmas cake and threw it toward the origin of the gunfire as hard as she could. She heard a gasp as the cake hit its mark, and she threw a second cake and a third and a fourth as the lights began to come on. There he was, the man she'd noticed as she'd greeted Essie, the stranger both Essie and Hannah had spotted. He was down on the floor, rubbing at his face, when Sheriff Grant and Andrea's husband, Bill, pulled his hands behind his back and cuffed him. "It's the stranger Essie kept staring at earlier," Hannah told Cliff. And then
she shouted, "Who did he hit?"
"Essie," Doc Knight answered. "Clear the way for us. Hurry. We have to take Essie back to the hospital right now."
Since Bill had left with Sheriff Grant and the cuffed shooter, Hannah, Michelle, and Lisa went to sit at Andrea's table to hear Mayor Bascom, who was speaking at the microphone. For once, their mayor was struggling for words as he urged everyone to stay calm and to please return to their seats. Then he asked everyone to stay to honor Essie, and said that if she were here, she would want everyone to stay until the end of the evening. He mentioned that Essie had told him she wanted the Christmas ball to be her thank you to the Lake Eden community for enriching her life and giving her a home she loved. A few people left after the mayor's speech, but most of the guests stayed. The orchestra began to play again. The cakes were sliced and served, and conversations began to start once again. Some couples began to dance to the music that the orchestra was playing, and gradually more people filled the dance floor. It wasn't an entirely normal revelry, the way more large parties in Lake Eden were, but it was no longer hushed and somber. Andrea sat with her cell phone out on the table. Dolores, Annie, and Grandma Knudsen had followed Essie to the hospital. Hannah knew that all three of them would be sitting in the small lobby outside the operating rooms, waiting for word about Essie's condition. Dolores had promised to call Andrea the minute there was any news. She had already called once to say that Essie was still in surgery, and so far things were going well. "Drink your champagne," Andrea insisted, gesturing toward the glass that Mayor Bascom himself had carried to Hannah. "One glass won't hurt you, and maybe you'll stop shaking." Hannah took a sip, even though she didn't feel at all like celebrating anything. Champagne was for special occasions, like weddings, engagement parties, milestone birthdays, and New Year's Eve. It was not for nights when someone you respected and had come to love had been almost killed by a bullet from a stranger's gun. Andrea's cell phone rang, and she answered it immediately. Everyone close to her was watching, and they all looked hopeful as Andrea ended the call and walked toward the microphone. "That was Mother," Andrea reported. "Essie is out of surgery, and her prognosis is good. She's still unconscious, but Doc Knight told me that was to be expected because the second bullet grazed her head. Essie's vital signs are good, and they're waiting for her to regain consciousness in the recovery room at the hospital." It was good news, and spontaneous applause broke out as Andrea walked back to her table. People began to smile, but Hannah wasn't quite ready to smile yet. She'd seen Doc's worried expression as they'd taken Essie down to ground level in her wheelchair, and she suspected that he had been putting the very best spin on things for Andrea and the Christmas ball guests. Cliff approached the table, and Hannah managed to smile at him. Once he'd realized what was happening, Cliff had set the Christmas tree cake on a vacant table and rushed to see if Sheriff Grant or Bill had needed his assistance. "Julia and I are going to leave now," Cliff told her. "Will you have lunch with me at Hal and Rose's cafe sometime next week?" "Sure, that would be nice." "Great. If it's okay with you, I'll invite Julia to join us so that you can get a chance to talk to her." "That's fine with me," Hannah said quickly. "Good. One other thing, Hannah. Julia said that your ultimate lemon bundt cake was the best she'd ever tasted." "What did you think of it?" "I liked it a lot, but personally I loved your ultimate Christmas bundt cake even more." "Thanks, Cliff. And thanks for being here to help me tonight." "No problem. I'll call you when I set a time for lunch." Cliff walked off, and Andrea gave Hannah an assessing look. "Do you think you might be interested in Cliff?" Hannah thought about that for a moment. "Cliff's a friend. I think that's it, Andrea. And he already has someone he's dating. I know you like Cliff, and I hope you're not too disappointed." "I'm not. You have to find somebody that's right for you." "Like you did?" Michelle asked her. Andrea smiled. "Yes. exactly like I did. You met Bill when you were a junior in high school. Do you think I should start looking? Michelle asked. Not yet, Andrea answered quickly. You have to go to college. If the time is right, you'll meet someone there. But you didn't go to college, Lisa pointed out. That's true, but I didn't want to go to college. And the moment I met Bill, I knew that he was the one. How about you, Hannah? Lisa turned to her. Did you meet someone in high school that you thought might be the one for you? Not me, Hannah answered quite truthfully. As the conversation between Andrea, Lisa, and Michelle went on, Hannah realized that she'd told the truth. She wanted a man in her life, eventually, but right now she was content with her new business, her new condo, and her family in Lake Eden. The future might bring other choices for her, but for right now, she was content. Chapter 18. Hannah felt a sense of foreboding as she drove to Lake Eden Memorial Hospital. Essie was still in a coma, and Doc Knight wanted to see Hannah. Hannah parked in one of the spots marked for visitors and opened the outer door to the lobby with hands that were shaking slightly. The trembling in her hands was not from the cold, although it was less than 10 degrees above zero. She had no idea why Doc Knight had specifically asked for her. She opened the inner door and stepped into the lobby, heading straight for the desk and the volunteer who was sitting there. Doc Knight called and said that he wanted to see me this morning. Could I have your name, please? Hannah Swensen. The volunteer gave Hannah a big smile. Of course. I saw you at the Christmas ball, and your mother told me that you were going to open a bakery and coffee shop on Main Street. That's right. Hannah was puzzled. It was clear that the volunteer knew Hannah's mother, but Hannah didn't recognize her. She looked familiar, but Hannah couldn't quite place her. I'm Diane Jameson. I went to school with you, but I moved away when we were in the 3rd grade. Diane! Hannah began to smile, remembering that she'd liked Diane in grade school. And now you're back in Lake Eden? Yes. I married one of Cyril Murphy's mechanics last year. It's good to see you again, Hannah. Hannah felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you, Diane. That's okay. I didn't recognize you either. Hold on a second and I'll page Doc Knight for you. Hannah and Diane chatted for a few minutes while they waited for Doc Knight. Diane said she'd just signed a contract with the Little Falls School District to teach 2nd grade, and Hannah invited her to the opening of the cookie jar. They'd almost run out of conversation when they spotted Doc Knight coming down the hall. I'm glad you're back in Lake Eden, Diane, Hannah told her. Come with me, Hannah, Doc Knight said, reaching out to take her arm. I'll take you to my office where we can talk. Essie's okay, isn't she? Hannah asked the moment they entered Doc's office. She's still in a coma, but her vitals are good. I have every hope that she'll come out of this. Is she still in the recovery room? No, she's stable, and we moved her to ICU. I want to monitor her very closely. Is there any way that I can see her? Yes. Normally, we'd only allow family, but since Essie doesn't have any relatives, I'm allowing certain friends to see her for a limited time. You're one of them. I'll take you there in a bit, but I need to talk to you first. Hannah took a relieved breath and nodded. What is it, Doc? Essie left a note for you. But how could she do that? Mother told us that Essie was unconscious when you took her to the hospital. And when she called Andrea, she said that Essie went straight into surgery. That's completely correct. Essie left the note in a drawer of her bedside table right before we left for the Christmas ball. The nurses didn't find it until this morning. Hannah gave a little gasp. She wrote it before she went to the ball? She asked. That's the logical deduction. Then she must have known that something awful might happen to her. Either she knew or she suspected, Doc Knight corrected her. And yes, Hannah, I came to the same conclusion. Essie did say something rather odd when I got to the ballroom and went over to greet her. First, she complimented me on all the baking we did, and then she said, "Tonight will be a full circle for me, Hannah. Now I won't have to wait and worry much longer." That scared me, Doc. What do you think Essie meant? Doc Knight looked every bit as puzzled as Hannah had been by Essie's words.
"I don't know, Hannah."
Do you think she knew that someone was going to try to kill her?
Some people do seem to know when death is approaching, but that's usually when they have a terminal disease. One of my patients, an elderly man with lung cancer, told one of my nurses not to change his bed, that he wouldn't be needing it that night. And he drew his last breath no more than 5 minutes later.
But Essie wasn't terminal, isn't that right?
That's right. When she first came to the hospital, I told her that she was malnourished, anemic, and dehydrated. We were taking care of all those problems, including the injuries from her fall. She knew she was healing and that she was feeling much better. I really don't believe that Essie believed she was dying.
So it must have been the Christmas ball? Essie believed that she'd die at the Christmas ball? Doc Knight shrugged.
Perhaps she knew something that we don't know, some danger she was risking by going to the ball. As I said before, Hannah, I just don't know what was going through Essie's mind when she wrote that note. Open it and read it to me. Maybe then we'll have a better idea of her mental state.
Hannah opened the note and pulled it out of the envelope. She was almost afraid to read what was written there, in Essie's fine, spidery hand. But her curiosity prompted her to read it. "Dear Hannah," she read aloud, "thank you for being my friend and making the Christmas ball happen again. And please thank your mother and Annie and Grandma Knudsen for me. I believe that this is the end of this long journey for me. Please find the beaded purse that I carried to the Christmas ball. One of my nurses took me on a tour of the kitchen, and while she was talking to your sister and Lisa, I hid it in an empty drawer. Please go there to get it and give it to Annie at the children's home. She can use it to help the children. Now is my chance to get rid of the evil that took my baby from me. Once he kills me, he'll stop looking for my baby. That's all I ever wanted. Please remember me with kindness, Hannah, and help me to thank the people of Lake Eden for giving me a safe place to live out my life." Tears came to her eyes, and Hannah brushed them away. "I don't understand, Doc. What was she talking about? Essie didn't have a baby, did she?" Doc Knight shook his head.
"Not that I know of. I do know that she didn't have any children with Alton. I started as an intern in Lake Eden right before she married him."
Then it must have been before that. Or in another place. Hannah thought back to the notebooks that Essie had written and the story about the young, pregnant woman on the train. Did Dr. Kalick keep any records of his patients?
"He kept meticulous records. They're all in the basement of the hospital. Would you like to go through them?"
"Yes. I have to figure this out, Doc. I need to know what Essie meant. All this is a puzzle, and I have to solve it for her." Hannah climbed the steps to the second-floor ballroom. She'd borrowed the key from Rose at the cafe, claiming that she'd forgotten several platters in the hotel kitchen. She could have gotten the key from Dolores, but her mother had gone out to the mall, and Hannah hadn't wanted to wait until Dolores came back home. The wind was blowing as she unlocked the door to the hotel. Hannah locked it behind her and began to climb up the stairs. The staircase was drafty, and the wind howled, rattling the doors on the second floor. It was a bit eerie, being in this huge, empty hotel all by herself. Hannah passed the 2 doors that led into Essie's makeshift apartment. She stopped at the main door and said a little prayer that Essie would regain consciousness and recover from her injuries. She thought of the lovely hibiscus picture that Essie had hung on the doorframe to decorate her bedroom and gave a little sigh. Essie had done her utmost to make her surroundings cheerful and homey. She hadn't been able to afford many extras, but she'd always had a smile and a fond greeting for any Lake Eden resident she'd met on the street. Essie was an inspiration to everyone in town. The kitchen was at the rear of the ballroom, and Hannah felt a pang of regret as she entered the empty ballroom. The decorations were still up, waiting for removal later today. Dolores had assembled a work crew to take everything down, including the drapes, to be stored away just in case they held another Christmas ball in the future. Hannah flicked on the kitchen lights and walked through the spotless kitchen. The students that Michelle and Lisa had asked to help with the cleanup after the ball had done a wonderful job. She'd have to remember to bake something special for them during the upcoming holidays. As she began to pull out drawers, looking for Essie's beaded purse, she found herself hoping that no one had found it and given it to Andrea or Mayor Bascom at the end of the evening. She worked her way around the perimeter of the kitchen, pulling out drawers, looking inside, and shutting them again. There were so many drawers, it reminded her of one of her great-grandmother's favorite analogies, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hannah was down to the last 3 drawers when she found it, the pretty beaded purse that she'd found in Essie's rooms and taken to Essie in the hospital. Hannah put it inside her own saddlebag-size purse and turned to leave the kitchen. As she walked across the ballroom floor, Hannah heard the windows begin to rattle. The wind was blowing even more forcibly, and it was making what Hannah imagined was a keening sound. Had something happened to Essie at the hospital? Was the wind keening for her? "Nonsense," Hannah said aloud, hurrying to descend the staircase to the ground floor. Her imagination was running away with her, rushing past her sense of reality and making fanciful and rather frightening conclusions. But the wind kept howling in a high-pitched wail, and Hannah felt the hair on the back of her neck bristle with an emotion very close to dread. Hannah rushed down the remaining steps and pulled out the key Rose had given her. She unlocked the door and attempted to pull it open, but the door wouldn't budge. The wind was too strong. She struggled for long moments, and then the wind abated slightly, and the door opened, almost blowing her off her feet as she stepped outside. It was a bad storm, and there was no way she could walk home in gale winds like this. Icy needles of snow stung her face as she rushed to the cafe. She struggled with that door, fighting against the gusts of wind, until she could rush into the warm haven of the interior and shut the door behind her. "I was just coming to help you with the door," Rose said. "Did you find what you needed, Hannah?" "Yes, thanks, Rose." Hannah handed the hotel key to Rose. "I'd better get back to the cookie jar." "You're walking?" Hannah nodded. It seemed silly to drive when it's only a couple of blocks. "I'll give you a cup of hot coffee to go before you leave. It's really blowing out there, and you're going to get cold on the way. They call it wind chill for a reason, you know." Rose was right, and Hannah clutched the cup of coffee in her gloved hand all the way to the cookie jar. Even though the coffee was still warm, she was shivering as she unlocked the door and entered the warmth inside. Thank goodness the gas and the electricity were on. She didn't even want to think about how cold it would be if the furnace wasn't running. She walked over to the industrial oven even before she'd taken off her parka and set the temperature dial to preheat it. She wanted to bake a batch of cookies before she went back to her mother's house. She'd been thinking about a new cookie, a cookie that would be appropriate for Christmas, one that would be pretty and reflect the holiday season. As Hannah mixed up her favorite sugar cookie dough, she began to smile. When Essie came out of her coma, they would celebrate by having some of these cookies with her. Annie had mentioned that Essie had served hot chocolate with candy cane sticks for stirrers when they'd arrived at the hotel after school to do their homework. Essie had told them that it was one of her favorite winter drinks, and the cookies that Hannah planned to bake would be perfect with hot chocolate and peppermint sticks. Once she'd mixed up the dough, using peppermint extract instead of the vanilla extract she usually used, Hannah chilled the dough and rolled cookie balls with it. Instead of rolling them in white granulated sugar, she mixed green decorator's sugar with white sugar and used it to roll half of the cookies. She used red decorator's sugar for coloring in the second half of the batch, so that some cookies would be red and white on top and others would be green and white. A Hershey's Kiss would top every cookie and duplicate the flavor of the hot chocolate and peppermint that Essie loved. The Suburban, which she now called her cookie truck, was toasty warm by the time Hannah reached her mother's house. She'd started the engine and turned on the heater before she'd loaded up the cookies to take with her, and warm air was blowing out of the heater vents. Hannah used the garage door opener that Dolores had given her to open the garage door and pull her cookie truck into the double garage. Her mother's car was there in its spot. Dolores was home, and Hannah was glad that she'd put dinner up in the slow cooker before she'd left this morning. "Oh, good! You're home," Dolores greeted her as Hannah came in the door. "I just made coffee if you want some." "Thanks, Mother, I do," Hannah told her, hanging up her parka and going to the cupboard to get a coffee mug. She poured herself a cup, carried it to the kitchen table where her mother was sitting, and dashed back out to her cookie truck to retrieve the cookies she'd brought home with her. "What do you have, Hannah?" Dolores asked, as Hannah came in with the large foil-lined box. "Peppermint cookies with chocolate on top. I'm going to call them Minty Dream cookies." "Ooh, peppermint and chocolate are two of my favorite flavors. We can have one now, can't we, dear?" "Of course." Hannah lifted off the foil and handed her mother a cookie. "Have two, a red one and a green one." "Thank you." Dolores took a bite of the red cookie and began to smile. "The red one is excellent," she pronounced. "Now I'll try the green one." "They're the same, Mother. The only difference is that I used red sugar on one and green sugar on the other." "Perhaps, but I'd like to test it out for myself," Dolores said with a laugh, taking another bite. Mother and daughter sipped coffee and crunched cookies for several minutes, and then the kitchen phone rang. "I'll get it," Hannah said, reaching up to grab the receiver of the wall phone next to her chair. "Hello?" "Hannah!" Hannah recognized Andrea's voice. "Is Mother there? I need to talk to her right away." "She's right here," Hannah said, handing the phone to her mother. "It's Andrea." "Hello, dear," Dolores greeted her. Then there was silence for several minutes while Dolores listened. "Oh, dear," she said at last. "Is Bill very upset?" There was another silence, and then Dolores spoke again. "All right, dear. I'll tell Hannah. She'll want to know." "You'll tell me what?" Hannah asked the moment her mother had hung up the phone. "The man they arrested is refusing to talk," Dolores said. "They don't know who he is. He refuses to give them any information, and he doesn't have any identification on him." "Did they take his fingerprints?" "Yes, but it'll take a while to get that information back from the federal authorities, and that means they still don't know if Essie was his intended target or if he was shooting at someone else." "I heard him say something about Sharon." Dolores nodded. "So did Leroy Schmidt. He was standing right next to the man when he fired." "When will Sheriff Grant have news about the fingerprints?" "Bill told Andrea that it'll be at least a week or two before they hear anything, and it could be even longer." "Another mystery," Hannah said with a sigh. "Another?" Dolores asked, and it was clear she was intrigued. "What do you mean, dear?" "Let me stir the chili in the crock pot, and I'll get you another cup of coffee. Then I'll tell you all about it." Minty Dream Cookies. Do not preheat oven. Dough must chill before baking. 1 cup melted butter, 2 sticks, 8 ounces, 1/2 pound. 1 cup powdered sugar. Don't sift unless it's got big lumps, and then you shouldn't use it anyway. 1/2 cup white granulated sugar. 1 large egg. 1 teaspoon peppermint extract. 1/2 teaspoon baking soda. 1/2 teaspoon cream of tartar, critical. 1/2 teaspoon salt. 2 cups plus 2 tablespoons all-purpose flour. Don't sift. Pack it down in the cup when you measure it. 1/4 cup white sugar in a small bowl for coating dough balls. 1/4 cup white sugar in another small bowl, approximately 3 tablespoons red decorator's sugar, approximately 3 tablespoons green decorator's sugar, approximately 5 dozen Hershey's Kisses. Melt the butter in a microwave-safe bowl or in a saucepan on the stovetop. Add the cup of powdered sugar and the 1/2 cup of granulated sugar and mix thoroughly. Let the mixture cool to room temperature. Mix in the egg and the peppermint extract. Add the baking soda, cream of tartar, and salt. Mix until everything is well combined. Add the flour in 1 cup increments, mixing after each addition. You can add the 2 tablespoons of flour to the last full cup. Cover your bowl with plastic wrap and chill the dough for at least 1 hour. Overnight is fine, too. When you're ready to bake, preheat oven to 325 degrees Fahrenheit with the rack in the middle position. While your oven is preheating, either spray your cookie sheets with Pam or another nonstick cooking spray, or line them with parchment paper. Add the red decorator's sugar to 1 bowl of white sugar and mix it in with a fork from your silverware drawer. Add the green decorator's sugar to the other bowl of white sugar and mix it in. Use your impeccably clean hands to roll the dough into walnut-sized balls. Roll 1/2 of the dough balls in the bowl of red and white sugar. Roll the second 1/2 of the dough balls in the bowl of green and white sugar. Place the sugar-coated dough balls on a cookie sheet, 12 to a standard size sheet. Unwrap the Hershey's Kisses and place one point up on top of each sugared dough ball. Press it down so that it will stay in place. Bake your Minty Dream cookies at 325 degrees Fahrenheit for 10 to 15 minutes. The cookies should have a tinge of gold on the top. Cool the cookies on the cookie sheet for 2 minutes, then remove them to a wire rack to finish cooling. Hannah's note: if you used parchment paper to line your cookie sheet, just pull the paper, cookies and all, over to a wire rack. Yield: approximately 5 dozen crunchy, buttery, sugary, peppermint, and chocolate cookies. Chapter 19. Lisa, Michelle, Hannah, and Dolores were sitting in the living room munching on Minty Dream cookies, Hannah's new peppermint and chocolate Christmas cookie. They'd eaten the chili that Hannah had made, along with slices of homemade garlic bread and a crispy salad that Lisa had made out of shredded cabbage, shredded carrots, and pineapple chunks in a sweet vinaigrette dressing. Once she'd finished her cookie, Hannah switched on the reading light she'd purchased and prepared to read from Essie's last notebook.
"I can't believe that this is the last notebook," Lisa said, settling back in her seat.
"Me neither," Michelle echoed her sentiments. "How about you, Mother?"
"I feel the same way," Dolores replied with a sigh. "If Essie would only wake up, we could ask her if she liked any of the ways we thought of to end her story."
Hannah heard the concern in their voices. Lisa, Michelle, and Dolores were every bit as worried about Essie as she was. She made an instant decision and pulled out the note that Doc Knight had given her. "Essie left me a note," she told them. "I read it to Doc Knight, but I didn't know if I should let anyone else read it. I think you need to know what was going through Essie's mind as she was getting ready to go to the Christmas ball." Hannah unfolded the note and read it aloud. After she finished, there was shocked silence for a long moment, and then Dolores spoke.
"But Essie didn't have any children, did she?"
"I don't know, and neither did Doc Knight, but he let me go through all of Dr. Kalick's records. There's nothing in there about Essie giving birth to a baby." Lisa looked thoughtful.
"Could it have been before she moved to Lake Eden?"
"Of course, but somehow I don't think so." "Then the story that Essie wrote in the notebooks was partially true?" Michelle asked. "Maybe, but maybe not. All I know is I have to find out."
"How can we help?"
Dolores asked immediately. "I don't know. Let's read what's in Essie's last notebook, and maybe it'll give us some clues." "And maybe it won't," Michelle pointed out. "That's true, too." Hannah had to agree with her youngest sister. "But I think we all owe it to Essie to read it and find out." She looked out the window and realized that snow was falling. The man she now called her Uncle Jim had given her his guest room and helped her to change into his wife's nightgown. He'd told her that after his wife died, he'd kept all her clothes because he couldn't bear to throw them out or give them away. He said the clothes were old now, and she was welcome to use anything that might fit her. Then he'd urged her to rest and left the room. "Broth?" He reappeared in the doorway with a mug of what smelled like chicken soup. "Oh, yes, please," she replied, welcoming the warmth as he handed the mug to her. "Thank you, you're very kind." "Not at all," he said. "You need to keep up your strength. Since this is your first baby, it could be a while before you can hold your baby in your arms." "No," she said, shaking her head. "If I hold my baby, I won't be able to do the right thing. And I have to do the right thing." "And you've decided on that?" "Yes. I have to give up my baby. I don't want to, but I promised my husband I'd keep our baby safe. And that's the only way. No one can know where I am or that I had the baby." His eyes were sad as he looked into her face. "All right, my dear, if you're sure about this." "I am," she said firmly. "I've been thinking about this ever since I found out that my husband was killed. They may find me, and they may kill me. But if I give up our baby, the baby will have a chance to live." He closed his eyes for a moment, and then he sighed and gave a little nod. "All right, then. Try to get some rest, and call me if the contractions wake you. Please don't worry, my dear. I promise you that I'll keep your baby safe."
"How awful!" Dolores breathed. "What a horrible decision she had to make."
Michelle looked as if she wanted to cry. "Please tell us that this isn't the end of Essie's book, Hannah." "It's not. There's a little more."
"Read it," Lisa begged her. "This is just too sad for words."
When he'd left her alone, she got out of bed and went to the small desk that sat under the window. She pulled out a drawer and found the stationery and envelopes he'd placed there. She wiped the tears from her cheeks with the handkerchief he'd given her. picked up the pen that was on the desk, and began to write. She had to stop several times to dry her tears, but at last the notes she'd written were in separate envelopes. They were the same, except for the names. Right after the baby was born, she'd give him the envelopes. One if her baby was a girl, and the other if her baby was a boy. They had discussed names right after she'd gone to the doctor and learned that she was pregnant. She wanted to choose those names, but what if Tony had told someone about it? It would be easier for them to find the baby if they knew the baby's first name. It was why she hadn't chosen either of those names. Instead, she'd chosen 2 new names. She had to take precautions to safeguard their baby. Despite her efforts, there were tears on the envelopes. She thought about opening them and putting the notes in fresh envelopes, even pulling out the drawer to do that. But before she could reach out to get the envelopes, the first contraction began. She gasped and cried out. She wasn't ready, but then he appeared in the doorway to help her back to bed. "It's all right, I'm here," he told her. "The notes," she gasped, "one for a boy and one for—" The contractions were coming so hard and fast she couldn't finish what she'd started to tell him. "I see them. I'll take the right one. It won't be long now, my dear. Your baby will be born very soon." Hannah looked up and saw the shocked expression on their faces as she closed the last notebook. "That's all?" Dolores asked her. "Yes," Hannah answered. "That's all that Essie wrote." Chapter 20. Hannah's sleep was uneasy, filled with dreams of crying babies and tear-stained notes. She opened her eyes at 6 a.m, feeling tired and out of sorts. One glance out the window at the peaceful landscape below told her that the wind had abated sometime during the night, and the snow stretched out like a pristine white blanket, covering her mother's shrubs and garden statues. The sun had not yet risen, but the moon was still visible, casting a cold blue light on the tops of snowdrifts that the wind had fashioned during the course of the winter's storm. Her shower was accomplished quickly, and Hannah arrived downstairs in the kitchen in record time. She put on the coffee, sneaked out a cup before the machine was through brewing, and sat down at the kitchen table to enjoy her aromatic eye-opener. Today would be a busy day. They'd decided the previous evening to go in a group to visit Essie at the hospital in the early afternoon. Hannah planned to bake in the morning, freezing some cookies for future trips to see Essie, and make some calls from the landline phone that the phone company had installed. Then, if there was enough time, she would run out to the condo complex and take measurements for the new refrigerator she would order with Dolores, make a list of the other furniture that would be necessary for her to buy before moving in, and drive back to pick up Lisa, Michelle, and her mother. Annie would meet them at the hospital, and Hannah planned to show her the note and give her the lovely purse that Essie had made. 5 minutes later, Hannah had just finished putting oven French toast in her mother's oven. She'd heard the shower start upstairs, and she knew that either Michelle, her mother, or Lisa was using it. Lisa had stayed overnight, and the girls were going to help her bake at the cookie jar this morning. The phone rang, and Hannah reached out to answer it. "Hello," she greeted the caller. "This is Hannah."
"Hello, Hannah," a familiar voice said. "This is Doc Knight calling from the hospital. I'd like you all to come out around noon. Essie had a restless night, and I think she's almost ready to regain consciousness."
"We could come now if you need us," Hannah offered.
"Noon will be time enough. It'll take Essie a while to prepare herself to open her eyes. She's still unconscious, but I've seen this phenomenon many times. And even if she's groggy when she first regains consciousness, she'll know that you're there."
"Do you want me to call Annie Winters?" Hannah asked.
"No, I'll call her. She can meet you in the waiting room, and I'll call all of you in when it's time."
"All of us?" Hannah was surprised. They'd only been permitted to go in one by one before.
"Yes. When Essie is awake enough to talk, I know she'll want to see all of you."
Hannah was smiling broadly as she said her goodbyes and hung up the phone. She could hardly wait to give the girls and Dolores the wonderful news. Essie was coming out of her coma, and this morning their breakfast would be a real celebration. Annie was sitting in the waiting room when they got there, and Hannah, Dolores, Michelle, and Lisa greeted her warmly. "I can hardly wait to see Essie again," Annie told them. "I know Doc told us that Essie might be able to hear us, even though she was unconscious, but it's hard to talk to someone who doesn't respond. I just hope she really does wake up and know who we are." "She will," Hannah said. "Essie's going to come out of it. We, all of us, have to believe that." Annie nodded. "You're right, Hannah. Essie always said that positive energy could work miracles. We have to keep a positive attitude and believe that Essie will be with us again very soon." "You love Essie, don't you?" Lisa said, turning to Annie. "Yes, I do. Essie was like a mother to me. Once, a long time ago, I forgot and called her Mom." "What did she do?" Dolores asked. "She gave me a hug and—" Annie stopped to blink back tears. "She said that she couldn't love me more, even if she were my real mother." There was a tinkling sound, and Hannah recognized her mother's arpeggio ringtone. "Your phone, Mother," she said, gesturing toward her mother's purse, which was sitting on the chair next to her. "I swear I'll never get used to this cell phone," Dolores said, opening her purse and pulling out her phone. "Hello?" She listened for a moment, and then a puzzled expression crossed her face. "It's Andrea," she told them. "She says Bill called her with news about the man who shot Essie." They all waited silently while Dolores took the call, but they didn't learn much from Dolores's end of the conversation. "I see," and "Oh my," and "I'm glad you told me," didn't reveal the subject or the nature of the call. Dolores said goodbye and put her cell phone back in her purse before she turned to them. "Bill called Andrea from work," she told them. "He said that Sheriff Grant took the shooter into the interview room again, and Bill and another deputy were there as observers. Sheriff Grant asked him his name, and the man still refused to give it. He's been refusing to identify himself ever since they took him into custody. Of course, they took his fingerprints, but the federal authorities haven't gotten back to them yet." "So they still don't know who he is?" Annie asked the question that was in everybody's mind. "No. If he's ever committed a crime, his name will be in the register, but if he hasn't—" Dolores stopped speaking and sighed. "There's more," she said, beginning to frown, "and it's not good news." Hannah leaned forward in the uncomfortable plastic waiting room chair. "Tell us, Mother, please." Sheriff Grant continued to question the man. Bill told Andrea that the sheriff is a real expert at getting people to talk, but the shooter wouldn't budge. He just kept saying things like, "I won't tell you that," and "no comment." Bill said that Sheriff Grant used every interrogative tactic in the book, but none of them worked. "So they still don't know his name or why he shot Essie?" Hannah asked. "That's right, dear. And it's even worse than that. Sheriff Grant tried to break the man down by telling him that he'd better pray that Essie wouldn't die, because the sentence for attempted murder would be a lot less than actual murder. And that was the first time the man spoke." "What did he say?" Lisa asked, clearly interested in Dolores's account of the interrogation. "He said, 'She didn't die?' in this shocked voice. And Sheriff Grant said, 'That's right. She's in intensive care at the hospital. They removed the bullets and she's recovering.'" "What did the man say to that?" Annie asked quickly. "He just yelled, 'No!' in this really loud voice. Bill told Andrea that the man sounded outraged that he hadn't killed Essie, and then he grabbed his chest and fell forward, face first on the table. Sheriff Grant told Bill to call for the paramedics while they tried to resuscitate the man. When the paramedics came, they rushed the man to the hospital, but he died on the way. So they still don't know why he did it, or even if Essie was the intended target, Hannah said. That's right, dear. And we still don't know why he yelled, "I found you, Sharon," right before he pulled the trigger. Dolores nodded. There were 3 women named Sharon at the Christmas ball. Sheriff Grant brought them in for interviews, but none of them could shed any light on the shooter's identity or why he shot Essie. It's a mystery, Hannah commented, hating the idea that they might never know who the shooter was. Essie might know. I asked her who he was earlier that night, and she said he looked a little like someone she used to know years ago. Then Essie is the only one who might be able to solve this mystery, Annie said with a sigh. Hannah was quiet for a moment, and then she shook her head. Not necessarily. A mystery is like a puzzle. You need all the pieces to complete it. And then she drew the small beaded handbag out of her purse and handed it to Annie. Essie left this for you. She hid it in a drawer in the hotel kitchen, and I retrieved it before the storm hit us yesterday. Essie left instructions to me in a note she wrote before she left the hospital for the Christmas ball. Annie looked surprised. Do you mean Essie knew something might happen to her at the ball? It seems that way to me. Look at the handbag and then read the note. And see if you can put any of the puzzle pieces together for us. It's beautiful, Annie said, and then she opened the purse and looked inside. There's nothing inside except a handkerchief, a comb, and a lipstick. She closed the purse again and smiled as she turned it in her hands. Essie put her favorite flower on the outside. She held it up so that they could all see it. The rhinestones in the center of the rose sparkle so much. They look almost like diamonds in the light. Let me see, Annie, Dolores said, beginning to look excited as Annie handed her the purse and she examined it. I didn't notice this when I saw the handbag before, but there are some rhinestones that are larger than the rest, and I don't think they're rhinestones. Could they be diamonds? Hannah guessed. I'm not a jeweler, and I'm not completely sure, but they are larger, and they sparkle more brilliantly. You don't suppose... Annie stopped speaking and gave a little gasp. Someone left 2 diamonds in the charity box at the children's home, and there was a note on the envelope saying that they were to be used for my college tuition. But that's not possible. Essie didn't have the money to spend on diamonds. Wait a minute, Hannah said, her mind spinning fast as she remembered what Annie had said about the design of the flower. Why did you say that the flower on the outside of the handbag was a rose? It looked like a hibiscus to us. It is a hibiscus, but the hibiscus is called Rose of Sharon. Oh, Hannah gasped. Essie's real name was Sharon. Essie's story! Michelle's expression mirrored the same expression of shock that was on Dolores's, Lisa's, and Hannah's faces. Essie's story is true! And she ended it with the notes that the mother wrote before she gave birth to her baby. She turned to Annie. You said that you came to the orphanage as a baby. Did they give you your name? No. It was in a note from my mother. She said that she had to give me up to keep me safe, that my father had died in the line of duty, and I should never forget that I was named after him. But your name is Annie, Hannah said, beginning to frown. Actually, no. Annie isn't my full name. They shortened it at the children's home because there was an older boy named Anthony." "Your full name is Anthony?" Lisa asked. "No," Annie smiled. "It's the female version of Anthony. It's Antonia." "Tony!" Dolores, Lisa, Michelle, and Hannah all exclaimed almost simultaneously. "They would have called me Tony, but there was already a boy named Tony at the children's home." Annie stopped and began to frown. "Why do all of you look so shocked?" "Because Essie is your real mother," Hannah told her. "She had to give you up for adoption to keep you safe from the man who shot her. He must have been her cousin, the one she worked for in New York. Her first husband, Tony, died to protect her and expose her cousin's illegal business. We'll give you the notebooks and you can read them for yourself. It's all there, Annie." "Essie is really my mother?" "Yes." The most beautiful expression that Hannah had ever seen spread across Annie's face. It was pure joy, and Hannah blinked back tears at the love she saw in Annie's eyes.
"Ladies," Doc Knight called out as he entered the waiting room, "Essie's awake and she's stable. You can go in now."
"One at a time?" Dolores asked him.
Doc Knight shook his head. "You can all go in at once. Essie's in good spirits and eager to see all of you."
"You first," Hannah said, waiting until Annie had gotten to her feet. "You may need a little time alone with her." Annie shook her head. "She'll want to see all of us." "All right, but you go in first." Dolores backed up Hannah's decision. "We'll be right behind you, but we'll give you a few moments of privacy." Annie looked slightly nervous as she entered the intensive care unit, but she led the way to Essie's room and went in to stand next to Essie's bed. "We're here, Essie," she said, leaning down to give Essie a kiss on the cheek. I'm so glad you're all right. We all are. And I just want to tell you that I know what you've been through, and I understand that you had to protect me."
"You know?" Essie looked surprised. "How?"
"Hannah figured it out. You don't have to worry about your cousin any longer. He had a heart attack and died. You protected me from him all these years, but we're together now. There's only one thing I don't know."
"What is it?"
I'm not sure what I should call you. I called you Essie for years, but I know that your real name is Sharon, and my father called you Rose. What would you like me to call you?"
Essie began to smile. "How about Mom?" she suggested. "And come here and give me a hug. I love you, Annie." Annie bent down to hug her.
"And I love you, Mom."
Hannah brushed away a tear. Then she turned to see Dolores dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Both Lisa and Michelle were wiping away tears, and all four of them were smiling. Hannah wasn't sure if they were tears of joy at Annie and Essie's happy reunion, or tears of gratitude that Dolores had recovered from her depression and was back in their life again. The only thing she knew for certain was that she was happy to be home in Lake Eden again, glad to be back with family and friends, and delighted that Essie and Annie's Christmas miracle had come true. The end.